Good morning from WA. We are here for stop number 5, the Margaret River Pro. The pressure's going to be on like never before.
I gotta know what you're made of. I gotta see how you roll. Sugar and spice, love things nice, ain't gonna satisfy my soul.
Tyler Wright is back in a big way, just looking so confident.
Marissa Surfers achieved back-to-back wins at this venue. Molly Picklum, the first year on tour, that was a dynamic one single blast.
You got a lot to prove. You got a lot to prove. You got so much to prove.
A very early morning in Margaret River. This is going to be a very challenging day of competition with all this size that we have in the lineup.
The swell has really kicked in. Look how big these waves are.
Double overhead for the boat.
Yeah. On a Margaret River to deliver, and it delivers in a big way.
The rookie that's setting the pace this year, Callum Robson, hits it hard off the top, and Callum hangs on.
Wow.
Lip hook.
Take a full airdrop into a huge carve. Bang, just gets completely axed. He needed a good wave here and just jams it. It's a cat and mouse game out here right now.
Ryan Callanan
picked the ball up where he left off.
Ezekiel out there.
What a great snap. Oh, his wood just flips out and then goes over the falls.
Oh, and a monster finish.
Just hung on by his toenails. Is he going to attack it? Classic. No one does it better in John. It's his signature move. John Florence in full flight.
Amazingly, this is his 29th championship tour season. All I can say is wow.
He earned his place on a very short list of greats. Surfing's GOAT is one of the best athletes in the history of sport.
You're looking at a man who's as important as Muhammad Ali, as Tiger Woods. He's beaten them all.
You should compete and live like you have nothing to lose. That's the challenge for me.
Kelly Slater is an incredible young kid from Florida who had dreams of being the greatest surfer in the world and used the most competitive nature that I've ever witnessed to achieve those dreams.
He's an 11-time world champion. He's won every event on the schedule, holds every record in the sport. He continues to do mind-blowing surfing, but the truth of the matter is it's getting harder and harder for him to win.
There's a lot of frustration coming out of Kelly Slater at the moment.
A massive upset. Kelly Slater bundled out of the event.
Yeah, stop the presses.
I'd rather cry than laugh right now. Just, again, 3 years in a row, I can't put it together out here. Horrible performance this week. I got to figure out what's going on. I think all the pressure, the build-up and stuff has really kind of thrown me off.
Chasing a 12th world title, it's going to be his most difficult challenge yet.
From age 40 to 50, it's been this big time block where, he's been more or less getting beat up by the younger guys on tour the last 10 years.
John Florence is putting on a show and putting a big challenge to Kelly Slater.
You're just thinking about where his motivation will lie, what a bad result might feel like, or what a good result might feel like to him at this stage of his career.
Slater has surfed professionally longer than many of his competitors have been alive. At some point, Slater will walk away, but only he knows when.
I'm gonna just know. It'll just be clear. I either have nothing left to learn here, or nothing left to prove here, or nothing that's desired in this area. I want to do something else.
Oh, I'm freaked out right now. I'm just freaked out. It's so good.
I think I'm still doing it because I do know and believe that I can, on my day, I can beat anyone, anywhere. You have to feel that. And if you don't feel that, you just shouldn't do it. All these guys go out in the water scared they're going to lose to me because I'm old. Maybe they should have passed me a long time ago.
Kelly Slater up and running with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
After 4 events, we are here. The Margaret River Pro in Western Australia. Welcome to the West.
Dolphins in the lineup. Conditions are hectic.
Home to heavy water reef breaks and an open swell window.
Oh my gosh.
Surfers arrive in the West with more than just the risk and reward of the local waves on their minds.
Surfing for survival.
We've never had pressure like this.
It's cracking out here.
For some, this will be the end of the road. And surfers might be falling off the tour. For others, it is only the beginning.
It's all about life and death style surfing.
From 34 and 17, only 22 men and 10 women will continue the championship tour on the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Unlike any other before, this is the Margaret River Pro.
competition. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Hello and good morning from the Margaret River Pro. It's a big day of competition scheduled ahead of us, but earlier this morning we saw the crew, men and women, all getting down here, bringing the quiver. Steph Gilmore getting in the lineup, having a little chat with Tommy Witz. Coming out of the water, Carissa Moore as well. The women getting that early surf to kick things off. Shannon Hughes in the booth, joined by Richie Lovett. Great to see them all getting in the jersey early.
Yeah, morning Shannon, morning everybody, and a big day, an exciting day of surfing coming up. We've got our little notes and folders and everything in front of us here because we've got some calculating to do, Shannon.
It is going to be an intense day of competition because the cut is officially here. We are into the elimination round, which means we will be sending people home today, Richie.
Yeah, it's a big day. You know, dreams will be broken today. And there's going to be some upset surfers at the end of the day because it's elimination round, and that means that we're going to be sending people home, and not only home but off tour as well, or off the championship tour. They're going to be heading to the Challenger Series, and heartbreak
Ahead, but some big heats to get underway. We're going to go down for the call with Laura Enver and Jessie Miley-Dyer.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, a beautiful morning here in the West. Jessie, what do we have on offer today?
We've got a pretty big day planned, actually. We've got really nice waves. You can probably see over my shoulder that, you know, the swell's still here, really clean. So, yeah, we're going to get straight into it, straight into a women's elimination round. Then we're going into the men's elimination round. Then we're going into women's round of 16, and we're potentially doing the women's quarterfinals. So it's going to be a big day.
Wow, and a huge day and a lot on the line.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, everyone, we've been talking a lot about the cut here, and everyone's definitely feeling the pressure for sure. And there's this we're looking at today and these rounds that we've got coming up, and we know that we're going to have a few surfers who are potentially relegated to the Challenger Series. So this is a big day for everyone, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, girls. And wow, huge day of competition ahead of us. Let's take a look at the surf line forecast here for the Margaret River Pro. Taking us through the action today, Richie.
Yeah, well, it's looking pretty good out there, Shannon. We came down on dark and great looking waves. That big swell that we had through yesterday, we're on the tail end of it now, so it's trending down, and it will be trending down for most of today. But there's still really, really contestable waves out there in the sort of head high, double overhead high on the sets. And this swell will continue to taper off over the next 2 days, and then it's going to jack again. So this is the forecast for today. You can see here 8 to 10 foot faces this morning. Then it'll trend down to sort of 6 to 8 foot by this afternoon. Might get a little bit inconsistent, but then as we move back into early next week, we've got that another big swell hitting Monday. It even starts to kick from tomorrow afternoon. So we will keep an eye on things. But at this stage, Tuesday, Wednesday are looking like our big glory days and a potential finish. Well, we have to finish on Wednesday because that's the end of the period. But it looks like it could be a grandstand finish with offshore winds, big waves. We may even see a little bit of box action. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for that.
Very exciting. That is exactly what we are here for, to see some pumping Margaret River, hopefully getting an opportunity to go to the box. And heading out into the lineup, first up this morning is the women's elimination round, heat number 1, with Lakey Peterson, Luana Silva, and Mia McCarthy out in the lineup. We've got one local, the local wild card, the trials winner from Margaret River in Mia McCarthy, up against one of our rookies from the Women's Championship Tour in Luana Silva, and Lakey Peterson, a former winner here at the Margaret River Pro, booking herself a spot in the elimination round for the first time this year, Richie.
Yeah, it's well, it's going to be a big day of competition, a great heat to start things off. As we see here, just our surfers getting a big warm-up this morning. Everyone was down here really early. They knew it was going to be great waves. And perhaps different board choice today as well, Shannon. Off the step-ups and back onto the normal short boards, I would think, is the order of today. But you can see there, incredible offshore conditions and just that really rippable size where you're attacking, really digging in, and the judges sending their notes out early to everyone. They're going to be looking for that speed, power, flow base They're going to be looking for the critical turns, and one thing that I noted was that they're going to be focusing on sections that offer big maneuvers, and if you don't take advantage of that, you're going to be penalised. So that's one of the things that the judges will be looking out for today.
Similar what we're seeing today from what we saw during the women's opening round, maybe slightly bigger, a little bit more swell on offer, but really the commitment to those outside sections and taking advantage of those big opportunities.
Yeah, the wind's also from a better direction. It's basically directly offshore at the moment, so super groomed. The opening day was a little bit cross-shore, side-shore, a bit more hard to figure out and creating a bit of bump on the wave face, but silky smooth canvas for this morning. And we'll be getting things underway here any minute now.
Lineup clearing out, plenty of free surfers out there getting a few waves, getting their feet in the wax, and we are now officially kicking things off for a big day of competition, starting out with the women's elimination round, followed by the men's elimination round, which will consist of 4 heats, and then straight into the women's round of 16. Once that wraps up, if the conditions stay good, we'll be heading into the women's quarterfinals this afternoon. So there is a lot of surfing to get through and so much on the line as we are now talking the mid-season cut. Surfers that are sitting below that cut line already, especially on the women's side, those under number 10, which includes Luana Silva right now, sitting at number 12 on the rankings. Should they lose out in this elimination round, they are out and off the tour for the rest of the season.
Yeah, she'll be heading home, and well, actually heading to Queensland is where she'll be going if she gets eliminated here. Big heat. Obviously, Lakey probably the favourite for this one. She's looking pretty on the tour at the moment. You can see there, 12th, Luana Silva, so danger zone. This is a must progress situation here for her. And, well, she's up against it with Mia McCarthy, too, who's really got nothing to lose here, coming in as a wildcard entry and able to really just let loose and no pressure under this situation. She can just go for it.
33 minutes on the clock, no waves ridden for the start of this heat. And on our Boost Mobile Stay Connected call, we've got Richie Porta tuning in to let us know what the judging criteria is going to be like today. Good morning, Richie. Thanks for calling in.
Morning, Shannon. Morning, Rich. How are you going, viewers?
Good, mate.
It looks like a pretty good day of surfing ahead of us. Conditions are looking clean. What are we looking for from the judges as we get our opening ride underway from Lakey Peterson? We'll have a check at this quickly. Nice drive into the pocket for that first turn. Gets a little stuck up on it, but then connects with the lip for the second, and now she's going to go for that finishing section. Well, she'll eject out of it. And we got that first wave underway, Richie.
Yeah, it's interesting right there, because I was just thinking the scoring today is going to come from holding your rail, and we talk about this all the time. We'll just watch. You're going to get a combination here, hopefully.
Luana Silva having a draw on the open face. That canvas lining up for her so well. Great first turn. Connects in for a second. Now she's looking for that finish. She's going to go full commitment into that heavy in section. She won't ride out of it. Scores to come through now for Lakey Peterson and for Luana Silva, Richie.
Yeah, not a bad way to start for Luana Silva there. Sorry, we're getting our Richies mixed up here, but yeah, I was just going to say that was a pretty good way to start for Luana. I think she didn't look like she had any nerves going on that opening turn, at least. Nice and clean, surfing with a lot of commitment. But over to you, other Rich.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, we looked at Lakey's first turn, and she didn't hold her rail, and it's crucial today and at Margaret River every day, really. But you really got to hold that turn, and we have the replay here, and you can see her. It's a little bit skittery. She sort of drives into it and then gets hung up a little bit and drops out of it. And the judges are really looking for them powering through those turns. So you compare that to Luna's first turn, and it was a lot more controlled and a stronger turn because she held that rail. The judges see that's a better turn because she didn't skitter through it as much as Lakey did. Now, the judges are going to be, once again, looking for the turns being done in that pocket because that's where the power is. That's where the combinations allow you to get the biggest scores. If you go too far out of that pocket, you're out into the flat, softer part of the wave, and the judges are really critical on that. So the surfers have to stay in that zone, hit the lip, do the combinations, hold their rail, you know, and as we saw the other day with Isabella Nichols with the highest score of the day, you can still get a really good score on one turn. It doesn't have to be multiple turns, but it depends on what sort of turn you're doing. And as we saw Paul Luna just here, you really got to be mindful of this end section as it just swallows you up unless you're out in front of it. It's really hard to ride out when it's like thick like that.
Absolutely. It's a pretty wild end section. How important is it for those surfers to get completion on that finishing maneuver?
It really adds to it because it is like a critical part of the wave. A lot of waves around the world, that last section's not that drastic, but at Margaret River, when you're coming onto the reef, tide's coming in for another hour and a half, so it's going to stay deep for a little while. This afternoon it gets a bit low and a little bit sketchy as that reef pops out of the water. But we saw yesterday with the men, that second or third turn, if they're lucky on that end section, does play a part in the score.
Hey, Rich, I've just got a quick one. You know, the judges are obviously looking at what the surfers are doing on a wave, but do the judges consider sometimes what the surfers don't do if they miss a section or if they don't surf a section to its full potential?
For sure, and they don't score down accordingly. We used to talk about, and they still, I'm sure they still talk about, surfing a 9-point wave into a 6-point score. And what that means is they may have had the perfect wave, but they've missed all the good sections of the wave or haven't surfed it to as good as they could, and the score reflects. So the judges don't take points off. You just don't get points put on because you didn't surf it very well. So they don't judge the wave as such. All the better waves do is allow you to get a bigger score. So, but you still have to surf it amazingly to get that higher score. So you could see the perfect wave come through today and someone miss all the sections and get like a 3. And then you can see a way worse wave and someone belts it and they'll get a 7. So it's all what you do on the wave. The judges don't consciously go, oh, that was a really good wave, but he missed or she missed all the turns, so we'll drop the score down. They just score what they see.
Love it. Thanks so much for the insights. We got a couple scores in for that first exchange between Luana and Lakey. Luana with the better of it with that 4.77. Richie Porta.
Yeah, and that's all based just on that first turn because Lakey had the better sort of end towards that wave, but you know, they're both still in that low zone because there's a lot more potential out there, and you'll see some bigger scores throughout this heat and throughout the morning for sure. But you know, the women have just got their feet on the wax, as we say, and they've got their first wave under their belt, and then they're going to build from that. I'd be surprised with all three of the women if a 4, 6, 7 is in your scoreline with these kind of waves at the end of 35 minutes. You would hope not, but strange things do happen.
Just to note on Luana's wave there, Rich, if she had completed that final turn, perhaps that would have been up in the 6 range?
I think for sure, because that was a really solid, chunky section that she hit. And it was, as I said, it was only that she got stuck in the top, and it's really hard to ride out because it's so thick to come out. You have to be in front of it, and you'll see them make those turns throughout the day when they ride in front of it. It's really, really tricky to ride down in that whitewash, but it was a critical section because that left comes across straight at her, and for sure that would have been, if she got a 4.77 basically for that first turn, if she'd made the second turn, I guarantee she was in the mid-6s.
Thanks so much, Richie Porta. Great to have you with the check-in in the morning and giving us the whole picture of what the judges are looking at today. Can't wait to see more action throughout the rest of it.
Have a great day.
So current situation in the lineup, we've got 27 minutes on the clock. Luana Silva sitting in the lead with a 4.77. Lakey Peterson getting that 4.67 to kick things off. And priority now sitting with Mia McCarthy.
Yeah, so Mia in the box seat now. In terms of the priority rotation, she can just wait patiently. And as so often happens, it's been pumping waves all morning. And as soon as the siren goes for heat number 1, things tend to get a little sleepy. But I'm confident we're going to see a lot more action with 26 minutes on the clock and only 2 scores on the board at the moment, and nothing really in that high zone. But good signs for Luana Silva, as we mentioned. This is a must-make heat for her.
It is a must-make heat. Currently, Luana Silva sitting at number 12 on the rankings. She is from Sunset Beach, Oahu. Got off to a great start her season there. She found a quarterfinal finish at the Sunset event for the championship tour. The first time the women had competed there in over a decade. And for Luana to be able to have that event at home was really special for her. She walked away with 9th place finishes through the rest of the events for the first 5 of the series so far. And so that's where she's got herself just outside of that cut line, but she has the opportunity to increase. Should she stay in competition this week, she absolutely could be looking at G-Land on the calendar in just a few weeks.
Yeah, well, from the way I've looked at the calculations, I feel like she needs at least a semi-final finish to even have a shot at being above the cut line here. So she started strong. Doesn't look like she's surfing with any nerves, even just off that first wave. I like how she's hunting around in third priority there. She's ducking and weaving and looking for opportunities under the priority here. So she looks like she's ready to go, which is great signs.
And that semi-final possible requirement for Luana to keep herself above the cut line would be her best result here for her rookie season. You can check there on the left-hand side of the screen. Gabby Bryan, Sally Fitzgibbons, Isabella Nichols, Luana Silva, all sitting very close with there was points between those 11th and equal 12th place finishes. And they've got some big requirements ahead of them. And it'll depend on how each of those women goes through the draw as to can the rest advance through.
Yeah, 100%. You know, Sally and Isabella, they're through. So they're not even in this elimination round. As we see a decent sized set approaching.
Solid set. Priority sitting with the local in Mia McCarthy, born and raised here in Margaret River, studying to be a school teacher. She's got a grade 1 class that she's in prac phase with right now that would be hopefully tuning in to watch her get a few great turns connected together at her home break. And she just misses the end section on a solid size wave.
Yeah, it's a great looking wave there for Mia McCarthy. She surfed it well, perhaps sensing just a few nerves. Here we go, here's Lakey.
Lakey Peterson driving up into the lip on that first big wrap. Patiently waiting for that next section, but doesn't find the speed to attack.
Yeah, just the one opening carve. Not a bad committed carve though, but just the one turn. I don't think that's going to go anywhere up into the above a 5. So let's have a look at this. So Lakey just eyeing off this first section, couple little bottom turns just to set up, and there she gets it on the rail, drives it all the way through, and then this foamy section she just opts out. But look at this wave from Mia McCarthy. Surfs it quite well, a little bit conservative, almost lost the rail there, but brings it all the way round. Gets another face turn all the way through, and again just driving on the third turn, trying to outrun the whitewash behind her, but it unfortunately swallowed her up.
So scores to come through now for last Lakey Peterson for opening ride of Mia McCarthy. Lakey Peterson is sitting at number 4 on the rankings, and she is one of 4 women that has already made the midseason cut, guaranteed heading to G-Land, also guaranteed to be requalified for the start of the 2023 Championship Tour season, which is very exciting and means this is a bit of a relaxing heat for Lakey Peterson, although she would be looking for top 5 qualification now, as we've got a great looking wave rolling through for Luana Silva with priority. Nice carve to kick things off. Strong bottom to top turn combination for the second maneuver. Working it away around through a bumpy section and negotiating well to finish off on the inside. Just loses control.
Great surfing. And Luana's looking really, really good in this heat. Out of our 3 competitors, Luana to me looks like she's the most switched on, tuned in. She's surfing with a little bit more speed compared to Lakey at the moment. And, well, so Reynos Hayes has got her right in a good headspace. Let's look at the replay here. Driving through that turn, wrapping the board all the way round. And then a second one. Look at the power in that turn. Very committed. She just looks on. You get that feeling just looking at a surfer, and you feel like they're switched on. They're ready to go. They're in attack mode. And just ejecting really quickly before that that gnarly shelf. You can see there's our bird's eye view. Look out, dry bone right there, dry reef. So she hits the eject button.
Out the back with Dometic. Kaipo Guerrero, you're in the lineup, getting a feel for it this morning with the women.
Yeah, it's a lot more tame out here today. The swells drop, but it's a really good size hitting the reef really nicely. Offshore winds. We do have a little bit of a cross warble coming in right now from south side. A little bit of a south swell and some refraction off of the shallow reef over there. So there is a little bit of a bump to contend with, but overall it looks very, very user-friendly, and it looks like we're off to a great start today.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of really good set waves as we see Lakey Peterson driving off the bottom into a nice whip to quick kick things off into that second carve. Now hoping for a critical section to finish off with, and she's gonna find it, but just throws a little bit too far out the back.
Just a little slip there. Foot just coming off the tail pad. And perhaps, you know, there's a lot of rocks to walk down when you're heading out through the keyhole. And sometimes you can just pick up a little bit of slime or algae on the bottom of your feet. But she looked better on the opening turn on that ride. You could tell that Lakey just turned up the volume a little bit on that one. Let's have a look here. Great looking ride. She didn't have to wait too long. Holds the bottom turn. And that just gave her all that speed off the top. Lakey, one of the most expressive surfers when you think about upper body movement. She really gets the arms and the hands involved. And let's see what happens here. So she's shifted the foot right back on the tail pad, and as she just made that little movement, it's just she hasn't found it. It just slipped straight off the back, unfortunately, because that was looking like a really good wave if she could finish that turn.
We got some scores that have come through. Luana Silva currently sitting in the lead with a 4.93 as the best score of the heat so far. Lakey Peterson with another score to drop, backed up her 4.67 with a 2.3. And Mia McCarthy on the set of the day walks away with a 2.5. Mia now sitting out the back with priority. And Lakey Peterson, one of those 4 women to already have made the midseason cut alongside Carissa Moore, Brisa Hennessy, and Tyler Wright. Lakey Peterson, the only of those 4 to end up in the elimination round here at Margaret River. But again, she's got that pressure taken off of her, aside from goals coming into the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Lakey's motivation right now is all about making the top 5 and being in that world title race. She's not even thinking about qualification at this point. And you can see by the way she's surfing on that second wave in particular, she's starting to warm up to this heat and surf the way that we know she can. But I'm really impressed with Luana Silva in this situation. A real, you know, pressure moment for her as a youngster on tour. You know, that pressure and not having the experience, that can be really overwhelming, but it doesn't look like it's having any effect on the way she's performing at the moment. That's great to see. And hopefully she can get another decent ride. She's got a good foundation now to work from. She's got a couple of decent 4-point rides, but now it's time to put this one away. And I feel like if she gets a better wave like Mia McCarthy did, and as Richie Porter was saying, that wave was possibly an 8-point ride, and Mia unfortunately only getting about a 2.5 on that. So the potential was there, and I feel like if Luana gets that opportunity on a wave like that, she is going to bring us that 8.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more as we wait to see more good sets rolling through the lineup. We're going to take a Bon Soy brew break. Coming up in the next elimination heat, Tatiana Weston-Webb, current world number 6, will be heading out in the lineup right after this. minutes on the clock. Lakey Peterson now into the lead, dropping a 6.5 for her last wave, Richie.
Yeah, good score. And that was just off the strength of that first turn combination, the way she held that bottom turn. No little glitches. It's always a point that the judges note that when you do that bottom turn and you set your rail, they don't want to see you doing a 2 and 3 stage bottom turn. Live action.
Lakey setting up that first maneuver. Has a look at that wave, decides not to go with the warble on the face.
Yeah, just quick in and out there. And she's really got nothing to lose in third priority. You can hunt around, you can have a look at what's on offer. Obviously the other two women not really thinking there was opportunity there. And I do like the fact that Luana Silva's just now waiting patiently. 15 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time for a few decent sets to roll in.
Lakey has kicked off her season well. She walked away with a semi-final finish, the women's inaugural event at Pipeline. She walked away with a runner-up finish at Portugal. She was runner-up the last time that event ran, also in 2019, so has found some momentum in the beach breaks there at Super Tubos. She also took out the win here in Margaret River back in 2019, which was her last appearance because last year in 2021, she walked away with that back injury at Narrabeen. Sadly, had to duck out of competition for the rest of the season. So for Lakey returning, the last time she paddled out here at Margaret River, she walked away with a big win, which was exceptional, but missed the event last year.
Unfortunate that she didn't get here. And thinking back to that moment, she was just so disappointed. We had her in the booth, and you know, she was devastated, and it took a while. Back injuries are pretty common amongst us surfers, and seems to be an even more common theme with taller surfers, and Lakey quite tall compared to some of the other women. And you know, it's that hinge point, so much pressure on the back, and that's why it is so important to have that core strength, to always be working on the upper thigh and core strength, just to kind of maintain that strong foundation for all your surfing. Protect the back.
Great to see Lakey Peterson, all the work that she's put in behind the scenes at home, resting, rehabbing, finally getting back onto her surfboard a few months ago and feeling ready to be back in competition. And it's paid off, that time off, now setting her up for already, you know, a successful start to her campaign here in 2022. Currently sitting within that top 5 conversation.
Yeah, she set herself up this year, performing well. Always a bit tricky to come back from an injury, but on the flip side, it gives you that motivation. You know, you're out of the spotlight, you're out of the sport for a bit. You get taken away from your career and doing what you love. And so many times we've seen athletes come back just bigger, better, stronger, faster. Mick Fanning, perfect example, when he came back after the injury with his hamstring. And he came back a different human. You know, he got to know the intricacies of his body and what makes it work, and he came back and he was twice the size, twice as strong, and that's just when he went on an absolute tear and dominated the tour for many years.
Ronnie Blakey, I've heard that there is a little bit of tension out there amongst the surfers this morning.
Oh, incredible tension out in the lineup for Luana at the moment. Her CT hopes are on the line, performing well at this stage, sitting in that second position. But the intensity could be felt in the warm-up session. Chatting to a couple of the coaches, they said their surfers came in. They said it was one of the most intense, high-energy pre-heat warm-ups that they've experienced. And even a couple of the competitors on the men's side getting into it this morning. Jacob Wilcox and Zeke Lau had words, apparently, but definitely there's a lot on the line with the elimination rounds currently getting underway, and it's going to be really interesting to see just how it plays out once the surfers hit the lineup.
That's such an interesting insight, Ronnie, between Zeke and Jake, because Jacob Wilcox obviously is here as a wild card. Same with Mia McCarthy in this heat, where we could see those wild cards playing spoilers in the mid-season cut.
Most definitely. I mean, for obviously those surfers on the bubble, those below the cut line, you know, it's a high-pressure situation. But also Mia and Jacob Wilcox, they want to use this opportunity. They want to potentially get their names in the frame for more wildcards as we move through the back half of the season. So there is still a lot on the line for those competitors.
Thanks so much. And it just gives us so much to think about, Richie, when it comes to what's really going on behind the scenes here today, to know that there are literally careers at stake here. Surfers that'll be making it through with some big events, some of the best events on tour, with G-Land on the line, a new event in El Salvador. We've got J-Bay, so many great venues to surf, as well as so much more behind their careers and their sponsorship deals, and a lot to consider what is going down here today. As we see our wild card, Mia McCarthy with priority. Opts into this one. Nice snap to kick things off with. Finds that lip to connect with and rides through clean.
Yeah, that's a better wave for me. Committed to that final turn and able to ride out cleanly. She'll head into the Red Bull jet ski and get that quick elevator ride straight back into the lineup. And great to see her commit to that final turn.
Great commitment coming through from Mia. That was only her second wave. Her opening ride just a 2.5. Now linking together a couple of solid turns, putting on that finishing maneuver as well, that we know is so important to make that commitment, especially when it's just such a dangerous inside section.
Yeah, it's you've really put your body and your equipment on the line. Here goes Lakey.
Lakey Peterson looking to increase that already good score line. She dropped in a 7.00 for her last wave to improve on her 6.5. Now puts Luana Silva asking for an 8.57 to take the leading position in this heat. Luana paddled for that wave, didn't get into it, but she is the only one at the top of the lineup, so I think she'll hold on to priority regardless. And Lakey Peterson has done really well to increase that score line.
Yeah, she's just built really well through this heat. Let's have a look at the replay. So Lakey, a great looking wave here. Drives off the bottom, jams it on the top. That's better, more in the critical part, and again, a layback hack to finish things off. So a combination 1-2 punch there. And here we go. This is the replay of Mia McCarthy. You can just see here, she's not holding on to that rail that Richie Porter was talking about. The judges really noting that. They want to see you drive through that rail, keep it wet, keep it engaged through the whole turn. And Mia, unfortunately, just the board staying a little bit flat. But a great finish, though. So she's got herself a 3.90 from that one. But it looks like Lakey Peterson is just streaking out in front right now. And a little bit of pressure on Luana Silva now. She made a little error there, not being able to catch that wave. But she does have priority. And looks like we do have a few lines approaching. So an important moment in the heat coming up.
Extremely important as we come down to that 8-minute mark. Mia McCarthy studying to be a teacher, currently in a prac phase with a grade 1 class, a bunch of 6- and 7-year-olds. She's been teaching this school season, but before that kicked off, over the summer, she started Mia's surf camp and started coaching a bunch of young girls in the region. She says and is a strong believer that the more girls that are out shredding, the better it is for the lineup. So it's been great to see her pour back into her local community, a community that she's just so passionate to be a part of here in Margaret River. And I think that's such a consistent theme out of our WA surfers, is that so many of them just want to stay at home because they've got so many good waves on offer. They've got great small communities to tap into, and that they really hesitate to spend too much time on the east coast of Australia.
It's a hard place to leave, the West. You know, they say West is best, and that's because it is just so pristine. And as you mentioned, it's, you know, even though it's a big area down here, there's a lot of space between the breaks, but there is a tight-knit community within this little region, you know, from Margaret River all the way down to Yallingup. You know, they all connect, they all you know, barrack for each other and support each other.
And one of those benefits to being a local surfer here is understanding how dangerous the lineup is. Kaipo, you're out there, you're close to that danger.
Yeah, I mean, there's some really cool stuff happening as well. We saw a pot of dolphins ride through on the last wave with Mia, but yeah, the danger out here, we got the surgeon's table on the left. Surfers have actually been caught underneath that ledge, and then on the right, where we see the surfers ending up right on the bricks over there. So the inside section on both sides have some challenges and some things to be heads up on, but as we see, our surfers are taking it all the way through and up and riding right now. We have I'll let you take it away right here, because Lulu's just going to kick out of this one and reset.
All right, Luana having a look at that one and just getting a better understanding for where Kaipo is sitting with so much shallow reef on offer out here.
Yeah, it really is a treacherous final section on these waves, but we know that you have to commit to it if you want to get those big scores. And perhaps another little error there from Luana Silva, just taking a wave with no scoring opportunity. So she's given Mia McCarthy a chance. She's given an opening to Mia to get that 5.80, and not what she wanted at this moment in the heat.
And a paddle from Lakey Peterson with priority, looking to increase on her 13.50 heat total already. Knifes into that first turn. She'll kick out just the single turn on offer, but Lakey is looking really sharp out there. She's feeling relaxed and feeling like she knows this lineup.
Yeah, it just shows you the experience of Lakey Peterson. The first wave was a little bit tentative, but then from the third ride where she got the 6.5, she just switched on, and something clicked, and you can just see the confidence and the power has just built as with each and every wave.
As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap, Luana Silva got off to a quick start.
Yeah, she did. She looked like the informed surfer of the heat as things kicked off with some great surfing. You can see there driving her board, wrapping it all the way around back into the power source, almost connecting with the foam, bringing it all the way through to the inside, and just dodging the inside slab there. And Lakey Peterson loved these aerial views here. You can see just the expressive turns off the top and really using that upper body and to drive all the way through. Unfortunately, just a little slip there, but then she started to build. This was a great wave. You can see tight in the pocket, gets the carve, gets the board, leaning more on rail, and then an aggressive finish there. So a great combination, and that's why she's way out in front right now.
Yeah, Lakey building back is a really great thing to see, being that it's a surprising moment to see her into the elimination round. The last time that Lakey Peterson was in the elimination round was at the 2019 Championship Tour event in Portugal. She went on to make the finals and walk away with a second place finish there, so clearly got a little bit of fire under her walking through that elimination round. Made it all the way into the finals. Lakey goes down on that last one, but that's not going to really matter here because she just set herself up so well.
Yeah, she's done a lot of work already. You feel like she's done enough to progress through. Okay, here we go, an important wave here. Wow, and another takeoff with no opportunity.
It is an interesting one. What would be going through their minds on the takeoffs with the kickoffs as we keep an eye on live action? Mia McCarthy with the local knowledge for the wave selection. Last wave of the set goes for that big carve to kick things off. Wraps it back into the foam, and now she's got that double up standing up in front of her on the inside on a very shallow reef to pull out safely.
Wow, okay. Well, Mia McCarthy just pulling out right in front of the bricks there. She's still got 3 minutes to go. She'll come straight back out the back, paddle back out, choosing not to get on the jet ski. And it is a pretty clear run around this right-hander. And, well, she's looking for a 5.80. I just don't know whether she quite did enough on that wave. It definitely had the potential for a 5.8. And, well, Luana Silva, she's going to be lucky here if Mia doesn't get the score, because it was all here. Let's see what happens. Drives off the bottom, a nice carving turn. Cuts it a little short, though, and then a roundhouse cut back through the inside. And unfortunately, I tell you what, if there was one more section on here where she could have hit it, it would have been real danger signs for Luana Silva. She would have been put in a precarious situation.
Yeah, that is just crazy, thinking about how much is really on the line for Luana Silva, and the fact that we could see a wild card playing spoiler to her career dreams for advancing through past the midseason cut. Scores to come through now for Mia McCarthy. And as we see it trickling through, it will fall short of the requirement. So it's a 3.6, which moves into her top two waves. But she is still chasing that 5.80 to knock out Luana Silva. And priority now sitting with Lulu, the Sunset Beach local, with an opportunity to keep Mia McCarthy off of another set wave, to keep herself safe heading into the women's round of 16. Lakey Peterson already safe, sitting in that number 4 spot on the ranking. She's already made the midseason cut. It is official that she cannot fall off of tour this week at Margaret River. We'll be seeing her at G-Land. But all the pressure now sitting on Luana Silva. And on 2 of our surfers, well, 3 really, coming up in our next heat, elimination round, heat number 2 with Tatiana Weston-Webb, Gabriella Bryan, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Betty Lou and Gabriella both sitting below the cut line. Tatiana sitting in a good position at number 6, but she's not secure yet. So she's got a little bit of work to do through this event to make sure she will be packing her bags and heading to G-Land, not just making that stop on the East Coast at Snapper next week.
Yeah, it's a great heat coming up. And with a minute to go, we may see another ride here. Critical part of this heat. And Luana Silva just really needs to keep her cool here. And if she does take a wave, she needs to make sure that she is going to get put some extra points on the board. Here we go.
Here we go with an opportunity. She's chasing an 8.57, but looking to increase on that 4.93. Huge carve combination to back up those first 2 turns. Goes in for the third and commits to the finishing section.
Job done. Great surfing. Possibly the best wave of the heat in my mind when I think of commitment and the way she attacked those sections. Just looking really, really good. Nervous times though. She's left it to the last minute. And, well, a great heat for Mia McCarthy as well. She had some great waves. And Lakey Peterson, just a polished performance, but really, really good surfing from Luana Silva in a clutch situation right at the end of that heat. She'll take a lot of confidence, and she'll be confidently going through this one.
Yeah, impressive performance, keeping that mental game strong on this final wave. Her mom and brother would be feeling so good sitting there on the steps.
Just at this moment, she could have been so tentative and nervous, and there are just no signs. I love that second turn. That's one of the best carving turns I've actually seen of the event from our women. So, you know, great signs there, and she'll be taking some real good vibes as she gets out of the elimination round.
Scores through. It's a 6.8 for Luana Silva. Walks through with second, just behind Lakey Peterson. Those two advancing through. And our Margaret River wild card, Mia McCarthy, out of the event, but a great performance from her nonetheless. Coming up next, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Gabriella Bryan, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
I'm looking for trouble. It looking for me. I'm looking for trouble. You're looking for me. I'm looking for...
Champions are champions, and they are champions for a reason. They're the best at what they do, but I think that now the entire tour is evolving at such a rapid speed, and it's really, really fun to be a part of this generation because I just feel like we're all pushing each other so much harder. I think that anyone can win an event now. It just is a matter of who's doing the right thing on the right day and being in the right time at the right place.
Welcome back to the Margaret River Pro. Women's elimination round is underway. The men's elimination round will be heading out next. Currently in the lineup, Tatiana Weston-Webb, world number 6, Gabriella Bryan, world number 11, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, world number 17. Two rookies looking to keep their dreams alive heading into the back half of their rookie season. Tatiana Weston-Webb also not entirely secure, though she's done so well to keep herself in those high rankings. She's just sitting outside of that top 5 and needs to get a little work done here just to guarantee that spot into G-Land.
Yeah, you'd have to think that Tati is only a heat or two away from being safe, sitting down in 6th position. But you know, mathematically, there is still the opportunity that she could get bumped out, but highly unlikely at this point. And given the way that she surfs out here at Margaret River, you would have to think that it's going to be a tall order for her to not be in the final stages of this event. But in saying that, she's up against two rookies who are desperate to keep their place on tour, and two amazing surfers at that, who perhaps haven't given us the best of them this season. You know, they came on so strong. You know, big expectations from Betty Lou after an amazing sort of qualifying campaign to get onto the tour, but just hasn't really put those performances together in a CT format yet.
Yeah, there's just so much around that conversation. We had, you know, all that hope and expectation on the rookies. Coming into this season, we had 5 rookies on the Women's Championship Tour, which hasn't happened in a very long time, to have that big of a class and that much talent coming through in those young competitors. Betty Lou qualifying at just 16 years old, now 17, but a very fresh 17 years old. Gabby Bryan, 19 years old on qualification, and Gabby kicked off finished off her Challenger Series campaign with a victory for the very first WSL Challenger Series. She walked away with 3 second-place finishes. She didn't have that win, that clinching moment to get the victory at one of those, but to walk away runner-up in 3 out of 4 events was just exceptional. So for her, that consistency coming into her rookie season on the tour was really exciting. And then for Betty Lou Johnson to find that qualification at home at Haleiwa to take out an event win with Carissa Moore in the heat nonetheless was really exceptional.
Yeah, it was a huge moment in her career, in her short career to date. And I'm sure she's going to be having a very long career. She's just such a good surfer, very, very strong. There aren't really any sort of weaknesses in her arsenal. When I think of, you know, what she produces on a wave, she has all the power, she's got the tricks as well. But yeah, just something hasn't clicked for her yet in the CT format. It's a different stage. It honestly, it brings a new type of nerve, and it's something you need to adjust to.
Gabriella Bryan having the first look for women's elimination heat number 2. Couple of carves connected together, goes more open face on that last one, and now up into the lip with a powerful snap and finish. This wave has more to offer her through to the inside section onto the bricks, and that is an aggressive way to kick things off.
Great start there from Gabriella Bryan, and just so committed to every turn. Watch the toes, watch the board, watch the fins. She'll make her way into the jet ski. Red Bull jet ski drivers are the best in the business.
Gabriella Bryan currently sitting number 11 on the ranking. She does need to advance through this heat to keep that hope alive. Both her and Betty Lou sitting below the cut line. It will be the top 10 women advancing into G-Land and requalifying themselves for the 2023 season as we take a look at this first wave.
Yeah, just cuts the bottom turn halfway down the face and gets straight to business. And another little setup turn here, but I love this inside section. That turn in particular, just leaning right into it, and comes all the way through. Gets a little bonus section here right on top of that dangerous reef section. But watch here, it leans right into the bottom turn. So much power. Transitions onto the heel side rail and then snaps cleanly off the top. A little release of the fins. Doesn't overcook it, keeps the nose of the board pointing down the line, and then straight into another one. So a great transition there. There was that little release moment on the second one. Some good surfing. She looks like she's ready to roll.
And starts her campaign off with a 5.83. Now something to build from. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Betty Lou Johnson waiting for their opening rides.
Well, that's good signs for Gabriella Bryan, getting herself a 5.83 on what was a smaller inside wave. It wasn't one of the bigger sets that we've seen of the morning so far. So if she can find herself on one of the bigger sets and bring that style of surfing, she's going to do well in this heat.
Gabby has found herself in the elimination round of every single contest except for Bells Beach last week. But she has yet to lose out in the elimination round. So she's battled back, Pipe, Sunset, and Portugal. Found that strength, that momentum to battle through after, you know, a lackluster start in the opening round. She did really well at Sunset to make it into the semifinals. Both Gabby and Betty Lou actually making it into those semifinal rounds out at Sunset Beach, which was a pretty exciting event for the rookie class. They just dominated in those round of 16 and quarterfinal heats.
Yeah, they were really on a tear in Hawaii. And as often happens, you know, the wild cards or the rookies, excuse me, come onto the tour and they've got so much energy and they show the judges something new that they haven't seen before in previous years, and bring a real exciting style of surfing. And sometimes as you go into deeper into the tour and a third and fourth event, it's harder to maintain that level of consistency. And perhaps that's what has happened here with both Betty Lou and Gabriella. There's been, you know, moments of really good surfing, as we just saw on that last wave, Gabriella Bryan. But the results have just sort of eluded them. But this is a clutch heat. Looks like we might have a rider now.
No priority established between Betty Lou and Tatiana. Tati with the inside gets the selection of this one. Great snap to kick things off, straight up into the lip. Goes a little more open on that second turn, and the third now out into that open face. Readjusts and makes a great finish with a powerful start for Tatiana.
Strong surfing there from Tatiana Weston-Webb, and we know that she can do it out here. Former winner. And, well, you can see why. Just so strong on her backhand.
Gabriella Bryan now with priority. Straight into the lip. Hits a heavy section. A lot of tenacity.
Wow, just got compressed as that wave exploded underneath the board. Not able to ride out of that one. Let's have a look here at the replay of Tatiana. Betty Lou wanted it as well. Tatiana drives off the bottom. A clean snap. Sits right on the hillside rail. Great bottom turn. And a little slow on the second snap, but then cleans it up here. Projects off the lip. And shows her experience riding over that final section. Let's have a look what happened here. So Gabriella gets up on the lip. Gets nice and low to the board, but you can see just the explosion under her board there. Just knocks her straight off. And you've got to be careful of the ankles on those ones. So much power in these waves.
And how often do we miss surfers from the championship tour just due to those ankle injuries?
Yeah, ankles, knees, shoulders, and backs, all the hinge points. It's tough stuff, but great looking set here. Looks like Betty Lou missing the first one, but she will pick this second one up.
With priority, has a great looking face in front of her. Great carve to kick things off. Patiently setting up for a great connection with the lip on that two-turn combo.
Yeah, that was a great combination of turns there. And that's exactly what she's going to need if she's going to progress through this heat. And, well, she started well, so you'd have to think that, you know, it really is going to come down to what Gabriella and Betty Lou do in this heat. This is crucial. You know, in the next 23 minutes, we could potentially be relegating someone back to the championship tour. Looking at the replay here, Betty Lou just gets right out on the face, cuts back into the energy, and then this turn here, very committed, gets the board up high, and then hits the eject button here. Just throwing the board up into the lip. A little bit of a wobble off the top, puts some drama into the turn, but regains control and composure there for a great finish.
Scores to come through for Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Tatiana West opens up her campaign with a 7.33.
Yeah, that's a world-class style of surfing that Tatiana is bringing to Margaret River this morning, and she has over the last several years. She'll be feeling confident. she wouldn't even be considering not getting through this heat. She wouldn't even be worried about it. She'd just be going, yep, I'm going to get my my 2 7s, possibly an excellent ride, and I'll move on through to the next round.
Absolutely right. Gabrielle O'Brien, on the other hand, she's got the pressure on her alongside a few other surfers from the rookie class. Ronnie Blakey, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, it's intense, isn't it? I mean, Luana Silva, she performed so well in that last heat and really finished off that heat in great style. But Gabrielle O'Brien, Betty Lou, their dreams of staying on tour after this contest are on the line right now. It's an interesting heat when you look at the matchup. Gabrielle O'Brien grew up worshipping Tatiana, which she grew up in Kauai as well, and now she has to overcome her hero potentially to make that next round. Betty Lou and Tatiana both coached by Ross Williams, and so they would have had a lot of heat drills together, so it was really interesting seeing Tatiana just force the issue with that inside position when priority was neutral and just take that way from Betty Lou. I've got to say, just watching things unfold so far, I feel like Betty Lou, her inexperience at this venue can be identified just a little bit, just slightly out of position a couple of times, paddling for a wave, not quite getting into it, and then taking off on a wave and maybe being just a little on the shoulder. In saying that, she's a quick learner, and I think when I look at the whole rookie class, I think Betty Lou maybe has the most potential to chase down world titles in the future. But it's been a similar year to, say, someone like Ethan Ewing had in his rookie campaign. Not a lot of big moments to celebrate, just that one huge finish at Sunset Beach. But she's so talented, and hopefully she can give her best out here at the moment and show us what she can do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, Ronnie. I mean, just thinking, Richie, about the few heats that Betty Lou has really had in the Jersey. She qualified so young, within that first year or two of even starting to compete on the qualifying series. Of course, the Challenger Series was introduced really in her first year of even going for qualification, and she walked away with that, which was huge. But she's one of those surfers that has actually just lacked experience of time in a Jersey.
Yeah, and a lot of the locations on the championship tour do require a level of commitment, and you need to come here and you need to figure it out. You need to surf these locations in all its different moods and all the different conditions in order to get to know it, and to have that level of confidence that when you turn up for an event, you're going, I've got this place dialed in. I know the takeoff zone. I know what it's like when it's offshore, onshore, when it's 6 foot, when it's 10 foot. And as Ronnie mentioned there, just perhaps a little bit of inexperience there. And in contrast, the experience of Tatiana, forcing that inside line, and that's what the greats like Gabrielle Medina and the Johns of the world do as well, that they use those little bits of advantage that can give them the upper hand and give them the start to a heat, which can ultimately determine the outcome.
Yeah, and such great insight too, just, noting that both of those women, Tati and Betty Lou, working with Ross Williams, one of the greatest coaches within professional surfing, the world title coach really, to get those surfers to those great results. So for Betty Lou coming into her rookie season with someone like that in her corner, as we see the Dolphins through the lineup. And then for Tatiana Weston-Webb, finishing off number 2 in the world last year with Ross behind her. As we check live action now with Gabrielle O'Brien up into the lip on that first maneuver. A wave doesn't offer anything else for her. Gabby's a bit of a different story. She's 19 years old, qualified for the championship tour after quite a few years competing on the qualifying series. Her and one of her best friends, India Robinson, who's currently sitting at number 8 on the women's rankings, they had that goal to qualify together. They've been traveling the world together for a number of years already. They've got that experience of being away from home, being away from family, being away from familiarity, and having to figure out new breaks, having to get used to figuring out where they're going to eat every day, like all that comes into play, where for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, this is brand new for the high school student. As she connects with the lip on this great looking wave, she's going to put in a solid finish and redirect to kick out on the inside.
Yeah, I almost thought she was going to keep going and do a little rebound off the left there. And again, perhaps if she had surfed this wave for many years now, she would have gone, okay, I can actually fit that final little foam hit that's going to get me that maybe a 0.4 or 0.5 better on the score line. But overall, that was a better wave. And we saw her open up, connecting those moves. So hopefully this will be a semi-decent score. I don't think it's going to go much above 5. But better signs here from Betty Lou. As you can see here, just a foam takeoff, gets to work straight away. A nice roundhouse cut back into the foam. Negotiates that oncoming foam section, hits it high, and then that third turn blasting off the top. Throwing a nice little plume of spray. Just a single turn here for Gabrielle O'Brien, but it was a good one. Up high in the lip, the drama, the dramatic ending to that one. And Richie Porter did say that we will reward, or the judges will reward, big single manoeuvres, but they have to be intense. They have to be high risk. We saw it with Isabel Nichols the other day. She stealed a win there. And, well, decent score coming through, Shannon, a 5.47 for that single turn.
Gabrielle O'Brien setting herself up in the lead now with a 5.83. Improves on her backup score now with a 5.47. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson drops in her second score of a 4.27. And now Tatiana Weston-Webb with the single highest score of the morning with that 7.33. Chasing just a 1.61 to take the leading position, or the advancing position, let alone the leading position, should she get a score.
Look, you got to assume that Tatiana's going to get another wave and shoot out to number one. The issue here is that, as we see, okay,
with
Tatiana.
Priority, Tatiana just chasing a small score to make a difference. Putting that back up on the board. Heavy up into the lip and gets sucked over the falls on the finish.
Yeah, gnarly little section there, and Tatiana just taking the option to pull through the back. She knew better than to try and hit that one. Wasn't worth it. Still 15 minutes. She can get that second score. But the issue here for Betty Lou Sakura is that when you look at her highest scoring ride, it's more than a point under Gabrielle's highest scoring ride, and her second scoring ride is under a point from Gabriella's second scoring ride. So she's at least a couple of points behind here, and she needs to pick this up. So the next wave for Betty Lou Sakura, a very, very important ride.
Extremely crucial moments on the line. 15 minutes on the clock, and we saw Lakey Peterson advance through into the round of 16.
Lakey, just saying, you're up early. The older we get, the earlier we have to wake up to, you know, stretch the body and warm up. But amazing start to the day for you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was nice to just get some waves finally. It's so hard in free surfs to get waves out there, and that heat was just nice to get some reps. And we had nice conditions. And yeah, I was up so early. I was joking with Tyler the other day, like if your first heat, you got to be up at like 4 a.m. if you're our age, warming up, getting your body moving. So anyways, it was like, yeah, I was up early today, warming up, but it paid off, so it was all right.
And, you know, we don't see you often in this elimination round. I think maybe the last time was back in 2019, but I mean, you know, coming into this event, the last time you were here, you actually won the event. So how good is it to be back? And yeah, like you're saying, getting those reps and getting through.
Yeah, it's so good. It's great to be back in West Oz. It's obviously beautiful here. And last time I competed here, I won the event, and that was really special for me. So hopefully we can do it again. It's great. We have some fun waves on offer. It's been a long waiting period, you know, but I'm glad they've kind of waited till we get the best conditions. So we'll keep it going.
And one of the few girls that have already made the cut, does that, you know, take the pressure off and just make you want to surf hard?
It does a lot, for sure. I can't imagine having the cut on the line right now if you were on the bubble type of thing. It feels really good to at least have that secured. But then your headspace sort of shifts towards the top 5, and you know, I've had a couple throwaway results, so yeah, there's always some form of pressure. But in terms of the cut, it does feel nice to be able to relax and know that I have my job for another year or so. So that's good.
Amazing. Lakey, we'll see you into round 3.
Great to hear. Great to hear from Lakey, and just being able to relax, but also the reality that with the changes to the calendar this year, the WSL has introduced, obviously with the Challenger Series that will kick off at Snapper next week. So for any surfers that do fall off tour this week at Margaret River, they'll have that opportunity to jump straight back into the jersey and start their campaign for requalification for the next CT season. There's also the top 5 on the line and world titles. So it's kind of this exciting shift to see that there's always going to be something that our surfers are working towards, no matter where they're sitting in the draw.
Yeah, it's creating drama, isn't it, all the way through the year. And unfortunately, Tatiana not able to grab that ride. But yeah, it's going to be interesting for our surfers who do drop off and not make the cut, and then have to pick themselves up, deal with those emotions of losing their position on tour, but then refocus, because next week they've got the first Challenger Series, as you said, up on the Gold Coast. So, you know, there's not a lot of time to grieve. It's game, got to get your game face back on straight away. So it'll be interesting to see who can adjust and who actually just melts away.
A lot of pressure on the line. 12 minutes on the clock. We'll head to a quick break. Kelly Slater grabbing the jersey. He is in the men's elimination round, heat number 1, which will be hitting the lineup after the finish of women's elimination, heat number 2.
I never thought I was going to make it here. I thought I was going to miss the whole event.
So many. The male pro Portugal champ.
Oh my gosh.
I think it's so cool to see all the progression in women's surfing. It's really just taken off, and it's super cool to be a part of it. Yeah, if I can just leave a mark on surfing as someone who worked hard and never gave up, that would be pretty special.
Welcome back to beautiful Western Australia and the Margaret River Pro. I'm Kai Pagora bringing you the Oakberry Surf Conditions Report. We got about 3 to 4 foot surf today, holding up, very tame main break, if you would. A little bit of a south swell bump coming through here, a little warble in the lineup. Mid-morning, high tide, then draining out this afternoon, but the coefficient on the tides, not very high, only about a half a meter of water changing on the reef over here, and that's lining up for a beautiful day of competition here.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Gabriella Bryan currently sitting in the lead, Tatiana Weston-Webb sitting in second, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with her rookie season on the line right now, sitting out the back with priority, chasing down a 6.17. Keep her dreams alive to make that mid-season cut to get that opportunity to compete at G-Land and to requalify for the next season, as we take a look at this from the break.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryan up and riding here, stringing together a series of clean snaps, gets to the finish and rides out. So she's going to put even more pressure on Betty Lou. As we see here, up and riding, a replay of Tatiana slams that first section on the backhand, and again, just a critical turn for a second one. Does she get to the finish? Yes, she does. Hits the oncoming foam section, rides out. Watch the bricks. Whoa!
Onto dry reef.
Wow, you could see her there. Her board just literally stopped as she hit the reef.
Will she even have fins now?
Wow. You can just look, the plug got pulled, and that reef, you can see there the board starts shattering. It's just a gnarly moment there, and we hope that Tatiana is okay. Obviously, we want to make sure she's okay first, and then we'll check the board. But you'd have to think that the fins have been graded down, and hopefully they're still in a board. So much pressure when the board hits the reef like that. She's checking her body first. Wow.
What an extreme level of commitment from the Brazilian Tatiana Weston-Webb, checking the fins now. But it was well worth it because she has dropped in a 9.17 for that wave, Richie.
Well, that just reeks of commitment, doesn't it, that score? And some amazing surfing, committed right up tight in the pocket in the power source, and just putting everything on the line.
Everything.
She's been rewarded.
Everything on the line, bodyboard included. Gabriella Bryan drops in an 8.33 from that exchange.
It's looking very, very ominous here for Betty Lou Sakura. Unfortunately, she's made life very difficult for herself, not being able to drop a decent score at this point in the heat with only 7 minutes to go. And, well, Tatiana, she is way out in front now. She can't be beat, I don't think, in this heat unless something extraordinary happens. And this really, all the pressure now just falls on Betty Lou. She needs a decent wave, and she needs a good wave in the next few minutes.
Well, we can certainly say that from this round, the performances are lifting. That pressure is pushing the performances to the utmost in the elimination round. Ronnie Blakey, boys elimination, heading out next. There is a lot on the line across the board.
Oh, how intense has these first couple of heats of the morning been? We can see Gabriella at the moment just kicking out of one, but yeah, the competitors in that first heat making their way past me. Jadson Andre had the blinders on. He couldn't shift his focus. He was just looking straight out there in the lineup. He went down and meditated for a moment before hitting the water in the keyhole. Kelly Slater, on the other hand, typical Kelly, just trying to release the pressure for himself. Quite chatty, engaging with fans as he made his way down, and most importantly, engaging with Jack Thomas. He actually wished Jack all the best. He said, have fun out there, man, which we know always has a huge effect on those youngsters. He's going to try and relish the opportunity competing against Kelly, but it's got to be in your mind. You're about to take on the 11-time world champ. Not many people get that shot.
Well, I feel like Ronnie, with Kelly engaging with Jack, that just shows his intention to take out the wins.
Oh, absolutely. He's famous for it. Tatiana up at the moment, just a quick turn. I'll let you guys talk through this set, and let's chat some more.
Thanks so much, Ronnie. Tati up into a significant lead. She's found herself in the excellent range on that heat total of a 16.50 for our defending champion. She took out a huge victory here in 2021 over Steph Gilmore. And she's got an incredible track record, having finaled 3 times out of her 6 appearances here at Margaret River.
Yeah, she's just really found a connection with the Margaret River main break, and in particular on these right-handers, and it just speaks volumes to how strong of a backhand attack Tatiana has. Possibly the best backhand surfer on tour, in my opinion, just by nature of how high and how vertical she puts her board on her backhand and how tight she can turn. But then she also has these calculated power turns on these right-handers, and she has this go-for-broke attitude on the end section that you really have to have, where some of the women and also the men, they can get a little bit tentative. She has none of that. She gives 100% commitment to that final move, and we know that that's what it takes to get these excellent scores, and she's nailed one here. She will walk away, I think, with the win here with 4.5 minutes to go. Crunch time for Betty Lou. This is it.
This is it. Everything on the line for the 17-year-old rookie in Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, born and raised in Haleiwa, the North Shore of Oahu. Took out a victory at the Challenger Series event there against some of her heroes, and that of Carissa Moore. She shared that final with India Robinson as well as Gabriella Bryan, and walked away to a very sweet victory to find herself with an opportunity to paddle out at Pipeline for the very first event of her championship tour career. And now she finds herself with a big ask in front of her, chasing a near perfect score to take the advancing position, as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap and Tatiana Weston-Webb showing us why she has been so unbeatable out here at Margaret River.
Yeah, just dominating these right-handers on the backhand. Just look at her timing, the little adjustments she makes. And, well, this lady here, she's put in a great effort as well. Gabriella Bryan just surfing away. Well, the start of what she wants to be surfing, out of trouble here, close to the cut line. But with surfing like this, she could go deep into this event and put herself right out of danger. And Tatiana, just such strong surfing, a real world-class approach to this heat. Just 2 really strong waves here. And just the commitment level right here. Just watch as she rolls. Tries to ride right over dry reef there. And checking the board. I'm sure the fins are damaged. She'll probably look to replace that fin set for the next heat.
Live action, Betty Lou Johnson chasing a 9.49 to keep her dreams alive on the Women's Championship Tour. Connects up into the lip on a great looking wave, throwing it all on the line for that finishing section.
Yeah, the surfing's there. That was a great wave. And a great comeback wave for Betty Lou. She is going to have to steam train out the back from here. 2 minutes on the clock. That wave is not going to be enough. A 9.49 is what she needs. That's not going to be it. It was a great wave, though. Good surfing from Betty Lou. She may have just left her run just a little bit late, that's all.
A big set rolling through.
Yeah,
this is both Tatiana and Gabriella.
You can see Gabriella Bryan and Tatiana Weston-Webb, they're having no part of this set. All they are thinking now is sit on Betty Lou. Let's just close this one out. I think Tatty, she might just do a little bit of a victory lap, but Gabriella Bryan is, with first priority, is going to sit on Betty Lou Sakura and just lock her out here. She's going to try and stop her from getting a wave. The only thing that Betty Lou is hoping for now is a set with multiple waves so that she can push Gabrielle onto a wave here and give herself a chance to get back into the mix.
Now this is a really interesting situation. 60 seconds, just over 60 seconds on the clock, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has decreased the requirement. She's now chasing only a 7.30 to advance. It would still be her biggest score of the heat. Her last score drops through as a 6.87, which significantly helped that requirement. But Gabriella Bryan does have priority over Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And should Betty Lou not get an opportunity to get the score she requires, we could be looking at the first of those to miss the midseason cut, as we see Gabriella having to go on this one. She's going to kick out of a heavy section, and now with 45 seconds on the clock, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is sitting with priority.
Well, she did a job. She did everything right in that situation there. She pushed Gabriella onto a wave, and Gabriella didn't better her score, so job done there. It's just in this final 30 seconds, is the ocean going to give her the chance to surf back onto the championship tour here? Because her career, her short rookie career on the championship tour comes down to this last 20 seconds.
And she got to surf on her rookie season on tour with some of her idols to travel the world with John Florence, Kelly Slater, Steph Gilmore. And now it looks like it may be coming to a close with just 2 seconds on the clock. It's not going to be enough time for Betty Lou to luck herself into a wave. Gabriella Bryan with an excellent performance, scoring an 8.33. to improve on her 5.83, keeps Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in that third place position. And officially with that, our rookie in Johnson will not make the midseason cut.
It's just unfortunate. It's heartbreaking, actually, even just looking at it from a competitor commentator situation. You know, you can feel for her there. Tatiana just giving us some comfort. You know, tough moments here on the tour, especially as a rookie. She's going to have to pick herself up. I guess if there's a consolation prize, is that she is surfing well. It's not her surfing ability, and yeah, she'll have to go back to the drawing board. We wish her the best of luck on the Challenger Series.
She is a woman with such a bright future ahead of her. Love seeing that sisterhood in the lineup. We'll be right back. Kelly Slater in the elimination round right after this.
as long as that event's been going, it's been pretty much looked at as a left. You'd never go right that much. The right's way shorter, but the left gives you the length of ride, and it was different back in the day. So when Kelly got the 10, it was sort of like a dream wave, you know, for a ride out there. You don't ever see that. I've never seen that in competition. No one rides it like that. I feel like it's a new view on the wave. I've seen guys get barreled on the left on crazy ones, but you see it on a right, they're just elusive. You don't see them that much. Kelly's pretty elusive, so.
The Kelly stories are incredible, especially coming from Jack Robinson, the local here at the Margaret River Pro, reflecting back on a 10-point ride from Kelly. It was in round 3 in 2015, and Kelly had a 19.5 combined heat total. Still the mark is the best combined total we've had at Margaret River. Obviously under him is all the John combined totals with a couple of big 9s to his name. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel with one of the legends of the sport who busted down the door to create pro surfing, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, we're already feeling that emotional roller coaster that we were expecting at the mid-season cut, especially just saying goodbye to Betty Lou.
Yeah, and I mean, Betty Lou, she surfed really well in that heat there. I actually thought she might have got a little underscored in a couple of her ways, but gosh, she was up against it. Gabriella got that 8.33, and Tatiana really took that dominant position in the heat. So, yeah, it's a tough day for the young surfer, and but gosh, she's got so many years ahead of her and incredible potential. I'd say, you know, she'll be up the snapper in that warm tropical water that she's used to, and she'll be back.
100%. During the break, we already got this heat started. We're in the men's elimination round. Jadson Andre, Kelly Slater, and a wild card named Jack Thomas looking to avoid third place and elimination. This was the yelling up surfer getting a start against a couple of his heroes here.
Yeah, wow, he had to really bring that one way back. He looked like he was going for all money.
And then tapped it right there in the pocket, had a little bit of an end section to work with, so hung in there to try to show the judges he had control. Kelly looked at a wave and kicked out. Now here comes Jadson in motion. Andre looking for a big result to stay on tour. Nice control off the lip, bottom drops out. Under the lip hook to finish when he had to go upside down in the curl of the wave. That was impressive positioning for Andre to get the completion early. Remember, 35-minute heats in these elimination round matchups. We'll switch to 30-minute heats once we get to the round of 16. Jaddy fighting for his tour life, Bugs. We've said that quite a few times in Jadson's career, and oftentimes he ends up on top. Kelly up and down into a layback, stays in motion of the wave. Opting to switch to the thruster today. He'll manage to stay on his feet. That closeout section almost impossible without a transition to get to the top of the wave. These guys doing well to stay on their boards.
Oh, they were two really great rides, and Kelly, the most amazing recovery, that double jointed back of his came into play. Absolutely, like that was a proper layback. I don't think it was planned.
It's amazing how well this man can bend still at 50 years of age. Let's have another look.
He went vertical, and then, I mean, it was a layback by, not by design, I'd say, Joe, and then he finishes it here. This is a tough section too. He had to, that lip was already pitching when he met it. And here we see Jadson. This is a pretty interesting ride. You just know Jadson's going to fight like a wounded tiger in this heat.
And then how does he manage the finish, Bugs?
Oh, that's unbelievable. Upside down. He must get rewarded for that. This is such a degree of difficulty that is just completely upside down, thrown out with the lip. And the beauty about that is that he went with the lip. He didn't try to overpower it. But he came from such an acute angle. It was a radical maneuver.
Impressed to see Jadson at every stage of his career. I guess seeing him paired up with Kelly in elimination round heat makes us reflect on his championship tour victory he had as a rookie back in 2010. Still his only championship tour win of his long career. He didn't just get past Kelly. I mean, that was the final. Semi-final was Dane Reynolds back in 2010. Quarters, Michelle Perez got past Luke Monroe, Damian Hobgood. he had quite a run. Even started off with an all-Brazilian battle where he got to experience a matchup with Neko Padarats in his opening round appearance. That was his breakthrough performance. Obviously a different story, being with Kelly in a final. Now he's with Kelly when he's got his career on the line, Bugs.
Well, it sent, you know, Jadson Andre, when he won that event in 2010, it sent shockwaves through the surfing world. I mean, who was this kid from Brazil that could beat the greatest surfer? And little did we know, it was the first barrage of that, the leading edge of the Brazilian storm.
Let's get more insight on this talented goofy foot with another goofy foot in the water. Out the back with Dometic, Kaipo Guerrero. So many special stories for Jadson Andre, and you've seen him survive these pressure situations more often than not.
Yeah, this is not unknown waters for Jadson Andre. We've seen him fall off the championship tour a number of times, have to scratch back onto tour via the qualifying series. He did that at Sunset with some clutch performances. So, Joe, I really feel that this is a realm that Jadson has operated in before, doing a clutch performance, and he's going to come up for the challenge right now. Again, not uncharted waters that Jadson Andre knows very well.
Well, Kaipo, you've seen so much of Jadson surfing. You're now 32 years of age. Does it look like he's slowing down, or is he still just as hyperactive as he was when he qualified?
He has that electric pace, doesn't he, Jadson Andre, where he hasn't slowed down at all. He has this electric pace to his surfing that is really, really quick on the backhand, quick snaps. And of course, we know what he did in the air game, you know, to kind of revolutionize that. But right now, he's really relying on that quick backhand surfing, and I'm enjoying seeing it from the water because it's very impressive.
And Kaipo, I mean, as we know that Jadson's been in this space many times, but the fact that he's got a heat against the 11 times world champion, do you think that's put a bit of a rocket under him?
Ah, for sure. I mean, Jadson Andre, if you think about it, he really is the heartbeat in a lot of ways of the Brazilian Storm. And why? Because of the passion that he has. And that passion and that competitiveness that he has, I think, when he has a big challenge like Kelly Slater, that's going to bring out the best in Jadson.
And I suppose, Kaipo, you've got this crazy wild card factor with the Yallingup local, Jack Thomas. Any insight on how he's going to perform today?
Well, Jack Thomas won some junior titles over here. He's familiar with the water. He's got the hometown of Yallingup behind him. He's very quick on the backhand as well. So it's the time for the young man to make a name for himself.
Good man, Kipes. 25 on the clock. Jadson leading 5.5. Kelly with that layback to recovery, 4.10. Jack Thomas, a 4.0. Working with Jay Davies, which is a great collaboration. Jay was responsible for eliminating Mick Fanning at the box that famous year where he went all the way to the quarterfinals in pumping conditions. And now he's stepping into Jack Thomas's corner to see if he can destroy some dreams in this event.
And the thing is, Joe, I mean, for Kelly Slater looking at this heat, it mightn't be, you know, one of the toughest heats he's faced, but he would know that surfers like Jack and Jadson, just the fact they're competing against Kelly Slater, they're going to grow a foot taller.
They certainly will, especially in these conditions where they'll find a reason to be inspired. Their careers are on the line. Oftentimes you expect Kelly to eliminate the entire field when the waves are as good as it gets. That inspires him more than anything. At 50 years of age, famous for winning the start of the season, once again what he called the greatest win of his career. Well, almost 50, still 49 at the time when he finished in the final over Seth Moniz. Priorities with Jack Thomas. Decision time. You can see the left and the right here at main break. It'll be Jadson Andre getting down the line. First section, vertical whip, incomplete.
Well, Jack left that one go. He had a good look at it, and he didn't like the look of it. This was a very walled wave there for Kelly Slater. Sitting inside of Jack, also had a bit of a sniff at, and that first exchange, really interesting, Joe. You know, Jadson, he definitely got the best wave, that 5-5, but look how close the scores are between Jack Thomas and Kelly Slater. A 4 for Jack Thomas and just a 4.1 for Kelly Slater. So just incrementally better. Jack got a series of maneuvers. Kelly, I'm not sure he would have got too many points on that layback.
It's interesting how you score a layback these days. If it looks like a fall and then a recovery, that might be a disruption of flow. If it's a real purposeful layback hack where you're going for that risk factor, oftentimes those you'll see a pretty massive score for. First thing they always look at is the section. It was pretty full, and Kelly's amazing ability to recover is second to none on tour. Back to Jansen.
Yeah, it's a very walled wave here, and he knows he's got to go for one big Hail Mary. Just kind of got caught up in the lip there. And we see that Kelly's sitting inside of Jack. I mean, this is on purpose. He's really kind of got a bit of a roving commission out there at the moment. I think he's really looking to get one of those deep rights, the smaller deep rights. He's clearly got his mind on that. Whereas Jack's sitting out there, he knows the break well, Joe, and he's waiting for the bomb, and he knows, you know, I mean, Kelly's must know he's got this massive target on his back. He's got number 11 on it.
That's right, 11 world titles, got his first world title back in the early 90s. He won 6 titles in the 90s. He was in the age range in the 20s back then. Then he had a few years off. He accepted some wild cards and didn't win his 7th world title till 2005. That was the Andy Irons rivalry. And then he went on to win 11 titles, clinching that 11th in San Francisco. As we have a paddle for Jack Thomas. Fading to start. First snap, solid off the top. Frames it up in the pocket once again. Sweeping down to the bottom and frames up a whitewater hack well before he gets to the shallow end. Jaddy kicks out of the wave behind him. Thomas didn't need much to move in the top 2. We're going to see that happen now.
Yeah, well, we'll see that happen now. We'll probably see Kelly go out and assume the alpha position in the lineup now and wait for one of those A-frames. I thought Jack, you know, he knows the break well. He certainly selected a good wave with a great taper. I kind of felt he was doing a really similar maneuver all the time. He didn't really get his board above the lip line. And he tucks under the lip there, comes around this section. That's his strongest move. And again, another sort of a softer move here. And then the finish, Joe, you know, he does finish it well. I think the points will be held back a little bit on that one.
Kelly up, sets up with an open face hook. Top turn wrap. He will take the drop down to the bottom. Nice clean snap. Fitting in a variety of maneuvers. Running out of water on the inside shelf, but he will improve on his backup score. All 3 competitors improving. 19:45 to go. Jaddy taking off behind the peak. Quick bottom turn, swift backhand wrap. Sneaks in another top turn, and the Brazilian from Natal City is framing up a vertical and stepping off. World number 28, looking for a big result. Jansen had a 5.5 before that. That'll be into his top 2 for the time being.
Yeah, that's definitely going to put him in the strong position. Kelly's waves are pretty interesting, and this one of Jansen, again, it just sort of runs out of steepness, Joe. It's a well-surfed wave. I guess the one thing on the back end, that's a sort of a move that's going to score more points. Kelly's wave's another interesting one. This hook here is pretty solid in a really steep part of the wave. And then he does a series of, comes over as a ledgy section. That's a great snap. This 3-way battle going on right now. It seems to me that Kelly got the best of that exchange.
Yeah, Kelly dealing with a couple of goofy foots, but did well to frame up that opening carve. We'll wait for scores as we talk to a previous event champ. Tatiana is with Laura.
Tati, picking up where you left off last year, a 9 and a 7, massive commitment. You always just blow us away with your commitment, but yeah, that close call on the reef there, talk us through it.
Thanks. Yeah, honestly, I wasn't thinking. I just was like, I need to do this last turn. And the next thing, there was reef. And I didn't really know what to do, and then all I heard was like, and those were my fins, like hitting the reef, and then I just flew forward. And I like kind of tried to stop it with my hands. And yeah,
So a little wall wound on the hands, and also your board has copped a little fin box blowout. But you know, we'll hopefully get that set up. You're into round 3, maybe later this afternoon. Yeah, talk to us about how much you love this wave.
Yeah, I definitely have a connection with Margaret River main break. I love it here. I think the wave suits my backside surfing really well, and especially the end section. I feel like I time it better than some people. Oh my god, that sounded terrible. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I feel like I just do well here. Forgive me, guys. Sorry. Jeez.
No, you just have the commitment that we love to see. You know, Betty Lou, you know, the cut coming up there, you took her under your wing out there and gave her a hug. Talk us about how, you know, hard that is to see, but how much you want to support the young girls.
Yeah, Betty Lou and I, we trained together with Ross Williams, and she's just such a light and talent. And man, like the surfing that I see her do at her age is phenomenal, and I know that she has a beautiful, amazing career ahead of her, and she's just had a few unlucky heats, I think. Yeah, it hurt. Yeah, it hurt because she's so amazing, and yeah, I want her to be on tour.
Yeah, she's got a huge future ahead of her. Something else that's been exciting this year has been the Make or Break episodes that are dropping. Well, they actually dropped last night. How cool has that been to see that on Apple TV on a huge platform?
To be honest, I haven't watched it yet. I'm nervous to watch myself. I just feel like I don't like watching myself on TV. So yeah, that's why I haven't watched it yet, but I'm sure it's amazing, and I hope you guys go and watch it.
Well, we all can't wait to see the ins and outs of your life. You're amazing, Tati, and we'll see you into round 3.
Thank you so much, Laura, and great job for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Tati, don't be afraid to watch. It's incredible. You can watch Make or Break now, streaming on Apple TV Plus, and you get this rare inside view of what it's like to be on tour, behind the scenes, celebrating the highs and lows, and you see the ultimate dedication that these surfers have to be called the best surfers in the world. It's absolutely incredible. There's great episodes. I don't want to tease too much, but Morgan Siblick and Maddie McGillivray are going to make you laugh incredibly loudly when you watch their episode. You can binge them all now. All 7 episodes are released. And I like that we're in the age of that. You want to watch them all. You don't have to wait a week for another premiere. It's all out there on Apple TV Plus. Back to this one. We had some action, starting with Jack Thomas here.
Yeah, well, Jack, he's found himself in 2nd place now. And he's really trying to, you know, get into that 5 or 6 point range, Joey. I feel that he's, wow, that's real local knowledge. He just avoided that little outcrop. And Kelly, again, tries to do a major recovery. But he did get that best of that previous exchange. He got that 5-7 as opposed to the 4-7-7 for Jack Thomas. It gave him just that little bit of breathing space there at the top, but not by much. It's a very similar scores. Jadson Andre with that 5-5, he only backed it up with a 3-1-7. So the heat poised on a knife's edge right now. No one's made a real clear dominance in the pole position, but it's going to come down to these last 14 minutes. It's way open.
Jadson Andre with priority, but in the position that he doesn't want to be in, as he's sitting in 3rd. That's that elimination spot coming into this event, 28th in the world. Well far back from that cut. That's a 22. Right now, he just needs a 3.27 for Jadson. He's been in a handful of events here at Margaret River. His best result was an equal 9th that he had last season. So hasn't had a ton of momentum making quarters or better, but that's what he's got to be thinking about this year in 2022 if he wants to stay on tour.
I guess the statistic with Jadson, I mean, from where I sit anyway, I'd like to know more about the times where he hasn't had to requalify, where he's actually made the cut, even when it was the full cut, because he seems like when he goes back to well, it'll be the Challenger Series now, but it's been the World Qualifying in the past. That's his comfort zone. That is where he brings this A game of aggression to those 4-man heats in that format, and he just cuts through it every year.
Yeah, it definitely seems like no matter what happens for Jadson and throughout this event, that he still has plenty of time left to put himself in a position to compete on the top 34. Sweeps down to the bottom, quickly to the lip is Jadson Andre. Just needed a 3.27, managed that space well on basically a closeout. And now it's Kelly's turn. Styles his way through that open face hook once again, right into a wrap. That's been his combination of choice in this heat. Drives through that end section, he's down. Kelly peaked at the 5.7. His low score of 4.10 in an incredibly close heat. In the first heat of the elimination round, Jadson trying to keep his spot on tour. It'll be a similar situation for a goofy foot Brazilian named David Silva, who's 28th in the world, and he'll be coming up next. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
I never thought I was going to make it here. I thought I was going to miss the whole event.
So many. The male pro Portugal champ.
Oh my gosh.
My job is professional surfer.
The best job in the world.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
Guys, if you're listening, we're lost.
This is the first time ever the women are a pipeline.
We have never been given an opportunity like that.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
He saw every bit of this.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
And he goes for it.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Make or Break is streaming now on Apple TV Plus as it follows the world's best surfers through the 2021 competition season. And it was quite dramatic, starting off in Hawaii, going through the Aussie Quaddy, which we had last year with the charter flights and 14 days of quarantine, and also finishing up at the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals, which was the biggest day in pro surfing last year in San Clemente, California. And the great news is we're already involved in season 2 in the making, and that was already signed before the release happened. Just shows you how amazing and entertaining this series is. So you can check out Make or Break now on Apple TV Plus. You'll see a lot of Kelly Slater in there as he had some great results, was able to keep his spot on tour with a great result in Mexico, and that led to kicking off this year #1 in the world.
Yeah, amazing story, and it's going to be, it's great. It's kind of like this series. It's like the Game of Thrones of surfing.
It just makes me wish that the cameras were rolling back in your heyday, Bugs. The behind the scenes.
Oh, maybe it's a good thing they weren't.
But at least we got the stories to tell.
Oh yeah.
8:55 to go here. Kelly's longevity on tour is just remarkable, oftentimes compared to other GOATs in sports, from Tom Brady to Tiger Woods and beyond. He's across so many different decades. You look at his sparring partners for those early world titles. You can mention, Damian Hardman, a 2-time world champ. He was runner-up to Kelly in that first world title year. You can mention surfers like Shane Powell, who was runner-up to Kelly back in the early 90s. Shane Beshin, Rob Machado. So many amazing surfers. And he's still going in the modern day era. He hasn't won a title since 2011, but still mixing it up with the world's best and taking event wins.
Well, of course, he won in '92, where he started the year out. He won the Pro Junior at North Narrabeen, and then later in the year was crowned world champion. It was an incredible rookie season. Then the next year, the great Hawaiian surfer, the late Derek Ho, won the 1993, and that broke the sequence. And then it was after that he won 5 in a row. Kelly won 5 in a row and eclipsed Mark Richards', incredible record that stood as the 4-time world champion, and then he retired. And so there really was a second coming for Kelly, and that was the incredible rivalry with Andy Irons. That's on the Dream Tour. That was it. They made it.
And that was that era for Andy where he went 3 straights with his world titles. Gave Kelly a lot of pain and more desire to win heats and take him out, and then Kelly accomplished that in back-to-back seasons. As we look at Kelly checking out a main break left, of course he wants to get barreled. That one's going to shut down on Slater's back, still second as we go back to Jack Thomas. Clean arc to start for the Yelling Up local. Carves it back down to the bottom. There's the lip, squares it up more vertically, stays on his feet.
Well, that exchange there, we saw Kelly Slater going left and tucking in. It looked like a great barrel to start with, but it just clips and clamps so quickly. It's a steep takeoff on the left, Joe, but as soon as it goes past that takeoff, the left moves off the reef and it just gets so full. It just doesn't hold up. It can happen, but it's pretty rare. And it's a strange thing about the break at Margaret's. It's an illusion from the beach. It looks like a left at all times. And look at this. He pulls in here. It looks like somewhere up in northwest Australia at the start, but then quickly turns into the burger. And this wave here, Joe, this is interesting, Joe, because it's this exchange. Jack Thomas definitely gets the best on that right-hander. And Kelly had just made a bit more daylight with that 4.97 on the previous ride, which means that Jack needs that 5.9. But right there's Kelly Slater and Jack Thomas on the cutoff line of elimination.
Interesting exchange there. Jack Thomas finding a series of backhand turns, tried to push a bit harder on the finish. And his score comes in at a 5.17. Still needs a 5.51. Kelly stays in second. Jadson stays in the lead.
Well, Jadson's got relatively speaking to what's been happening in this heat score-wise, Jadson's got a pretty solid lead there, 6.17 and a 5.5. Kelly with that 5.7, he's looking to get a 5.98. He needs, if you say quickly, he needs a 6 to take the lead. But Jack Thomas just edged a little closer with that 5.17. That becomes his top scoring ride. Now he's looking to get a 5.51.
You could still see the intent to win for Kelly Slater, even after that amazing accomplishment at the start of the season to win Pipeline for the 8th time in his career. The losses have been clearly uncomfortable for him ever since then. That awkward interference he had at Sunset Beach, going down in Portugal. It was more evident at Bells when he was upset by a rookie named Imai Kalani-Duvall. I think that was a tough one for him to walk away from. He still wants to perform. He wants to win big events, but we've seen his ranking just slowly slide from #1 in the world all the way here to stop #5.
Yeah, well, we're down to 4 minutes, 15 seconds, and this is definitely not a done deal. This is a tight first to third match.
Now with 4:10 remaining, let's get an update with Laura Enever from the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Down in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, just seeing Betty Lou. Unfortunately, she's declined the interview, feeling the emotions, feeling the heartbreak of this mid-year cut and bowing out in the second round. Obviously very disappointing for her, and talking to her and giving her a quick hug. She's looking forward to jumping back on the Challenger Series. She's trying to take all she can and learn from what's happened this year. Obviously starting the year with that 3rd place and just not being able to back it up and not making the cut. So really, really tough times here right now for Betty Lou. This is the reality of this mid-season cut, and yeah, it's pretty tough.
Thank you, Laura. Tough update there for Betty Lou. As we know, she just turned 17, so she has an amazing career that's really just beginning. We'll catch up to a lively Kelly Slater, finishing up his 7th wave of this matchup with 3:10 to go, looking to improve on his 4.97 to catch up to Jadson Andre. But yeah, a tough feeling and an emotional one for Betty Lou, with so many big goals for her. She already wants to be a world champion. She feels it. It's going to happen at some point of her career. It makes that Challenger Series really exciting, though, on the other hand, and she'll be able to surf a wave like Snapper Rocks. I know how much you love that wave, Bugs.
Well, I mean, this'll, you know, she's 17 years of age. This will strengthen her resolve, and it's a nice landing at Snapper because, you know, Betty Lou, she'll absolutely love that wave. You know, she's going to be up there in you know, relatively warm water. Well, the water is warm, so she won't be in a big wetsuit. She'll be surfing more like Hawaiian conditions in a sand bottom point break where the banks are good. She's absolutely going to love it.
Challenger Series sounds incredible as we check out the Harvey Norman recap. Jadson trying to keep his spot on tour, heading into stop number 5, number 28 in the world. He's leading this one now, 5-5, and his high score is 6.17.
Yeah, it's a solid heat by the Brazilian. And again, a match-up with Kelly Slater, long time coming. I don't know how many they've had since that famous final in Brazil, Joe, but Kelly's, you know, in good form here. It probably hasn't had the best of the waves, but he's certainly surfing strong.
Really impressed with those opening hooks that he's nailing on the open face. Jadson was very creative with this wave in a tight position to get a couple of big moves, a 6.17 and the lead and priority with 90 seconds to go.
And, you know, the local from Yellingup, Jack Thomas, I mean, you know, he's acquitted himself well. He's really surfed a strong heat. He's been very strong in the lineup, not intimidated, waiting, you know, for the good waves. Even though he lives at Yellingup, I'm sure he spent a bit of time at main break, and you know, he's putting on a solid performance. He's against some great surfers, very seasoned competitors, 2 of the most seasoned.
Kelly taking a look under priority to see if he can make some improvements here. Float to get this one started, and he's out of there. Nothing changing for his top 2.
Well, 45 seconds remaining. Jack Thomas, he only needs that 5.51. It's certainly not out of the question. And he's sitting out there. He's got second priority. Jads and Andre, he won't give an inch, even though he's in first place. He knows how quickly things can go awry in the heat. You can slip from first to third in the flash of an eye, especially with an 11-time world champion and a wild card. It looks like there's some nice lines coming, Joe. There's going to be time for, I think, just this last wave, and Jadson's going to get it.
Jadson Andre will use his priority to keep off Jack Thomas. Setting up his bottom turn. Beautiful arc to start for Andre. Squares up more vertically on the second effort, driving hard into this rapid cutback. A solid performance for Jadson Andre from start to finish. Looked engaged with his equipment, and he was able to react quickly to the changes of the sections here at main break. 6.17 and a 5.5 to finish off in first place. Remember, 28th in the world. He's got to move ahead in the top 22 to make it to G-Land and beyond. Kelly moves on in second, and we lose the wild card, Jack Thomas, in third place. Coming up next, another elimination round heat. David Silva's under pressure to take on Kyle Ibelli and another wild card named Ben Spence. We're also going to hear from a special guest named Sebastian Zietz right after this.
surfer in red now, having a look at this one and tucks into the tube. Will he come out? Done. Io.
What year was it, 2017, when Seabass got the 10 at North Point? He kept going and going, you just can't really believe it.
As we see Sebastian Zeitz locked in so deep.
He's still there! He's still there!
Going.
Oh my God!
Okay.
Oh my gosh!
Pete Mel's got 10.
Yeah, oh, Pete Mel, yeah. Yeah, you almost thought an organ was going to pop out of your mouth. Like, you know, I didn't know what was going to happen. You know, it doesn't matter always how big it is too, because surfing is so technical. Sometimes people don't always understand it. Oh, it wasn't a bigger wave, but it was so technical too. That's the funnest thing too, when a wave's not predictable. So I love that as a spectator.
Thanks for being with us. You're watching the Margaret River Pro. It's so cool to see Jadson Andre in this kind of form, taking a crucial victory for his qualification campaign here at Margaret River as he advances over Kelly in that last matchup. Joe Turpel with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And Bugs, pretty exciting. We've got a special guest. We just saw that flashback moment with Jack Robinson reflecting on a 10-point ride at North Point. And the year before, he won this event in 2016. Here for the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call, Sebastian Zeitz. Seabass, so good to see you, man. We miss you so much.
You. Yeah, boys. So be back, kind of, sort of.
You're always back. Where are you right now? Are you at home on Kauai?
I'm at home. The kids are asleep, so, you know, got to get this done quick. No, I'm just kidding.
Dad duty. Well, Seabass, first of all, reflecting on probably one of the greatest days in your pro surfing career. When you won this event, you were actually, in fact, a wild card, which was a really special story. And I suppose, Seabass, before we get there, this heat already got started. Kaiwa Belly getting underway. I know you've spent a lot of time with Kaio, Seabass. How do you like how he performs at main break?
He's been really super impressive this year already, like super powerful, really sturdy, stepped up his air game, and he's always been really good in the barrel and charges, so he's definitely looking the goods this year.
Yeah, what a great start in kind of a similar fashion where you found a lot of success holding a wild card to victory, and Kaiwa Belly, a wild card this season with Gabriel Medina's absence. We've got another quick one for Kaiwa as he's up and out. As we can reflect back on that final that you had with Julian Wilson. I think you kicked Julian in the face on accident, but you did apologize on the podium. How heated was that final, and how cool is it to reflect on that memory?
Yeah, it was epic. The first wave looked like a real keeper, and I couldn't let Julian have it, and he was trying to sneak around me, and I was just kicking for the wave, but I think I kicked him in the head, but gave me the edge, I think, in the end of it. But it was a really close heat. Could have gone either way. You know, obviously I got a 9 for one turn, but just putting it all into every turn and stoked to get a win.
There's something about the connection of surfers from Hawaii doing quite well out here. Obviously, the John story is famous. Olamana Eliogram finaled here in the QS. Dusty Payne's had a win out here as well. You felt that connection on main break that day and got to release your brand of surfing, which was so fun to watch. We'll stick with live action quickly. David Silva getting down the line, a couple of big whips off the top, and he'll step off. Bugs, he's in the same situation as Jadson Andre, looking to keep his spot on tour as Kaio finishes on his feet.
Yeah, this is a really tough heat. You know, David Silva's, you know, really surfing for his life out here. And Ben Spencer started this with a pretty good score of 5.33. So it's game on for sure for the touring guys.
Seabass, you understand the game really well, but I think everyone's trying to understand these new formats that we have with the cutoff mark here at Margaret River. What's your take on that whole system? Because we're feeling a lot of pressure today with surfers with their careers on the line.
Yeah, you know, there's pros and cons to everything. I think I think they really wanted, the contest to be able to run in the best way. And of course, that's where they wanted to go with it. And the only way to do that is have less guys so that, they could run the contest quicker. So I understand that point of it, but, it's a tough one. You work your whole life, get on tour, and then you don't even get to surf the whole tour. So I understand that part of it too. But, just to make it more exciting for the viewers, I think that's what they were going for. And, you're a professional athlete, you got to perform.
As far as Margaret River, with this intense pressure on the line, has it ever been more exciting to watch an event like this when you know every heat counts?
Yeah, for sure. I like that, the show's all about the Johns and the Islos and guys, and I feel like my whole career I was on the bubble, and I was looking at a completely different tour than people like who were watching the world title race. It was, who's going to fall off, and who's going to jump on. And it's funny, it makes you focus more on those guys that are on the bubble and guys who really need to perform, knowing that they're under more pressure. It makes it a lot more exciting to watch their heat.
Yeah, Seabass, I want to touch on that with the other tours, like when you were on the bubble and that, and you had to think about going back and doing QS events all over the world, and sometimes in not such good ways, right? Definitely not Dream Tour ways, but I wanted to get what you think about the Challenger Series now, and they seem to be set up in pretty good locations. Would that tempt you back to have a bit of a crack?
Definitely hearing the first ones at Snapper, Bug spot. No. But yeah, they've got a really good Challenger Series now, and to get on that thing, it's not a far step down from the Dream Tour. So it is a long year, like me having a family, and I'm just committed to, my last year on tour, my daughter had been born that year, and I couldn't wrap my head around it. So definitely something that I had to commit to being a dad, I think. But nothing to take away from guys who are doing it, all the more power to them. But yeah, it's just a long tour. If they fall off here, then they have to jump on the Challenger Series. That's a long year away from home.
Yeah, that's right, Seabass. And I feel like now that there's just kind of separation between the tours, with the championship tour, and now everyone who survives this cut can just focus on competing at the highest level, where when you were on tour, it was kind of like, let's see how this event goes. If I don't get the result on the CT, I'm probably doing an extra trip to get QS points. And I felt like there was a lot of surfers like Adam Melling, Brett Simpson, surfing through injuries because they couldn't really afford to take a break and just free surf. How do you think that's going to change the tour?
Yeah, I missed the question. Sorry, I kind of glitched out.
That's all right. I was just saying how the tour seems to be separated more now, where it's not like you have a bad result on the CT and all of a sudden you got to chase a QS and then you're back on the CT, where now if you make this cut, you're all focused on Dream Tour venues and you'll have a little bit more time to free surf and improve your game.
Yeah, definitely. That makes it way better because, starting the year before, you kind of decided, am I going to be a bubble guy this year? Or do I go to these first QSs and get worn out? And it really, if you decide to chase both tours near that back half of the year, you get super worn out and you're just done, and then I think now it's your focus will be on one tour, and then if you need to, your focus can shift to the other tour, which is going to be nice,
Seabass, are you getting involved in coaching these days? Is that right? Have you been taking some trips and doing a Seabass camp?
That's right. I went to Waco. I did a Seabass camp. I took a bunch of kids from Kauai in California, and yeah, it's been really awesome. It's definitely opened my eyes up to all the mistakes I've made, So let's watch this ride.
Love the insight from Seabass as we'll get back underway. Ben Spence, the wild card from right here at Margaret River, throwing everything into that finishing move. Ben Spence, a bit of a movie star, and wanted to focus on surfing, so turned down some movie deals to stay in the water. Here's Coyote Belly, 4.5 and a 3.83 so far. Snap over the roof, running out of water and trying to sneak out of there before that shallow end. Moments before Seabass, we saw Tati just body surf over that tabletop shelf How hard is it to avoid it? Is it inevitable when you're competing? You're going to land on that shelf at some point?
Yeah, it's hard to tell where it is. Sometimes there's like a little shallow part outside of that, and you'll be doing a turn thinking, oh no, this is the dry part, and then it's not, and then so you kind of just totally put it out of your mind and just commit to the turn, and if it goes dry, it goes dry. But it's definitely, it's funny how everyone always says like a lot of heart, like the Brazilians have a lot of heart, and I feel like this is the event where you see how much heart guys have, and I definitely think like Italo like puts it on the line and will hit it like right on the dry reef, and like that slab right there shows you like how much heart a surfer has and how much they want it.
It seems like that section, you're not going to hit it the same way if you're in a free surf. You're going to kick out, but when your career's on the line, you're going for a big score. Sometimes you're going to break some boards or break your body on that shelf. Kyle was injured out there on that finishing section a few years back where he had to limp his way up the stairs back to his last wave. Bugs, what'd you think?
Yeah, well, I think this is his strongest ride, and even though he's in first place in this, he hasn't got the strong points on the board, so he needed to get something up above that 5-point range to stay abreast of his competitors.
As we see his timing right there on that shelf, and then saw the dry reef. He's trying to improve on a 3.83, and then back to Ben Spence here, Bugs.
Yeah, Ben Spence, he's a strong local surfer. That first turn was just really committed. If he'd made this, it would have been a really good score, but he just sort of got bounced on that one.
So Ben trying to get into the next round here in the second heat of the elimination round. Let's see if we've got some waves coming out the back. Kaio's improved 5.7, 4.5 is his low. And Ben Spence 5.33, so the local wild card at the moment with an advancing position. Let's hear from Jadson Andre with Shannon Hughes.
Jadson Andre, well done. There's a lot of pressure on you coming into this event, but making it into the round of 32, you're already improving your situation. How does that feel?
Yeah, I definitely need a super big result here. And it's kind of like impossible not to think about it, but pretty much being my whole life on tour, I've been in the bubble, so I kind of know how to deal with that. Wish I wasn't in this situation. I feel like I should be a little bit better in the rating, but that's life. And yeah, I stoked to win my heat, and hopefully I can keep surfing well.
Well, knowing that you have so much familiarity being on the bubble, what does it take to keep your head in the right space?
Just surf, it's like, it doesn't matter where you are in the rating, it's all about to surf well and get the right waves. And at the end of the day, you just need to make sure that you did your best and you did what you have to do. And then sometimes it's not up to you, Sometimes the other guy surfs better than you. Sometimes you may think you should win the heat and never goes to your way. So that's life. And yeah, happy to be here. Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
And that one, you got one over Kelly Slater. You were also looking really connected to your equipment and feeling good in the lineup. You must be feeling stoked with that.
Oh yeah, sure. And also, I would love to take this opportunity just to show my new fins, been riding these fins, and it's been helping me a lot. So that's my new family now, you fins. Thank you guys so much for the support, and yeah, let's go.
Well done, Jaddy.
Thank you guys, thank you.
It's a very happy Jadson Andre. You are very used to that laugh, Seabass. Jadson Andre is one of the great characters on tour. I'm sure you miss him. What was he like in the water and to hang out with on tour?
Oh, he was just a classic. Probably, he's the Brazilian mascot, but he did touch on it right there, what it's like to live on the bubble. And like I was saying earlier, man, that's not a fun place to be. And he's pretty much been on the bubble his whole CT career. So I feel for him, and he's been ripping, and yeah, it's a tough one. Everyone's ripping, everyone's surfing so good, and it's really been exciting to watch. But I really like Jadson. I'm always cheering for him.
Seabass, I remember at certain points of your career, you'd put things into perspective, because we're always talking about the cut, the pressure, the QS, and all this stuff. And I remember one year you're like, hey, if anyone thinks this is not the best job in the world, they've got to pause for a second and think about it. and you would realize and kind of take ownership of the beauty of the tour, and you were able to maybe separate the losses and remember how amazing this job is to be a pro surfer going to these dreamy locations.
Yeah, totally. It's the dream tour, man. If, you know, everyone's so focused on results, and I feel like for me it was like kind of the preparation. If I did everything I could to prepare, then I just left it all in the water. Let's see Kyle shred this thing.
Kyle snapped to start, goes for a big end section smash, rides out, looks to improve his lead if he can better a 4.5 with that two-turn combination. So doing well to move quickly down the line. Bugs, you feel like that'll improve his scoreline?
I feel like he's getting stronger as the heat goes on, for sure. He really, this is one of his traits. He builds his performances and gets stronger as the heat goes on. And I do feel like this one's going to go into his top two. Eliminate that 4.5 was pretty radical finish to it. And, you know, he was sitting in, I think, third before, and then he got that 5.7, shot into the lead, and now he's just building on that.
And with this great start, Seabass, I can't help but compare it to your road to win Margaret River. You were in Australia for some qualifying series events. You thought you were off tour at the time. You got a call from Kieran Perot, and he's like, hey, you've got a spot in Snapper. You beat Mick Fanning on his home court. You got the phone ringing again to surf in more events, and then on road to victory, then to seal your spot on tour. Do you think Kaio's going a bit of that right now? Because he didn't think he was going to be at Pipeline at the start of 2022.
Yeah, I think I could definitely tell he's always charged, but he definitely was surfing like more freed up. I think as soon as you're on tour, you kind of like, you're already thinking about the ratings. You're already, where am I? You know, you're putting all this pressure on yourself. Coming in as a wild card, you're like, all right, this is a one-off. And it was funny, like you said, I had Mick at Snapper, and I had an ingrown toenail, and it was kind of my thing. Oh, I got an ingrown toenail, I'm not going to win, like it hurt. And it just kind of rolled like that year. Like, had all these excuses to lose, and I kept like winning. So I don't know. There's no perfect formula. It's surfing, Mother Nature, and no one's got the perfect answer. Maybe Kelly, I don't know.
As we watch a wave here from David Silva, snapping the first section, trying to get out of third here. Belting it off the top, a tough end section. He's going to go down. Seabass, more camps in the future? Is there a place where kids can sign up to get some coaching from you?
Yeah, there could be some more surf camps. We're working on it. Kind of didn't price it right, so it wasn't a very lucrative deal, but those kids had a lot of fun. And Kyle hopefully gets to open up on one. He's just not picking those waves where you can do that big carve. He has such a good carve.
As we see more surfing in action, Ben Spence falling on the rooftop float. Few incomplete waves with now 16 minutes on the clock. So special to spend some time with you, Seabass, and reminisce on your time on tour and get your insight on all the changes happening now. We miss you deeply. Say hi to the fam for us, and let's catch up soon.
Miss you guys. Right on. Have fun over there. Drink some wine. Go have some fun.
Thanks, Seabass.
For sure. Thanks for staying up. Great to hear his voice. One of the most exciting surfers on tour. He's got great charisma. Such an amazing history, especially here in the West.
And one of the best tube riders of all time.
As I hope that he might get inspired to throw that jersey on once again with that revamped Challenger Series. We'll see what his plans are. With now 15 on the clock here, the focus is on David Silva. Basically in the same position that Jadson Andre was in the first elimination round heat, where he needs a huge result. If he stays in third, he would be falling off the championship tour.
You know, this whole heat's on a knife edge as well as the last one, because in actual fact, this is even tighter. You look at their first scores, Kaya with a 5.7, Ben with a 5.33, David Silva with that 5.67, and it is the battle of the backup scores right now, and Kaya Belli, he's only got that 4.87, and that's the high point. So this is way open, this heat.
Different story for some of the Brazilian goofy footers this morning. For Miguel Pupo, he's had the season of his life, one of the best starts he's ever had on the championship tour. He's coming up next against Frederico and Wilcox.
I never thought
I was going to make it here. I thought I was going to miss the whole event.
So many. The male pro Portugal champ.
Oh my gosh.
The WSL is working with Nature Conservation, Margaret River region, to heal this beautiful dune landscape.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's so cool to see, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this. That's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
The Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism WA, major presenting partner of the Margaret River Pro. By Shire of Augusta, Margaret River, strategic partner of the Margaret River Pro. By Rusty, official merchandise partner of the World Surf League Australia. And by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. So many amazing things to do here in the West. There's something called the Cape to Cape Trail from Cape Lewin to Cape Naturalist. You can take a nice walk. You can stay in huts along the way. I don't know if everyone knows this, but Bugs loves a nice walk, especially on a coastline as beautiful as this one. We've got to sign you up for that one day, Bugs.
Yeah, that's a marathon, that one, Joe. That could. There's a few wineries in between.
That would be something to check off your bucket list. Obviously, great wineries, great restaurants, great waves. Ben Spence, the wild card from Narrabeen, throwing down a carve and then sliding out. He's got an advancing position at the moment. We talked briefly about his incredible movie debut, a movie called Breath, with Australian actor Simon Baker, who made his debut as a director in that film. And Ben was cast. His life seemed to be changing, but his passion for surfing kind of still stayed on top. And the rumor around the contest side, he actually was getting more movie deals after that amazing performance as an actor, but he kind of wanted to make sure that he's still getting the best waves of his life. Maybe he could do both throughout his career.
Well, I'll tell you what, for a debut performance, his acting was just spot on. He was really good in that movie.
It had a surf theme to it, as we see a paddle, Kaiwi Belly. Hard off the bottom, solid snap off the lip, and weightless on the re-entry into the flats. Talk about flow and speed. It was totally connected to that main break right. David Silva heads the same direction. Big backhand carve, snap to slide. Driving into the finishing move, and he'll shut that one down. Silva's third wave of the matchup. Just needed a 3.23 to take second off Ben Spence.
Yeah, I feel, Ben Spence, he got that wave and he came unstuck, and it really left the door open, and both Kaya and David both capitalized on that. That wave of David Silva, it was that first turn was the money turn, and at the end you could just tell he really needed to finish that off. It was over that shallow reef, and he did it really well. But this first turn here, Joe, look at the spray off that one. Massive rooster tail, backs it up. Got caught up a little bit there, and you can just tell now it's just finished the job. And he comes over this little bit of reef, and whoa, keeps the fins intact. And Kaya Belly, this is an interesting ride, Joe. This first turn sets it up quick as fire, and as you said, completely free falls. What a balancing act.
So impressed that he hung on as he was almost off balance off the lip line, and then just fell right over his board.
And he sets that up just so slick, and this he hits it at full throttle, and he's completely off balance there, and then he rights the ship as it hits it. It's incredible. That is amazing. His board was tilted. He didn't land flush.
So Kaiwa Belly, impressive on that landing. We talk about the best surfer out here named John Florence. I mean, the last time John's lost a heat out here, we have to go back to 2016. And that was, in fact, against Kaiwa Belly. That was in John's first world title run where he clinched that season. Kaiwa Belly was John's Achilles heel. Beat him at Margaret River, beat him in Bells Beach in back-to-back events.
Yeah, that was an amazing run there, but it didn't stop John's surge towards the title.
As we look at 8:55 on the clock, let's go out the back with the medic, Kaipo Guerrero. Last chance for a local wild card to make a difference today.
Yeah, Joe, we talked about Ben Spence and his movie career, but I want to touch on his competitive career. Locally, the big contest, you want to get your name on the stairs here, is the Margaret River Classic. And Ben Spence is a bit of a legend because in the history of that event, there's only been 2 surfers who have won both the juniors and the open at the Margaret River Classic. That would be Ben Spence and Jake the Snake Patterson. So a great competitive career, local legend. Let's see if he can move on into the round of 32 here.
That special insight, Kaipo. Thanks so much. You can see Snake up there right now. Looking at the fin design there, those AU fins that Jadson was talking about, pulling in quickly. Kaiwa Belly. Big roundhouse cutty on that rusty Priesendorfer. As we have David Silva heading that same direction, hard off the bottom, snap to slide. Closeout section, he'll hammer it quickly. Climbs the next one. He is so spring-loaded, he'll end up sliding out on the end section. But Silva did take second off Ben Spence with his previous ride of a 5.83. Now he's swinging for Kaio's lead.
Yeah, it was a telling blow, that last exchange, because Kaio got that 7. David Silva a 5.83. The touring class has risen to the top, but Ben Spence is hanging tough. He started with that 5.33. Just hasn't been able to really add to that at this stage, and he's slipped back into 3rd place, Joe.
So Ben Spence with a lot of competitive history right here at the Margaret River main break. He's going to try to channel that now as he holds priority. It's cool to chat to his father, Dallas, who is the board caddy yesterday's competition.
Well, of course, you know, for the touring pros, if they don't get through this heat, they're basically going to the Challenger Series off the snapper. For Ben Spence, if he doesn't get through this heat, he's going back to the casting couch and he's going back to maybe a Hollywood pursuit.
Oh, great to have options.
Yeah.
And what a cool kid. Let's see if he could turn this one around. Back to Kaio's quick little pit there. Then the carve was nice, Bugs.
Well, the carve was really nice. I don't think this wave's going to add to his score, but you know, he likes to keep busy. And David Silva, once again, a similar looking wave to the last one. Nice taper on it. First, incredibly strong move, and finishes it off. That second turn was the money turn as well. And even though this one slides out the back, I feel that he'd already banked whatever points he was going to accrue.
So those last 2 waves from the Brazilians didn't change the score line. Last for Silva a 4. Kaio 3.23. Ben Spence still needs a 6.17 to move into advancing position. Let's catch up to another wild card. Jack Thomas is with Shannon.
Jack Thomas, an unfortunate loss, so close, going down just behind Kelly Slater here in the elimination round. But talk to me about your first experience on the championship tour.
Yeah, it's such a great experience just surfing against your heroes from such a young age and getting these opportunities, like amazing. And just especially surfing against Kelly in his last year of probably retiring, it's like such an honor, and yeah, enjoyed that.
Talk to me about finding some waves out there and getting a little bit of rhythm in the water.
Yeah, because the first day I didn't really get much rhythm. I was kind of be like a bit jitters and stuff in my first CT, but yeah, that one I kind of felt a bit of rhythm, but still feel the jitters in the couple, but yeah, I felt good.
And how special is it to have everyone here on your home turf at Margaret River?
Yeah, it's amazing. Have the family and friends and all the support around here. Yeah, love it.
We can't wait to see so much more from you in the future. You're going to give it a crack on the qualifying series heading, into the next few years?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go over East next year and yeah, give it a good crack. And I've just been kind of training for the past few years and just trying to get my muscle. I'm all stronger and yeah, I'm keen to get over there and give it a crack.
Amazing. Can't wait to see more of it. Thanks so much, Jack.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing a lot more of Jack Thomas throughout the next few years. Doing a lot of heat prep in the Board Riders Club and a lot of regional events, but he's ready for a big run at the qualifying series. That'll be great to see.
And, you know, just had a special experience to be out there with Kelly Slater and having a heat and actually going toe-to-toe for him. It was open. He was right in that match all the way.
Great to see that. Silva's up and out. Back of the line for priority. So he just wanted to check it out real quick as he's hanging on to second. Here goes Ben Spence. Needs a 6.17. He's got that little slingshot whip on his carve. Snap off the lip line for an aggressive combination. Pushing hard on that final section with some power bugs.
Yeah, that wave had a real wonk in it at the start, and he managed it really well. And then that last turn, a searing snap under the lip, and that would have sent a bucket about 20 feet in the air. So he's going to get some points for that.
Good timing for Ben Spence. Well used priority here. Let's take another look.
Yeah, he just nearly loses his fins at the start of that wave. And this turn here, this is a great turn. Really powerful, keeps the speed. His timing was sensational. He comes off a deep bottom turn, and that is a power move, Joe. Really good surfing. Solid surfing by the wild card.
Kiowa Belly now. Drives hard in the first section. Lot of speed to burn. Jams it. Another healthy looking two-turn combination. He's got a 7-point ride as his high mark, trying to build on his total in first if he improves on a 5.7 with that wave. A man who's found a lot of success in the West, making some really big heats, finishing the quarterfinals in his first start out here in 2016 when he won Rookie of the Year, and also a third-place finish. One of the fastest surfers on tour, Bugs.
I really like that ride, and that's it. That's wave number 11 for Kiowa Belly. So that's the biggest wave tally I've seen throughout the tournament. He's doing a lot of surfing, and you know, he's just picking the eyes out of it too. I mean, that was a strong performance. As the heat goes on, he's getting stronger and stronger.
This is the Harvey Norman recap. Kiowa Belly showing his special connection he has in the West. 7-point ride, 5.7, catching a lot of the waves. All the energy is going to the red jersey right now. Just finding all these wide open faces to lay down some power moves, and his recoveries have been brilliant as well.
Oh, that was amazing. David Silva, meanwhile, he's hanging on to second place, and he's just looking solid. The Brazilian surfing for his career out here, Joe.
That's right, 28th in the world. He was tied with Jansen Andre. Jaddy got through the first elimination round heat with a win over Kelly and Jack Thomas. Silva is in a must-win situation to qualify, to extend his tour life to G-Land, or will it be to snap a rocks for the Challenger Series opener?
Yeah, and well, Ben Spence, he got a 5-2 on that last wave. I just feel if he'd got a stronger start to that wave, he would have got up around that 6-point mark, which is what he needed, that 6.17. But again, he's acquitted himself well. He's surfing out there with seasoned pros. He's right in there. He's in the mix. He's having a look at this wave. I don't think they'll give it to him, though. Well, they'll have to, because he's going to have priority over Kaya.
Here comes Ben Spence leading the 6.17. Tries to punch the fins out. Deep bottom turn to square up vertically. And then he'll sink in transition. I think we felt that he knew he had nothing to lose with the time winding down. We'll see if that's his last wave.
I'm
his wild card appearance here.
Pretty shocked that David Silva let him have that one, Joe.
So Silva, with nerves of steel, let the trials champ roll on that last wave. And that'll be the final score of the heat that we'll wait for. We've run out of time. Kiowa Belly safe with a solid victory. Still enjoying one of his best starts he's had in his career on the championship tour. And we'll make it official in a moment for Ben Spence. He was chasing a 6.17. It's not enough. A 4.63. We lose the wild cards from here in West Oz and back-to-back heats in the elimination round. And the roll for David Silva continues as he's trying to fight for a spot here on the mid-season cut. Coming up next, Miguel Pupo takes on Federico Moraes and Jacob Wilcox. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
Welcome back to the show. It is the elimination round for the men. We've got underway. Heat 3 hitting the lineup as we take that WA flight cam look over the lineup. You can see our competitors sitting at the takeoff zone in what will be another hotly contested heat. Championship Tour dreams on the line today. And they call it the Dream Tour, Rich, but today's one of those days it can be a nightmare for the competitors. This is going to be intense because Federico Morais so close in the opening round yesterday to progressing directly into round 3, but finds himself here fighting against a very informed Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, he's in trouble, and he's in that place on the ratings where he just does not want to be. So, yeah, perhaps a few nightmares last night with some nerves perhaps coming into this round. It's make or break, and really he's up against it too, because Jacob Wilcox, in my mind, he's just not your average wild card. He comes into this event knowing the break like the back of his hand, and he's been in a few Championship Tour events before, so a very, very tough hit here for Federico.
Yeah, most definitely. Jacob Wilcox has plenty of CT experience, maybe more than any other surfer that hasn't officially made the grade on the CT. This is his 8th CT event, and he has quarterfinal before. That was down at Bells Beach, but we'll see how he fares here. He's also taken some big wins here at Margaret River, including a victory over Gabriel Medina. But 31 minutes remaining in this one. Miguel Pupo wants to get his dream of climbing towards the top end of the ratings back on track. Started the year beautifully with a semi-final finish at Pipe, but it's been slipping down the ratings a little. A bit of a return to form down there at Bells Beach. Had a quarterfinal there. But Miguel doing some great surfing this season.
Yeah, I've got to say though, Ron, in the first heat it was a little lackluster, the performance from Miguel Pupo. Not what we were used to seeing, especially coming off that great performance down at Bells Beach. He just looked a little bit, you know, unenthusiastic, and perhaps he can tidy it up here. Well, we're going to get a look at it.
Driving up into this first section, the Brazilian lets go of a nice backhand jam again into the pocket, whips it around nicely. And now looks to finish this one off on the inside. Just gets absolutely slammed by the oncoming section. So a couple of turns on the outside. How did they work for you, Rich?
Yeah, better signs from Miguel Pupo on those opening 2 rides, 2 turns there. Federico, live action.
The surfer representing Portugal drives through his first carve. Of all the surfers that found themselves in the elimination round, I think that Federico Morais might have shown us, you know, the best opening round performance for a surfer that ended up here, and he starts off nicely.
That was a really well surfed wave from Freddie, and really you don't expect anything different from him. He, for me, one of the most consistent competitors on the tour over the last few years. Perhaps not one of the guys you think were, you know, 9-point rides up in that excellent range, but when he does do that excellent style of surfing, it is strong. But his strength for me is his consistency. He is always going to drop pocket 7s or a little bit up from that. So he's going to have to bring it here. He looked good on that opening wave. Didn't look like there was any nerves. The situation ahead of him didn't look like it's really affected the way he's performing.
Yeah, back in equal 25th position. Got to get to the round of 16 just to have a chance at making it above that cut line. But obviously with a lot of talent progressing already through to the 3rd round, that goal might become a little bit harder to attain as we move through this contest. Here's the replay of Miguel's ride.
Really difficult wave to surf with all this whitewash and foam on it, but Miguel connecting 2 really nice turns there. So good signs, but look at the wave that Freddie's got here. I love this opening turn. Just really drives through the fins, up and over on that floater section, and finishes off really well. I love the bottom turn here, connecting the turns without any jitters, without any wobbles in there. Looked like a bit of frustration there from Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, he just knew that that was a great wave, I think, and he saw all that water flying out the back. Interesting morning for Jake. It was a tense lineup prior to getting competition underway. We know that there's a lot on the line for many of the competitors, and during that warm-up session, he had a little bit of a disagreement with Zeke Lau out there, and just be interesting to probably to think how that might affect him in preparation of this elimination round heat.
It looks like it's fired him up, given the emotions that we're seeing already without him even standing on the board yet. But they breed him pretty tough over here in the West. Jacob's not a fella who's going to take a step back. He's going to front up to any situation, and that includes a confrontation.
But yeah, interesting. I was chatting with Richard Dogmarsh, and he was saying, well, back in my day, one of those classic stories, back in my day, before heats got underway, there was basically a confrontation of some sort, sometimes physical, every single day. As we see Jacob now on his first ride. Oh, big blast there through the fins. Managed to regain control. It's a smaller ride though, and I don't think he's going to love the feel of that one.
Nope. He's going to be looking for something better, for sure. But to me, Jacob is one of these guys who is destined for the tour. He's come close over a number of years. He just has that maturity, and he's surfing. An incredible big wave performer, getting a lot of clips together up north, up in the desert there. When it's 6 to 8 foot, even 10-foot reef breaks, this guy really shines. But then he's got an incredible air game as well. Riding a 5'11". DNA MF model from Darren Handley, using the FCS MF large fin, and that's been his go-to equipment over the last few seasons. But such a strong surfer. It's not a question of when. If it's a question of when he gets on the tour, it could be this year.
CT caliber for sure. I mean, back in 2020, when the World Tour sort of came to a halt. Obviously, the qualifying series wasn't happening too. Jacob started working on clips with the local filmmaker, Isaac Jones. The clip is called By Default. You should go and watch it. Yeah. If you haven't seen much of his surfing, it'll blow your mind. And Stab Magazine, their peer poll that they put together, that edit rated 3rd in their peer poll. So that's the world's best surfers having their say on what they thought the best edit releases were during that year. So, you know, Jacob Wilcox has shown in the jersey and outside of the jersey that he's a world-class surfer, and come very close to qualifying. He's no doubt going to get his Challenger Series campaign underway shortly. But he's a remarkable surfer, really gifted, and definitely one of those guys that, you know, has probably gotten a little lost on the qualifying series in the Challenger events the past couple of years. But you know his surfing is suited to the CT when you look at the schedule. Yeah,
he's possibly underperformed a little bit in those qualifiers, but he's tidied it up. And one of the things that was missing for him was getting away from the perfection of West Oz and the big energy swells that this region produces. He made the shift over and actually relocated over to Cabarita on the east coast, because he knew he had to dig a little deeper in the smaller stuff, had to get that game sharper. Which he's done, and I feel like 2022 could be his breakthrough year on the Challenger Series.
24 minutes remaining here at the moment. Federico Moraes has taken the early lead. Strong opening ride, 6.33. Miguel Pupo has a 5-point ride, just a 2.67 for Wilcox, who looks to go sniffing around on the inside without priority, looking to bank a decent score.
You've got to be a bit careful in 3rd priority out here at the moment, because the sets are somewhat inconsistent. They're few and far betweens, and there's only a certain amount of opportunity you get in a heat. And if you get into a bad rhythm with the sets, that can 30 minutes goes quite quickly. So Jacob needs to be careful. You can scrap around and take one on the inside, but you've got to make sure that you don't all of a sudden get out of that priority flow. He needs to try and get back to the top part of that order and get on one of these better waves.
Let's hear from the winner of that last heat, Kai O'Belly, with Shannon Hughes.
Kai O'Belly, well done for taking out the win. I'm sensing a little bit of a relief from you.
Yeah, a little. Round 2 is a really hard round. But when we get here in round 1, just from like surfing here in the last few years as well, like I feel really good. I feel happy in this place, and I think I went really relaxed in the round 1, and I couldn't find another wave. And I love that feeling, like when I'm chasing, like round 2, I'm like, I don't want to lose in this round. I'm not ready yet, and I want to go all the way to the last day and just give that little pressure. And I love the pressure. And yeah, I was just happy to surf and really focus. Now there's no joking anymore. We're here.
Well, in 2 out of your former 4 performances here at Margaret River, you've made it into finals day. What will it take to get there again?
Yeah, it's just I gotta be relaxed. Like this wave, you can't rush too much. You gotta take it easy and do whatever the wave asks you to do. And yeah, my board feels good. Like if I can surf and put together 2 waves, as simple as this sounds, like it's doable. So yeah, I'm gonna take heat by heat and enjoy the process.
And seeing that you've already made the mid-season cut, I want to know, what are your goals for the 2022 season?
Yes, first time ever that I feel no pressure for qualifying. And it's a weird feeling because I see all these guys like with this pressure in their face and their expression, and like I can't help to feel that a little bit. And a couple of days before the event, I'm like, why am I feeling weird? Why am I feeling this pressure? And I wasn't really sure what I was feeling. I had to sit myself down and breathe and be like, hey, look, you're here to enjoy the process now, and I'm here to do the best year of my career and take advantage of it. So get this pressure off. I have nothing to lose. This is my last event as a wild card, so gotta enjoy it.
Well, congratulations. You've qualified for the 2022 CT. We can't wait to see it the rest of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kyle Belly, as you mentioned, he got the call up with Medina pulling out of the first half of the year, and he's used it so well. Semi-final finishes in those first 2 events, and surviving the elimination round is going to help him on his charge, potentially back up to the very top end of the ratings. But he's guaranteed his place on the tour for 2023. So that is a massive achievement. As he said, he spent most of his career on the bubble, but you know, those strong performances early on really took the pressure off. Here goes Jacob Wilcox, wave number 2. The wild card repping this local area beautifully. Just doesn't really get that big high impact finish that he was after. And it's taken himself out of maybe the order here for a set wave, Rich. You were talking on it earlier.
Exactly what I was talking about here. So he's got to be careful that he doesn't miss the opportunity to get back into the prime position for priority here. And there is a game to this. And, well, Jacob, he's such a good surfer. You can see even on that little inside wave, he just looks like he's so fired up and ready to take it to Miguel and Freddie.
Loving the just the answer to that pressure from Frederico Moraes on his opening ride. Miguel Pupo pretty strong on his opener as well. But Frederico, for a surfer looking to stay on tour for the back half of the year, you know, to come up against Jacob Wilcox, I've got to say it's the toughest draw when you look at the other wild cards, just because Jacob's got that experience, and you know, we've seen so much of his surfing. No doubt Ben Spence and Jack Thomas perform well, but this is a big ask for Frederico. So on his opening ride, he's actually taken a bit of pressure off himself already. Yeah,
it was a good way to start for Frederico. And we'll just watch the replay here. It looked like a great looking wave for Miguel Pupo, but he just got caught. The wave just cups out under him. And just watch this front leg. It gets caught on his heel side rail right here. It just shifts over. Bang, the wave just knocked it over slightly. And once he got caught on that heel side rail, he went into pin leg stance and just couldn't regain it. But, well, that's music. That's music for Frederico and Jacob Wilcox. An opportunity for Miguel Pupo just goes begging there.
Sitting in 10th position, Miguel's looking really, really solid this year. He'd enjoy a big finish here at Margaret River. Obviously, everyone's after that. That's what you want to get. But it would just mean that he could dart home and catch up with the family before the next leg gets underway, because he's a father of 3. His most recent addition, his daughter arrived on the 23rd of March, so he only had about 10 days at home before he had to split for the Australian leg. I'm sure his wife Bruna's watching on at home, so a big shout out to the Pupo family. And they can be very proud of the surfing that he's done so far this year, but he wants more. Much like Kaio, he's struggled to finish at the very top end of the rankings, and he's got a great opportunity with those big finishes already adding to his score tally to really ramp things up.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is just such an amazing surfer. For me, his style and the flow and how he connects the turns are just so smooth. His approach is very, very calculated. It's great to watch, easy on the ice surfing.
17.5 minutes to go. Miguel falling again at the end of that last ride, so it's not going to be a big number, but it will add to his tally. 2.67, holding on to the lead at the moment. Jake Wilcox is in second position at the moment, but there's not much to that position. Federico Moraes only needs a 0.17 to get himself up into second, and the most likely outcome after he rides this second wave is moving to the #1 position.
100%. Federico is one of those guys who stays really patient in the lineup. He knows the exact wave that he wants, that he can bring his brand of surfing to give him that chance to nail one of those good scores. You won't see him ever take off on a silly wave. He's always going to be on one of the biggest waves of the entire heat. Very patient. And well, Jacob, he really doesn't have a score at this point at the 16-minute mark.
Well, let's dial up a Boost Mobile Stay Connected call, and this is a special one. 1999 Margaret River Pro champion Luke Egan joins us, and we've got a wave rolling in at the moment, Luke, and it looks like it might be Federico going after this second score, which should see him into the lead. Started so strong here, 6.33, loading up for a big hit on the inside. We'll still have room to move as this wave provides another section there before the reef. And Federico should make that jump into first. But Luke, great to see you as always.
Great to see you guys. Good to see you guys doing what an important day for some of these surfers.
Mate, an intense day, and we could feel it out there this morning, even in the preheat surf. You know, tension was felt in the lineup. The competitors area was very quiet. And the surfers have just been so focused. I mean, you spent the majority of your CT career at the very top end, but you were there for days like this. It's heavy stuff, isn't it?
Oh, it's so heavy, and for it to be in the middle of the year, and you're only, you know, it's only halfway through the contest, and you might have a chance to finish it off. It's different, but. You know, the calling's there, the opportunities you get.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's just such an awesome looking back end to the year two, Rich, and it'd just be such a shame, I'm sure, for a lot of surfers. You know, that's the big priority, getting yourself into a position to really get over to G-Land and have a shot at that. Everyone wants that opportunity, but also to save your year if you are outside the cut line, to put in the performances that you know you're capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll just check here whether looks like Jacob is going to pull a trigger on this one.
Yeah, needs a couple of extra paddles to get into it and has to chase down this first section, but sets up a nice little backhand carve to get started up into the pocket again. And Wilcox now looking for the finish, bit of foam to deal with. But does well, reads it nicely. It was a tricky section. Didn't exactly stand up for him. But he'll make the run to the Red Bull ski there. It's going to be his best wave. And we'll see if he can get himself back up into a position to qualify for the next round, because Federico Moraes dropped to 3.7, moved to first. Miguel's in second now. And Jacob needs a 3.85 out of that one.
Well, I think he will get the 3.85. It's possibly going to be up around about a 5 maybe, so he might match Miguel Pupo. Let's check the replay here. So just an extra couple of strokes to get into that one. The wind holding him up, patiently coming off the bottom. Now he drives through the backhand turn and again sits on the hillside rail. A quick reaction up into the pocket and just streaks down the line. Knew he wanted to get to the finish here, get that score on the board. He reminds me a little bit in the approach of Owen Wright, but a slightly more compact, maybe a slightly faster version of an Owen Wright. It's a good brand of surfing. I love it.
Yeah, 4.5 for that wave. I think it has to be said too, Jacob hasn't really connected with a high quality set yet. No. He's really kind of making something out of nothing at this stage. I think Federico Moraes was the benefactor of having the wave that provided the most scoring opportunity and surfed it pretty well, but good signs for Jacob. Miguel Pupo now with some work to do. He's after a 3.33 to get himself into a position to qualify for the next round at this stage as we go to a bonsai brew break. Seth Mona is getting ready to hit the line up next.
Welcome back to the Margaret River Pro. I'm down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with our trials winner, Ben Spence. Unfortunate to see you knocked out, but I would love to know how that trials day went for you.
Trials, I felt good. I felt loose and felt like I was starting to get the confidence to get up in these comps. And this loss hurts a bit because it feels like I'm ready, like my mind's ready to do some damage here, but I just didn't feel stable in that heat. So. Oh.
You definitely got a few good waves under your belt. What did it feel like paddling it out against some of the best surfers in the world?
Well, I've always kind of believed I'd get here, so it wasn't like foreign. I don't want to sound cocky, but it wasn't like I wasn't like, oh. I was kind of just like it felt like another heat, but I just felt like I couldn't get strong on my feet and couldn't get confidence.
Talk to me about the rest of your competitive career. Are you going to give it a good, strong opportunity to try and qualify for the championship tour?
Yeah. That's definitely it's been my goal for a while, and I've been working towards it. I haven't really got any results in my career, but I'm banking that they'll come and just keep going, keep just building on what I have like mentally, my mind.
Yeah, well, you certainly got a strong future ahead of you. Well done, and it was great to have you here in the event.
Cheers, thanks heaps.
Thank you, Shannon. Great to hear from Ben Spence there. Getting knocked out in the elimination round, but still, you know, the greatest accomplishment of his competitive career so far, making the grade in a CT event. Performed really well in the trials, had an excellent heat score to overcome a tough field there. Got the jump on Jack Thomas in the final of the trials and put in a good showing here. 9.5 minutes to go out there in the lineup. Some waves ridden during the interview, and we will we'll see how they played out in just a moment. But Miguel Pupo picking off a nice set wave, and more swell lines rolling towards the takeoff zone at the moment here at Margaret River Main Break. Great to be back here in the southwest. Tourism WA right behind this contest and have signed up for another 3 years, so that's something that all the surfers on the CT will look forward to. They love their time here in the west, as we see Marias taking off again. Good looking wall standing up, goes to that rail, one of those clinical frontside carves to get started. Again leans into the carve and now sets up the finish. Nice hooking turn off the top there as the wave goes dry on the inside. He picks his little track through the rocks there to get to the Red Bull ski. But it was another solid ride for Frederico. He'll dump the 3.7 and should be sitting in a pretty decent position when the numbers fall.
Yeah, that was a very composed approach to that wave, calculated each turn. Really, really strong surfing from Freddie. And man, this guy is just Mr. Consistency. He just doesn't put a foot wrong. It's a different approach to, say, a John or a Philippe where it's dynamic. But let's take a look here at Jacob streaking down the line on this one. Slightly smaller wave, but up and under the lip. A critical turn, and again a second one, but just the wave height not quite there on. But then this one here, a great wave for Miguel. Look at this, driving from behind the section. Just the timing perfectly up into the lip. And a second. Very smooth off the bottom, throws the board up and over the section for the final finish. And then Federico Marais, I love how he drives around the section, just keeping the gas on through these turns, just engaging the rail, not overcooking it. I guess you could argue maybe a fraction conservative, but he's getting the work done. It's undeniably good surfing here. Look at the leverage. He's a tall fella up around the 6'2", 6'3" mark. And that allows him to just put all that power into these turns here. Full extension with the wings. The back leg cocked with all the power. And Freddie just driving through all the way to the inside here, gets the third. Tweaks it out a little bit there, gets the release of the fins, and rides out super clean.
More action on the takeoff zone at the moment. Surfers having a bit of a look at waves out there. But no takers on that one. Numbers in for Miguel Pupo. 7-point ride for that last wave. Federico dropped that 6.57. Jacob Wilcox had his best of 5.77, but finds himself back in third place. And I guess that it's a little surprising at this stage to see Jacob not really connecting with the best waves in this lineup, considering he spent more time here than his two rivals. And he also was in that position after the opening exchanges of having priority.
You know, when we saw that outburst of emotion from him from the very start of the heat, he sensed that that was the key moment for him to start in a good rhythm. And sometimes you come in from these heats and you go, what did I do wrong? You know, I surfed really well, but it's a rhythmic thing with the sets. And if you don't get in that good rhythm from the start of the heat, it can be the demise of your heat right there. And it's just been a rotation thing where Jacob just hasn't been on the best waves when the sets are coming through. And it's basically been because at the start of the heat, he didn't force the issue enough. He didn't get on that wave, and you saw how upset he was because he knew that was going to put him into rhythm.
5.5 minutes to go. More lines coming our way at the moment. Miguel Pupo streaking towards something, trying to get himself well positioned from the takeoff. That's really how you set up that first big turn, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to come from behind the section, especially on your backhand. Whenever you're out on the face on your backhand, it can tend to make the turn a little bit flat. You end up dragging the cutback with a flat board. The judges always want to see that board on edge, and when you drive around that section, a deeper bottom turn, that gives you all the speed to just attack the lip.
Federico Marais sitting under the cut line at the moment in equal 25th position. And there is a few people in that same boat, including Leonardo Fioravanti, who works under the same coach, Richard Dogmarsh. He would have formulated a good game plan for Federico for this heat. It's paying off at the moment. As we dive into the Harvey Norman recap, here's that strong opening first ride for the Portuguese surfer.
Freddie just pushing the point, getting the positioning, and bringing some great surfing into this clutch moment on tour for him. And really is surfing with a lot of intent, but Miguel Pupo picking up some of the best rides on his backhand here. Bigger wave, cleaner, and just watch how tight he can get in the pocket on his backhand here. Up and over the section on that one. And you can see how much this means to him. He's lifted his level in this heat for sure. But mate, Mr. Pocket Sixes, here he is, just bringing consistent surfing, very calculated, not overcooking it, making sure he gets to the finish. He knows that there are only certain opportunities he's going to get, and he's made them count.
Got his dad here with him as well, and feeling pretty comfortable. When you look at the track record for Miguel Pupo and Federico Marais, I know they love their time down here in Western Australia, but this event has kind of sucked for those guys. They haven't been past the fourth round here before. 9th is their best finish at the CT level here, so they want to do something special. I think a lot of the focus is going to be obviously on those surfers under the cut line, but you've got to look at surfers like Miguel Pupo, who've, you know, had strong finishes on the CT before, but have been kind of grinding away at it for a few years, and with a solid start, the pressure's on him to resuscitate his CT year and get back on that magic run that's seen him maintain a place in the top 10.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, he's got his own level of pressure that he's trying to deal with, and that's, you can only ever blame pressure on yourself, really. And, you know, he's sitting okay on the tour, but perhaps not reaching his full potential now. So we've seen flashes of what he can do this year. And his performance at Bells was free and it was open. And he was in attack mode, and there is a difference between being in attack mode and being in defensive. Oh, I'm doing okay, I'm doing enough, and being satisfied with that.
Rich, I want to just dip into the mindset of the competitor in this tough situation, elimination round. I want to throw back to the year that you were chasing qualification, because the big focus for us has been surfers losing out in this round and missing the dream. I mean, obviously it creeps into your mind at some point, but how do you shift it and go, my goal is to win this contest or to make the semis to earn my place on the CT? Because you did it at Haleiwa one year. You needed to win the event to qualify for the tour, and you shaved your head regrettably and ended up going on and getting the job done. How do you go from having the fear of losing out early and missing that dream to getting after it and making it happen?
It was a pressure valve release moment for me. I had to strip away any form of pressure that I had so that I could open up and surf to my full potential.
Miguel Pupo has been surfing beautifully. That was a full potential turn. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to regain control, but he threw everything at it. Jacob Wilcox is a surfer with work to do at the moment, and that might have been the fall that he needed. The opportunity that he has to seize on now. After a 6.24, decent first turn, needs more out of this though. Can he hang on for the reverse? He will. Needs a little more, just throwing everything at this ride. Great small wave surfing to finish it off. But was it enough? A 6.24 was the requirement to overcome Miguel Pupo and get himself in a second spot with 45 seconds to go. That might have been his last shot at it.
Wow, I think it is going to be his last shot at it, and unfortunately, I don't know, I'm no judge, but to me there just wasn't enough on offer on the wave. He definitely surfed it amazing, but just thinking back to the other scores that Frederico Mariah got around that 6 mark, the 6.33 even, it was 3 solid connected turns. The transitions were smooth. There was acceleration between each moment, and Jacob, while the surfing was spectacular, it wasn't those 3 dynamic moments that the other competitors had. But just coming back to your point about pressure there, you know, if you can free yourself up by releasing all the pressure, that's when you're surfing at your best. And in a nothing to lose moment, it's make or break, and you have to find that place of zero pressure so that you can surf the way you know you can surf to your full potential.
And Frederico Marias did it beautifully there in Heat 3 of the elimination round. Solid performance from him. Miguel Pupo with the highest single ride of the heat. Jacob Wilcox falling short on that last ride. Clutch stuff from the Portuguese surfer. He's moving through to the 3rd round. Seth Moniz, Sam Pupo, and Matthew McGilvray will come up next.
West Oz, just lots of countryside, lots of beautiful sights and reef breaks, different waves, just so much to see really, such a variety of different sights and sounds, and it overloads your senses. It's been so good to have a lay day where we can relax and switch off, and we've jumped on a big boat and gone for a bit of an exploration around Rottnest.
We went out on due west charters, picked out some big old greys and they're pretty monstrous. We went fishing, had a little bit of a flick, went swimming at Salmon Bay at Roddy. Today's as epic as it gets.
Probably the part about the west coast that we really like is that the sun sets over the ocean. I really think that's what makes it, because there's so much beauty about being at the beach.
This day has been pretty cool for everyone to get a look at how beautiful this place is, and really cool seeing everybody's faces when they see it for the first time.
It's nice to be able to explore a bit really and do something different.
Some vision there from our time at Rottnest last year. The surfers are loving that, but also they love their time down here at Margaret River, which is of course home to the Wadundee people. And we acknowledge the traditional owners of the Margaret River region. We thank them for welcoming us back each year to Wadundee Budja, and we pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. And we are gearing up for another big clash. Seth Monet's looking to turn his year around. He started so strong, second place finish, his first CT final at Pipeline, and since then the results have gone backwards. So he needs to turn things around here. Samuel Pupo, he's had some great moments. He wants to shore up his place for the back half of the year, sitting in 18th position at the moment. Matthew McGilvray, he's had a bit of a shocker and is down in 32nd position and has a lot of work to do to even get himself into a position to make the cut. But this is going to be an interesting heat, because Seth is the big story for me in this one, Rich. It's just been a real surprise to see his results get worse at each venue.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for fans, friends and family to watch, because the start was there, the dream start was there for Seth Moniz, and then unfortunately things have slipped a little. I can't help but notice or feel like there's a little bit of head noise going on with Seth. Perhaps just not confident in I don't know whether it's his equipment or just the way he's feeling on his boards at the moment, or just what's going on, but there's something there that he needs to work out, because he just doesn't appear like he's surfing as free and open and as fast as we normally like to see Seth. So let's see what happens here in this heat. He can turn it around as we see happy Federico Moraes after that heat making his way up the stairs.
Yeah, probably looking for where he wants to put his name on those stairs.
Absolutely.
The former winners all listed on that staircase as you make the climb back up towards the Red Bull athlete zone. But Seth, you know, we talk about here his results dipping. He dropped 6 spots after a 33rd down there at Bells Beach, but he's still sitting in 11th place, and the opportunity to throw away that 33rd result means that if he can get through this heat, he'll already on the live ladder jump ahead of a lot of people just sitting inside that top 10 and get himself back up there closer to that top 5 position, which is obviously the end goal.
Yeah, I think, sorry mate, I just think for Seth, he needs to just get back to the moment. He's perhaps thinking a bit far ahead, thinking to, you know, I got that good result, I've got to stay up here, and he's putting maybe a little bit of unneeded pressure on himself. He just needs to get back to simplifying it, just surf each wave as best you can, as well as you know that you can. And we know that he can, because he's one of the best surfers in the world, and I think back to some of his performances you know, around the world and at places like Huntington Beach, not only in Hawaii, but, you know, throughout Australia, at Duranbar, all these highlight moments that he's had. So it's all there. He's just going through a bit of a funny patch, and he needs to bring it back all together.
Yeah, that pipe performance, though, was legendary. 9.43 in a final against Kelly Slater. He really made something at the final in the dying stages, but it was the big win in the quarters that got everyone talking, overcoming John Florence there. He'd scored a total of 17.293, massive numbers, but just the guts that he showed. He took some heavy beatings in the semis before he took Kelly on, and he didn't hold back at all.
No, it was an amazing display of surfing, and he really cemented himself as as one of the true pipeline, potential pipeline masters. And interesting to note, Ron, he took the inside track here. So he wanted the inside position, Seth, so that he could govern, you know, assuming that all the focus is going to be on the right-handers here. So perhaps this second wave here of the set might be his.
Yeah, this one's starting to cap, though, on the outside, and all the competitors just caught a little out of position there. Wasn't much on that wave anyway. It was just a big peak with no real face. Left kind of standing up a little bit for a moment there, but I doubt anyone would have looked at it. The big numbers have been coming on the rights. But Samuel Pupo, we talked about Seth's run at pipe. Didn't he impress?
Oh, amazing and hard to do as a rookie, to come in and put such a convincing and dominant performance in a wave like pipeline. I don't know. For me, I couldn't figure out our whole career where I didn't really do well at pipeline. It's because I didn't put the time in out there, but never really clicked with that wave. And for someone to click in their first year or two is just outstanding and really testament to the talent this guy has.
Yeah, it was an impressive quarterfinal finish for Samuel there. And Rip Curl were quick to put the pen and paper in front of him after that result and sign him for another 3 years. And that would have alleviated a bit of pressure heading into this full new format season.
Yeah, I was also impressed with his performance at Haleiwa. I hadn't really seen too much of him before then, and I really sat up and took notice. I was like, whoa, who is this guy? You know what I mean? And obviously the name rung a bell. Yeah, I was super stoked to see him make the tour, and yeah, he's putting in some really solid performances. Did well down at Bells as well. Put in some really great heats down there.
And he's just seen his brother progress out of that last elimination heat too, so he'll be inspired to get his roll on here. Sammy Pupo, who is definitely enjoying travelling with this Brazilian crew. David Silva helped him a lot at Haleiwa last year. Says David's like a brother to him, and he progressed through in the earlier heats of this elimination round as well. So plenty of motivation for Sammy to lock in a couple of big scores here and survive this dreaded round. Matthew McGilvray, you know, hasn't had a lot to celebrate this year, Rich, in the way of big results. He's coming off the back of 2 33rd, so he's bowed out of the elimination round a couple of times in the last couple of events in Portugal and Bells. But he's got positive memories from Margaret River in the contest here last year. He lost out in the semi-finals to Felipe, but he had a big run, overcoming some very tough customers on his road to that semi-final. Quarterfinals, he did beat Seth. The round of 16 got the jump on Kanoa Igarashi, and round 3, Connor Coffin. Round 1, he beat Wade Carmichael. So he beat some big rail surfers on his run to his best ever finish at the CT level.
Yeah, I really do like this wave for Matty McGillivray. He's got that style that's suited to a bigger open face where there's a lot of power in the wave. We might see this heat get underway now.
Here is the South African from Jeffreys Bay. A little tweak on the tail there. He doesn't like it much, though. He's going to kick out in a bit of disgust and try and find a wave with some more scoring opportunity on the outside.
Yeah, Lara, thinking back to last year, and I feel like he was one of the standout competitors on the bigger day, just drawing some amazing lines. It looked like we may have had takeoff there from Seth Manise.
It's got that big, wild, extended frontside carve, doesn't he? He just really throws that back arm up and just pivots around it. A lot of leverage in those big frontside arcs for Matt. But a couple of throwaway numbers for two of the competitors out there, and that's going to work really well for Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, it is actually, because it just means that he's at the top of the rotation order, and his other two competitors haven't put any numbers on the board yet. So he's instantly in a position of control in this heat, because if he opens up with a decent score, he's going to draw first blood, and he can potentially control the narrative of this heat to a certain extent.
Obviously, you know, there's a game plan when the coaches are getting their surfers ready for heats, but they're also breaking down things when they hit the steps. And Federico Moraes was catching up with Doc Marsh after that heat win.
The 6-3 to start. I think that was it all day. You did good to sit through this lull. Even this one, you had to just wait.
I know. But it's. I was just like, by the end, they all had like 2, 3-8, 2. So I was just like, and I saw that one and kind of looked like it was gonna have like something, and then maybe I could have finished it.
Yeah.
But it just went really flat.
Super
One side.
Yeah, it's cool, Rich. Obviously, you're rarely reflecting on your heat wins and looking for places to improve. But Richard Dog Marsh just quick to say there was some stuff you did well, but maybe pay attention to this next time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a learning process, and you'd be a fool to come in from even a win and just not think, okay, well, how did I win, or what more could I have done? You know, that's how you become a better competitor. And well, Doc March, I love how he writes down the entirety of the heat and how it played out for each one of his surfers that he's working with, so that he can reflect on it and picking out those moments where, yeah, you won, you had those 2 scores, but you actually could have had maybe an 8 if you surfed it like this, or if you didn't make that priority mistake. Here we go, Seth, up and riding.
Yeah, the best looking wave of this heat so far, and the young Hawaiian doesn't waste that first section, really ripped into it, and now moves through to the inside, looking for that big finish on the outside. Well, that was Samuel Pupo unloading a big frontside arc of his own. So a good exchange here. Sam really stringing together the sections nicely through the inside there.
Yeah, that was a good exchange, and I did like that opening manoeuvre of Seth Manise, as we see Sammy just taking care of his body and equipment here, just on the table section. And there's a little bit of weed over that. It's not, you know, volcanic sharp reef, although there is, you know, obviously reef underneath, but there is quite a platform of kunji and reef and seaweed on there, so you can actually skitter across that reef without getting too cut up.
As long as you're kind of rolling across it, not hitting it hard, you can survive those wipeouts unscathed, as we go to the replay now of Seth.
Yeah, I like that opening turn. Just putting a little bit of flair to the final moments as he drove right around and tweaked the fins out a bit. Some clean-up work through the inside section, and then slams the oncoming final foam hit. Sammy Pupo, he got a great wave outside, twitching off the bottom for the first turn, but a nice wrap and then a second one. Just the thing with this guy, the transition's so clean, and he almost looks like he's hovering above the section sometimes, and when he's doing his manoeuvres, staying nice and light on his feet. Here's live action.
Matthew McGilvray doesn't want to get left behind here, so picks off a nice looking wall of his own. Digs in. There's that real big extended carve that we were talking about. Rips into that last move, and that'll be his best wave. So waiting on numbers to drop for all 3 surfers. And this is going to be interesting. It's going to really set the tone and pace for this battle.
Yeah, looking at the replay here, Matty McGillivray, very dominant on the back foot. You can see that knee just sort of cocked into his body there, allows him to get nice and low and just drives through that final turn. Matty McGillivray riding a DHD MF-DNA model, same model as Jacob Wilcox was riding in the previous heat. Different fin setup though, going for the Tokoro template. And that's Matty's best wave for sure. Not a bad way to get into the heat now.
9.5 minutes to go. On the back of the Red Bull ski there, just charging back into the lineup. It's a pretty quick trip. Sometimes you finish your waves off before that reef section, and you're just on the other side of the shelf in that deeper water. You can kind of probably make it back to the takeoff zone a little quicker than the skis.
Yeah, it's definitely a faster track if you finish the right, and you can duck out before any sets come.
So Matthew McGillivray, we mentioned those 33rd, so obviously he can really start to collect some added points by progressing through this round, dropping one of those 33rd results. 18 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Numbers in for Seth, his last ride of 5.33, 6.17 for Samuel Pupo, and Matty's is on the way, but right now let's hear from Frederico Moraes and Laura.
Freddie, keeping the fight alive. That was a very important heat for you. Obviously just missing out on making it through yesterday afternoon, but how good is it and how much confidence do you have just to have a solid heat?
Yeah, it's really nice to make this one. Elimination round, it's really hard, especially now being the cut event. You really want to make it, but so yeah, into the next round, stoked. Yesterday was really close, so gave it all today, and yeah, stoked.
And talk about the nerves. You were just saying, you know, it's slow out there, so you just really have to capitalize when the waves come through.
Yeah, it's kind of slow, and the thing is, when the good ones come, you can really see, but in betweens, you're not getting any scores, so you kind of just gotta sit through the lulls and just wait. And on a hit like this, where everything's crucial, it's just like nerve-wracking to like sit for 10 minutes and wait for a wave. But I guess it paid off. You're just gonna be patient and then trust your guts.
Amazing. Yeah, the boys in the booth said that you didn't put a foot wrong there. You surfed really well, and you know how important is this, you know, to pull this out now?
I know. It's all in. It's make or break. So yeah, I really want to stay on tour. It's a dream. I love it here. I've been doing it for a while, and you just can't. You don't get tired. I love it, so I'm gonna give it all for this event. If it doesn't happen, all good. We'll come back again. If it does happen, stoked. I'll get to surf Cheba in the second half.
Awesome. Thanks, Freddie. We'll see you in round 3.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Ronnie, off the back of that interview, I remember when Freddie lost at Bell's, and we were sort of sneaking in on the post-heat breakdown, and he had already succumbed to the Challenger Series. And he said it out of his mouth. He goes, oh, well, I'm back on the Challenger Series. So I feel like he's one of those surfers who's gone, I got nothing to lose here. If I'm back on the Challenger Series, what if? So he's resigned himself, by resigning himself to the fact that he's gone back onto the Challenger Series, he's taken away that pressure, and he surfed in that heat like he didn't have any pressure, which is fantastic. And obviously he wants to make the tour, but he's in a good headspace in my mind.
I'd agree with that. 16 minutes remaining here. Matthew McGilvray dropped to 5.67. He's out in front at the moment. Crucial heat for him. Sami Pupo is in second spot. He's needing just a 1-point ride to get himself into the lead. And Seth is back in third. He's holding priority at the moment. And he's after not a big score at all to get into second. But once Samuel Pupo drops that second score, he's going to be after something a bit more significant.
He could pretty much throw a blanket over their top scoring ride at the moment. There's really nothing in it. So it is going to come down to this second scoring ride and who will get the better of it.
15.5 minutes remaining in this last elimination heat for the men. Who will progress through to the third round? We'll find out after the break.
Yeah, like growing food and cooking and fishing and kind of those things are all a bit intertwined, and spending time with my family and my girlfriend, and have a couple cats and a dog now, which is pretty funny. I never thought I'd have a pet.
The WSL is working with Nature Conservation, Margaret River region, to heal this beautiful dune landscape.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's so cool to see, you know, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this. That's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
My favorite part about being on tour is probably just surfing the good waves we surf, the competitive aspect of it, and just being in those like high-pressured situations, but while you're surfing really good waves. You know, you're happy, you're stoked, you're excited, and you're surfing against the best guys in the world, so.
We're here in Jewel Cave in West Australia.
It's crazy how Mother Nature just creates these incredible sculptures.
We are here at the Voyager. It's beautiful. It's very chateau-esque. It lives up to what it's known for.
It's been really incredible to go backstage at the Lewin Vineyard. We actually were able to look at the fermentation process.
Basically, a very rare treat being taken behind the scenes. It's awesome. Just under 14 minutes remaining here in the last elimination heat. And Seth Moniz has jumped up into the lead at 1.93 in his last wave. It's a narrow lead. Matthew McGilvray within striking distance, only needs a 1.59 to get into the first spot, and Samuel Pupo back in third, holding priority now. He's just after a 1 to climb into the top 2. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett as we check out the WA flight cam. Gives you a great perspective of just how the swell lines refract around the reef here, how that end section looms. It's in the back of the surfers' minds once they drop that big first turn or combination on the outside section. Samuel Pupo just getting bogged down. Looks like his back foot may have slipped off there, Rich.
Oh, and that happens. You get surfers that have their feet firmly planted and don't move them around at all, and then you have surfers that actually shift their feet, in particular your back foot. As you're driving down for speed, you often shift it up a little bit, maybe even off the tail pad. As we can see here, just cuts down, streaking down the line here. And as he went to just plant his foot right back on the tail pad, he just actually missed it. So let's see what happened here with Seth's ride. Smaller inside wave, just trying to blast the lip there. Just overcooked it. But these little foot movements, they happen just within a millisecond. And you know, you really want to get that back foot right on the tail pad, right in between the front and back fin. That's the little power pocket of your surfboard where you can really just deliver all the power out of your body and drive through the board.
But on a wave like Mainbreak, where there's those bumps and boils to contend with, the shuffling of your feet, if you mistime it, can kind of go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an uneven playing field when you think about the reef underneath, and it's well, like Pipeline as well. There's all these sort of ridges and hollows and crevice, you know, and then little precipices in the reef, and that's what creates all those little boils and those uneven moments when you're actually riding this wave, and you've got to be able to anticipate and read it within a millisecond, and it really is testament to all our competitors just how in tune with this wave and the ocean they are.
Rich, big result for Seth to get a second place finish at the first event of the season, but at home in front of family, friends, basically the entire island of Oahu behind you, cheering you on to potential victory. To get that big breakthrough result, how hard is it to back it up, to turn up at the next stop on the CT and replicate that performance as a former CT winner yourself?
Yeah, it is hard, and automatically there's an expectation that you put on yourself once you get a good result. And I know I did when I had, you know, good competitions and even had a win here and there. You would go in to the next one thinking, I'm on a roll here, I'm going to smash it, and you would often put yourself out of that comfort zone, and just by sheer nature of putting that added pressure in, you start to perform in a different way than what you should. So pressure does weird things to people.
Samuel Pupo up it again, doesn't need much to get into the lead. That'll help his cause. Big frontside arc. I mean, without flipping his surfing and having a look and making comparisons to his brother, I've got to say I can see just shades of Felipe's influence in his surfing. The extension, just that elasticity, the release that he's able to find halfway through those frontside carves, it's pretty electric.
It's that fast twitchiness, that element of surprise that you get with this guy. You're not quite sure what he's going to do, but let's watch the replay here. Just pumps on the board for speed, projects down the line, and then this wrap here just puts so much acceleration in it. He actually finished the turn faster than when he entered into it, and that's something that Felipe does really well. So right here, he just hits the accelerator, drives through it, getting the upper and lower body moving so well together, compresses as he turns back into the foam, and then gets right back into this final turn, and you can see there, just releasing the fins right out, blowing the tail of the board out, and then just ejecting before the reef exposed itself.
Joey's out there in the field watching things unfold. Sammy Pupo's about to drop the highest number of the heat, Joe. We were just making that comparison to Felipe's approach.
Yeah, spot on, Ronnie. It's really impressive to see how explosive Sammy Pupo is, even under pressure of that midseason cut. And just walking down these stairs, it's amazing to feel the energy that the Brazilian Storm is sending to Sammy Pupo, all led by world #1 Felipe Toledo. I actually walked by Felipe. I was like, well, how's Sammy feeling? He's like, he's always calm. He's always cruising. He never appears stressed out. And Felipe went on to say how he's definitely going to feel some magic from Miguel Pupo, the big brother, getting through his heat right before him. He's going to try to channel that into his favor. So with all the energy in the water right now, with 3 different stories unfolding, definitely Sammy Pupo with the most backing on the stairs to support him to a big result.
Yeah, no doubt. Talk to us about Seth, Joe, and this sort of magic start to the year and now the position he finds himself in. We were just talking about how hard it is to back up big wins, but maybe even harder to back up bad results, and Seth had his worst of the season down there at Bells Beach.
It's so true. You guys are spot on talking about expectations, and that's exactly what Seth put on himself. I checked in with his coach, Reynos Hayes, who's been coaching Seth since he was about 7 years of age, and he said he noticed how Seth all of a sudden put pressure on being in that final 5, of doing the surfing that he wanted to show to the world. We're talking about mid-season cut pressure right now, but Seth put so much pressure on himself to keep himself at the top and go on to win major events. They've put a lot of effort into putting into great results on the North Shore. They accomplished that, a 2nd and a 5th. Things definitely changed as the season went on, and then to add to it, that tough result at Bells, he had a bad heel injury when he was going for a crazy air at the end of that heat at Winky Pop and did some damage to his heel. So preparing for Margaret River, it was actually less surfing, more about healing, and the big motion for Seth was to find that joy in your surfing again, relieve yourself from all that pressure that you put on yourself, and find yourself back in the top 10 after this event.
Love the insights, Joey. Keep them coming. 6.5 minutes remaining. And Samuel Pupo drops a 7.33 on his last ride, powers into the lead, and the pressure's really on Seth and Matthew McGilvray now, both sitting with similar kinds of scores and nothing in it. Seth desperately wants to get rid of that 1.93, but Matty McGilvray in striking distance at the moment has a slightly better number than Seth and only needs a 1.59 to jump up into 2nd with priority. So Seth's going to be feeling it out there at the moment.
It's interesting, isn't it? I can almost feel more pressure and more stress from the situation that Seth's facing right now than actually what Samuel and Matty are feeling right now, you know, and they've got the cut on the line, but Seth's almost got the sort of momentum for the rest of the year on the line. But let's have a look here. Like, that was a good turn. That's more like the Seth Manise that we're used to seeing, and unfortunately just hasn't been able to find a second wave. We're sure he will with over 5 minutes to go here. Slams that final section. I like that. And but it's been this guy here, Samuel Pupo, who's just in attack mode, just surfing so fast and frisk, staying really light and agile on his feet. It's probably a good word to describe his style of surfing. It's fast and agile. He's just picking up, he's finding these waves that are allowing him to keep streaking down the line, to keep that accelerator on. There are no down moments in his wave. He's connecting from turn to turn. And we know that the judges just love that.
Just really fiery combos as Seth goes after the number. Let's see what he can do. He's trying to get rid of a 1.93. This wave already starting to taper off on him, and he gets a little hung up there. Just over 5 minutes to go, and Samuel Pupo gets another opportunity here, trying to get rid of a 6.17.
Oh, no.
Again, loses that back foot. So there will be a focus on equipment at the end of this heat for sure, because he's done that a couple of times now. The South African goes after that 2nd position. Needs a 2.16 out of this ride. It's a close battle for 2nd at the moment. So not a lot of room to move, but the combination of the 2 turns will probably get him the score he needs to move in a 2nd spot, as Seth now looks at a left-hander out here. And it's provided a couple of decent sections for him, but he's not going to complete that move.
Wow, uncharacteristic fall for Seth Manise on the final manoeuvre there. It was looking okay, and a rare left-hander. We haven't seen many of our competitors, men or women, through the entire event hit the left-hander.
Joe said he'd been talking to Reynos about the expectations that Seth's putting on himself, Rich, and the goals that he has in this event. You've been chatting with Reynos too.
Yeah.
You know, you can see it in Seth's performance at the moment. There's not a lot of confidence there.
You look at the difference between the way Samuel Pupo's attacking these waves and the way Seth is. That there's almost this sort of free abandonness, this nonchalant approach that is unrestricted. It's free is the best way to describe the way Sammy's attacking the waves, whereas there's just something that's missing with Seth in the approach that we're used to seeing, where he's just open and just aggressive towards each section. He almost looks like he's trying to surf defensively.
Yeah, well, I look back to the 5.33 and that big first turn, and you know that was a turn I think finished off with a lot of freedom.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, you know, the pressure to back that number up has been difficult. He got a 3.1 on his last ride, but Matthew McGilvray dropped to 4.87. So Seth's back in third position. He needs a 5.22, and the clock's really going to be working against him here in the final 2.5 minutes. But let's have a replay of Matty's ride.
Yeah, so Matty got a good one here. Streaks down the line again. Just that big wrapping turn that he's starting to become his trademark, and gets to the finish there. So marginally better than Seth's wave. The only real difference in that one was that wave offered Matty a better finish. Seth just tapered out and unfortunately didn't give him another shot at finishing strong.
I like Seth's chances on a similar wave of upping the scores. A wave that doesn't allow you room to make many choices. It's just get that first rip in and throw it back in for an end finish, an end turn finish. Seth's waves with that taper, it's kind of got him asking a lot of questions about what line he's going to take, and he almost looks too busy on the wave. You know, you can tell he's trying to get some work done, but he's sort of inevitably washing off speed in doing that.
Yeah, and it was actually, I think it was the left that he got the 3.10 on with the fall. So if he had completed that turn, maybe it would have been the difference. He might be in second place right now, because there's really not a lot in it, and hopefully in this final minute and a half we see a three-wave set and he can get another shot at it.
Yeah, just Joe mentioned just the narrative for each competitor in this heat, so different. Seth with the big start wants to really climb back up into a position to potentially challenge for a final five finish. And then Matthew McGilvray's just desperate for a monster result to try and maybe get it above the cut line. I guess the thing for Matt is he's got great memories of performing well here at Margaret. Seth too, he's been a solid performer here at Main Break over the years. 2 quarterfinal finishes as he goes after the number he needs, a 5.22.
Oh no!
That bottom is so shallow there, and Seth incomplete again. Samuel Pupo behind him. He's going to kick out of this one. 45 seconds to go. That was likely Seth's last shot at it.
Oh wow, that could have been it. Unfortunately, just not able to ride out of that final section. He was on his way to getting that 5.22, and he can feel it. You know, you can see the disappointment on Seth Manise right now. Oh man, this is tough when you're on a good roll. Things just seem to happen for you, but when you're on a bad roll, the hole just gets deeper and deeper.
It's funny because just the stress we were feeling, it was coming from Seth mainly in that heat, but Matthew McGilvray's going to keep his dreams alive here, and Seth's still got 5 events to really challenge and get himself back on track, but McGilvray doing just enough to hang on to second spot here. And it's Samuel Pupo who really did put on a show for us.
Yeah, great heat there from Sammy Pupo. Deserved the win, and we'll see him march through to the next round.
Well, stay with us because we're just moments away from kicking off the round of 16 for the women. Brisa Hennessy and Luana Silva will be up first. We'll bring in Shannon and Bugs for the call.
We're not blind. I was like, we'll hit something.
Can I have one of your boards? Can I have one of your boards?
That one was nearly the best one.
Get a little under one as well.
Hey! But I'm not left-handed. I was like, how am I going to run this? I brought some big boards. I know how wild you guys here are in the West here, so yeah, I'm ready for it. You guys are a really good crowd to surf in front of, so thanks for coming down. One little engine. High five!
Weston-Webb!
We had like 10 seconds left.
Oh my gosh, I was so clutch. I was so nervous.
Hi, rock on! Surf's update! Listen, surfing is sick. And it's healthy. Very healthy. Start surfing now! Hello! Hello! Never stop surfing! Keep going! It makes you very fit. And muscles. Very fit.
Some of the most passionate fans in surfing here at the Margaret River Pro love seeing the Grommies in the mix, getting to sit alongside of their heroes, get some autographs, and really just rub shoulders with some of the world's best. Shannon Hughes in the booth, joined by the 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. It's a pleasure to call to action with you today.
Yeah, it's going to be great. This round of the women's is going to be so exciting, Shannon, and the fans all come out from the little Grommies all the way through to the adults and grandfathers and grandmums. Everyone comes down to support the women here at Margaret River. It's going to be quite a show.
Quite a show. We're into the round of 16, and we have moved down to 30-minute heats, Bugs.
Yeah, we had the 35-minute heats for that elimination round, but they figured that through the feedback from the head judge that 30 minutes heats, the sets are consistent enough. There's definitely more than one wave in a set. There's usually 3. And we're back to one-on-one competition. So Brisa versus Luana, it's going to be a great heat, and I think 30 minutes is going to be fine.
Plenty of opportunity out in the lineup this morning. We've seen that with more than enough waves caught for all of our surfers. Some great set potentials for each of those that found themselves with priority at the right time as well. And now Brisa Hennessy, world number 2, up against Luana Silva, world number 12. Now Brisa Hennessy, coming into Margaret River, has already made the mid-season cut. She is qualified for G-Land for the rest of the 2022 season, with her sights set now on keeping herself in the top 5 and getting into those WSL finals.
Well, Brisa's really, established a solid foundation to stay in the 5. I mean, she was wearing the yellow jersey coming into Bells. That was pretty sweet. And, look, she's still got another great result and acquitted herself well. So she's having her best campaign yet. It's still early days, but we're kind of approaching the halfway mark. And I think she's got her sights set on trestles.
It certainly has been an exceptional year for Brisa Hennessy, and she could take that yellow jersey back, depending on how things pan out through the rest of this event. She does need about a quarterfinal finish at least to be looking at the yellow jersey. But we'll have to see how the rest of our field, sitting in that top pack of Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, how the rest of them go throughout competition. Luana Silva, it's an entirely different story for the rookie, who pulls off of that one, decides not to go on the left. A little spit just popped out of there.
Yeah, on the takeoff, there's this little finger of, it's like a sort of a block of reef a little bit further out. It's a lot shallower. So with the left, you still get a really steep takeoff, and we got a little spit on that one. I mean, it's a hollow, steep takeoff, but it quickly goes quite, well, what we call burgerish, and it moves off the reef very quickly, whereas the right, it's a cut-off right with more of an A-frame, and it's got pockets all the way through it. That's why the surfers, even when it was bigger yesterday, they were still electing to go on the right, Shannon.
That's exactly where the scoring potential was out for them. We've seen a few tricky finishes, real dedication and danger coming through to those shallow sections on the inside as well. But it's that sort of dedication that's taken some of our women in that elimination round through to excellent scores. We saw Tatiana Weston-Webb and Gabriella Bryan in that second elimination heat go huge on very dry reef finishes and get into those 8 and 9 point ranges. As we see Brisa Hennessy now with a paddle, lining up for that opening turn. Nice quick snap to start off with, makes the adjustment for the finishing section. And she'll ride out clean.
Yeah, she really had to hold on to that one, and you can see what was happening there. The reason why I think Luana was paddling for that wave on the left was that they'd got themselves jockeyed quite deep behind the peak on the right. And even on that one, Brisa, she had to come around a collapsing section first, so she didn't get that first big shot off, as we see Luana on her opening wave.
Great carve to kick things off and just pushes the tail through that second turn. That was amazing.
Now, I think Luana, though, if there's one advantage to have, she mightn't have the seeding advantage and the experience, but she has already had a heat today. And the advantage there is that, one, she's carries that momentum of the advancing through that heat, but also I found myself that the second heat of the day, you're just a bit looser, you're surfing with a lot more confidence, you know, the nerves are gone, and you can really kind of let's say, you know, get stuck into it from the get-go.
That's right. She was in that opening heat of the morning up against Lakey Peterson and Mia McCarthy. Luana walked through with that second place advancement into the round of 16, where we saw our local wildcard and Mia McCarthy go down. And it was exciting to see Luana find some rhythm there as we take another look at first to Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, so Brisa, she had to come from behind the section, so she really only got the one major maneuver in. She handled it well, whereas Luana, I think she got to move across it. She's taken off on the apex of the peak. She gets that first big carving cut back in, and that's a great carve the second turn. So she got, I would think she might have got the better of the exchange. Having said that, Brisa, that last finishing move, a little bit more degree of difficulty, a bit more vertical. But I think just the fact that she only got the one maneuver in will hinder her scoring potential.
Great start for both of our women, finding a nice looking wave. Luana Silva significantly gets the points over Brisa Hennessy. Brisa drops through a 3.50, and Luana opens up with a 5.83, and now puts a requirement on the board for Brisa. Big heat for Luana Silva, sitting at number 12 on the rankings. Realistically, she needs to make it into the quarterfinals to begin improving her situation in her ranking and to start getting some more points behind her campaign, considering those throwaways she already has in there. And there's a lot of pressure on the line for her now.
Yeah, there's certainly more pressure on the line, but you wouldn't have thought so the way she surfed that first wave. She looked loose. I do think just having that heat under her belt this morning, the nerves are gone. And, you know, there's a lot more pressure on her. Obviously, Brisa looking to consolidate her position in that top three. But Luana, she's surfing for everything here. It's all on the line.
Luana's here with her mom, Tatiana, and her little brother. Saw them supporting her in the warm-up, but she had those headphones on at least an hour before paddling out for this second heat, well into the men's third elimination heat. She already had those headphones on. She was already starting to get in the zone. She enjoys listening to anything from the era of the 2000s of music. She likes a little Justin Bieber, some Drake, some Rihanna, just to get her focused and in the space and a little bit amped up to paddle out when she has such a battle in front of her. So it's great to see Luana finding that rhythm. Then Brisa Hennessy, I checked her down there at that Oakley's deck, sitting next to her coach, Glenn Micro Hall, having a really lighthearted chat before getting ready to paddle out.
And that's the key, Shannon, isn't it? I mean, it's that preparation to reach that, you know, that space where it's sort of, everyone's a little bit different. Every personality is different. Some people are very analytical. They like to very much break things down. Others just, as you said, like Brisa, keeping it light with the coach. And that's the coach's job, really, to identify that personality, what makes them click and get into that arousal state so they can perform at their peak.
Brisa's parents, Mike and Katie, there on the stairs. They would be so proud of her performances this year. It's her 3rd season on the championship tour. And after falling off last year in the 2021 season, she actually didn't make it past a heat out of the round of 16 the entire year. For her to come in to reset into that Challenger Series in the back half of last year, to walk away in that 2nd position, she had some great heats and great momentum throughout. And then for her to find her very first championship tour victory at Sunset Beach of all places, where she has just grown up loving that area, has been a really exceptional year for Brisa. And now Luana, another Sunset Beach local, straight up into the lip, connects with that first turn, opens up on the 2nd for a big open carve, and doesn't have that section to finish off with very well.
No, but it's a good backup wave, and she looks like she wants to keep busy, and she certainly kept Brisa off that wave. Brisa had a very good look at it.
Scores to come now for Luana Silva to back up that 5.83 that she kicked off with. And of course, with Brisa, we know that she represents Costa Rica. That's where she was born and raised as a young child, but then her family moved to the North Shore of Oahu. She grew up in Sunset Beach from about 8 years old through her school years, and that really was her formative years within competitive surfing. And it's so cool now to see these two paired up against each other, Bugs, because that's where Luana has grown up. That's her home at Sunset. And both of them to come from that region and that competitive drive on the North Shore and find themselves on the championship tour together is really special.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they went to Sunset Beach Elementary down there by Ayakai. It would have been, that's an amazing story right there. I mean, but what a great backyard to come out and play after school. And there's the most amazing, most famous stretch of beach in the world to cut your teeth in as a grommet.
So many great surfers coming out of that region of the world. Brisa's family now residing on Namotu Island in Fiji, where she gets to eat some fresh fish, catch some of the best waves on the planet, with far less crowded lineups in the North Shore these days.
Yeah, well, I think it was in 2020 then, when that first year of all the lockdowns and the pandemic, when international travel was blockaded and there was an embargo on moving around the world, and I think Brisa got shipwrecked at Namotu, and I was so envious. I was going, what a great place to get, you know, to get shipwrecked and just surfing your brains out.
And she comes from just a family. Brisa herself is such an incredible chef, loves spending time in the kitchen. They did have to get a little creative on, you know, what they were going to be cooking, given that they were just stuck there on the island. Down to 16 minutes on the clock. That last heat, we saw Sammy Pupo take a win. As we see this set rolling through the lineup now, we'll see if anyone's going to have a look at it. Brisa with priority is going to go. So she opened up on a 3.5. Nice snap to start off with. A lot of power. Lining it up for the second. Connects with the lip. Nearly gets stuck, but redeems herself to finish through on a shaky inside section.
Yeah, well, just a quick one on that. We'll go through it on the brush. She started so confidently on that wave, and then it kind of started getting a little shaky.
Brisa Hennessy looking to build on the score line. Luana Silva dropped in a 5.9 for her last wave, which means Brisa is now chasing an 8.23 to take the lead away from Luana.
Yeah, this first turn is really, she stamps her authority. There's a very conservative finish, though. She just sort of places the board there, and I think the judges, they're going to love this first turn, Shannon.
Yeah, really dynamic, throws it straight into the pocket.
And then she just sort of places the board. There's a lot of chop on the face. Look at all the chop in that area there. There's boils and chop and runoff from the reef, and she had to negotiate all that. She knew that she had that first great turn, and then she wanted to capitalize on it, but I think her score will be held back a bit.
Well, as we wait for those scores to roll through for Brisa Hennessy, we'll catch up with Sammy Pupo.
Sammy Pupo, a very important heat for you to get through just then, and we were just saying that whenever you and your brother Miguel go back-to-back heats, you always seem to come out on top.
Yeah, definitely. It was good to see him out there before my heat. You know, he just gave me that little bit of positive vibes before my heat, and then my heat just got super slow, and I was lucky to get a smaller one and get a 7.
And this is your first time here at Margaret River. You're an 18th on the rankings at the moment, so really trying to defend your spot to make that cut. Are you thinking about that?
What cut? No, yeah, it's a tough round. You know, if you lose, you basically get nothing of points. So it's good to make these heats, and it's my first time in this round. You know, first time I go to the elimination round, so I was a little bit nervous. But I just watched a couple of surf videos this morning, just trying to get pumped up, and I think it worked.
Amazing. Well, into round 3, we can't wait to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Sammy, and advancing through his first elimination round appearance of his rookie season, which is impressive that he's avoided it thus far.
Certainly is, and him and his brother going back to back. I mean, what a great family reunion that is.
Luana Silva, the great looking wave opening up in front of her. Nice arc to start things off. Another second powerful turn, really lays into the tail on it.
Yeah, she kind of lost the tail there, and there was no chance of recovery. So that was a bit of a letdown, whereas Brissa, well, we said, you know, mentioned that that first turn, that the judges would love that first turn. Well, they certainly did, a 6.77. And I feel that was really based on that first turn, and then she very conservative finish because she realized she'd banked the points. And I think she was just trying to avoid, you know, falling off on that chop.
Yeah, it was really choppy through the inside as we see her up and riding already again. Nice layback hack to kick things off. Straight into the lip on a second hollow section. And now she's putting it all on the line for the finish.
Yeah, she got 2 great turns in. I think that wave just fizzled out. It didn't have anything left in it. But she was still going for it. So a completely different approach to that one. Just that, you know, it gives you that momentum and that impetus when you get a 6.77. You know you've got the high point of the heat so far, and she's just showing her experience and her class. So this has turned into a great match because Luana Silva still holds the lead. Now, Brisson, she only needed a 4.96, so if you say it quickly, she needs a 5. 2 good turns here, though, to start, Shannon. Wow, that second turn was really solid. And the wave, I think, just fizzles out there. I mean, if she'd got that in, it would have been a nice one. But here's a solid wave. This was looking good for Luana. And she comes out and just gives it all here. Just the fin. She loses the fins on that one.
Yeah, I love that she pushed hard for it to try and bring something more dynamic.
Oh, wow. It comes back. The board comes back and just looks like the fins got her in the face, but in slow motion. But perhaps it was just on top of her head, and that can be really gnarly when you come up and your board's coming back with your fins. It happened to me one time in northern Spain in the Basque country, and it opened me up. It's a pretty horrendous thing to happen to you.
Yeah, it is really dangerous. It happened to my mom actually in her 20s, surfing down in Baja, Mexico, and a board came back and hit her in the lip.
Yep.
She still got a scar to show for it.
Yeah, it got me in the lip. This is like, and I said, oh wow, thrusters. So you get 3 fins in for the price of 1. That's really nice.
Oh man, well hopefully Luana is okay. It looked like she had the grab of the leash. Standard, you're coming up from, you know, kind of rushing out of the water again. You grab that leash to pull the board back and it just came back a little quick at her. She seems to be fine though, already out there taking the duck dive. And she has moved down into second position. Brisa Hennessy, current world number 2, up into the lead, dropping a 5.17 for her last wave. Luana Silva now chasing a 6.05. We'll see if she's able to catch it after this Bonsoy brew break.
I love the aspect of like bringing people together through food and just sitting at a table and talking about life. And I think that's really enriching to me because I really believe like we're here for connection.
Back when I was younger, I used to be doing gymnastics and dirt biking, and those sports you kind of have to have no hesitation. So I think that's where a huge point of my confidence and believing in myself and doing those things helped me with surfing.
It's so cool to see, you know, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this. That's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
It's a beautiful day in WA, and there's just so much of the world out there waiting, and Expedia helps you see more of it. How about a high ropes course? That sounds like an adventure. This looks exciting. Forest Adventures Southwest.
Pretty high. It gets to 20 meters at some point.
Well, first you gotta climb, and I'm not a rock climber. Then you realize how high you are. On top of all of that, you gotta do your own rigging. It's a long way down. And then you have to go through all these multiple tests. A little cable, rope bridge, or whatever that was.
Light up the party on a Tuesday.
Tarzan swing. Ah!
Come on, you got to feel it.
And finally, the leap of faith. There's so much of the world out there waiting, and Expedia helps you see more of it.
Got to get down.
Straight into live action, Luana Silva with an opportunity. She's chasing a 6.05 to gain the advancing position through the round of 16 and keep her dreams alive to make it into the back half of the Women's Championship Tour. A couple of great turns connected together and pushes the tail out on the finishing turn. As we wait for scores to roll through with a great opportunity for Silva. Down to 7 minutes on the clock, and it is in as a 5.73, just shy of the requirement in that 6-point range, Bugs, to take her through to the advancing position.
Yeah, she doesn't quite chip away at the lead here. She needed that solid 6-point ride, and it's a great ride. She's in very good form, but her opponent, Brissa Hennessy, with that 5.17 to go along with the 6.77, has just edged out that scoring requirement beyond the 5.73 that Luana just got. So really no gain, even though she surfed that wave really well.
A very tightly matched heat between these two. Brissa Hennessy sitting with an 11.94 heat total, Luana Silva with an 11.73. And all of the pressure right now sitting on the shoulders of the rookie in Luana Silva, sitting at number 12 on the rankings and needing to continue advancing through in order to keep her season alive here on the championship tour. Should she lose out now in the round of 16, she will not make the midseason cut. But it's been an impressive season for her nonetheless. She walked away with a 5th place finish at Sunset Beach on home territory to make it into the quarterfinals of an event in her rookie season is really impressive.
Really very impressive, and I mean her surfing is dynamic. You know, she's got a big array of maneuvers that she can call upon. That experience that she's been raised in the heavy waters of Sunset Beach it augurs well for her well-rounded approach as she travels the world. And if she doesn't get through today, I mean, you know, I'm just trying to picture just how well she'll fit into Snapper Rock. She'll go there and just tear it up, just like we saw Betty Lou this morning. I mean, the rookies that fall out of the mix here and don't make the cut, they will just absolutely dominate it when they come up, you know, into the Challenger Series. I mean, that's my opinion. There's great young women surfers coming from all coastlines around the world, both the northern and southern hemisphere. This is a special crop for sure.
Oh, it's going to be such an exciting kickoff to the Challenger Series, the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, running from May the 7th to May the 15th. We then head down to Sydney, Manly Beach for the second Challenger Series stop. So it's a great kick in, either for these surfers falling off of the championship tour straight into the Challenger Series, or for those that have worked their way through the qualifying series, the regional QSs, across the world for those top surfers to advance through and to meet the bottom end of the CT and battle it out for that opportunity to compete next year, starting off at Pipe next January.
Yeah, they'll be very strong fields, and we'll see if there's a start here. This wave's got a nice wall to it, and Briss is going to elect to use a priority on this one. So she's pulled the trigger on priority, Shannon.
She's pulled the trigger. She knows that Luana Silva could get the score she requires given the right wave, and she puts on a crazy finish, rides out of the whitewash blind.
I thought she was gone for all money on that one. That was amazing. A Houdini. She disappeared completely.
I did not see her reappearing on her feet, that's for sure. Brisa Hennessy kicking off her season in excellent form, taking a win out at Sunset Beach, place that's been so special to her, where she watched her heroes like Poncho Sullivan walk away with victory. She performed there on the junior level for so many years, and was great to see her get an opportunity to compete there on the championship tour. And then out here, smarts of a heat to use priority to keep Luana Silva off of an end section like this.
Yeah, and this is amazing. You just see her powering through that as the wave detonates, and she uses that bounce of the wave to sort of bring her forward, but she maintained. There was no layback, really. I mean, she was on her feet the whole time, and that was an amazing Houdini-like recovery.
Waiting for the scores to drop in from the judges. Current situation, as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap, is that Luana Silva is chasing a 6.50 after getting a couple of great fives on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Luana's she just probably needs a wave. This wave by that first turn by Brissa, that was world class, and she might have been a bit conservative at the end of this one, but she banked that big points with that massive big snap. And this wave here is another one that she uses in her top two. Solid surfing all the way here. This is her, well, she's got a wave to add to this, because the 6.43, this one here, a 6.43 really gives her a solid lead. And this recovery here, the ending, that might be the winning move.
An unbelievable finish for Brisa on that last wave. It does drop through as a 6.43, which moves into her top two scores. Luana Silva drops through a 4.33 on her scoreboard as well, which doesn't factor into her top two. So the rookie in Silva is now chasing a 7.30 to get the advancing position into the women's quarterfinals out of the round of 16. Without that score, Luana Silva will be heading to the Challenger Series. She will not be making it through the cut into G-Land. And Luana, she's put together such a great bit of surfing this year, though. It's been really impressive as we take a look at this last lap from her.
Yeah, Luana, I mean, I'm so impressed with the surfing, and you know, she's just still a little bit raw around the edges, Shannon. But as she matures and develops the surfing, she has got a foundation of this variety of repertoire that I think is going to serve her so well as she moves on with her career.
I certainly agree with you. She began competitively surfing at 8 years old. Since then, Carissa Moore has been her hero. She believes that Carissa has progressed a level of women's surfing more than anyone she knows, and in so many different ways, and it's really given Luana the drive to progress women's surfing herself, as we see Brisa Hennessy attacking the lip on a wild-looking wave. She had so much speed coming off the takeoff there. It was just going to be difficult for her to keep momentum. Luana Silva opting to go on the left on one last opportunity. She got a big wrap to kick things off. Now she's hoping this wave will stand up as it comes through to the inside, but it's been a question of the scoring potential on offer for those lefts. And we do have scores to drop through for the official results, but it looks like Brisa Hennessy has booked herself a spot into the quarterfinals, with Luana Silva, one of the rookies of the 2022 Women's Championship Tour class, bowing out alongside fellow North Shore local and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who we lost on the women's elimination side earlier this morning. But such a proud performance from all of these women, and great to see Luana. It's going to be a heartbreak situation for her now, with so much work that she's put into it. But we cannot wait to see this woman and the future that she brings to progressive women's surfing. Brisa Hennessy with a solid victory, advancing through into the quarterfinals. The Margaret River Pro is underway and the mid-season cut has officially arrived. One woman with a big question mark for her now is Gabriella Bryan, who is in the lineup, currently sitting at number 11 on the rankings, just one spot below the top 10 at the moment to make that mid-season cut, advancing into G-Land. She is up against Tatiana Weston-Webb, the defending champion from the 2021 Margaret River Pro, a woman with a great bit of consistency. She's finaled out here 3 different years. She is sitting at number 6 in the world in Tatiana Weston-Webb, and this is going to be a battle for the finish and for the quarterfinals. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside the 1978 world champion and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And Bugs, you would have seen so many heats go down here at Margaret River.
Yeah, I have seen quite a few. You know, it didn't really come on the tour as a fixture until after I'd retired from the tour, but I've come here in different roles in the past, and I mean, I came here and surfed in Australian titles, you know, many decades ago. So yeah, it's. I mean, I think there's others that have competed here a lot more than me, but I've come to the region a lot, and it's a wonderful, wonderful stretch of coast.
Wonderful place to be able to spend some time here in the West. Great for some of our rookies to get their opening years of experience. And it seems like within the competitive conversation, it's those surfers that have had some experience here that have been finding success throughout today, throughout those opening rounds as well. And those surfers that are just getting a taste of it, like a Gabriella Bryan, Luana Silva, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. It's their very first opportunity to compete out here, to get some time in the jersey and to get to know the lineup. Tatiana Weston-Webb driving hard off the bottom with a nice whip to kick things off, opens up for that second carve and redirects quickly on the backhand attack to ride out clean on the finishing section.
Oh, wow. She starts out strong. I mean, I guess the amazing thing about this matchup is that this is the second time today they've had a heat together.
Wild that these two have already matched up in the in the elimination round, and such impressive performances from both of them, taking out those advancing positions. Tatiana Weston-Webb found a 9.17 this morning, and Gabriella Bryan found an 8.33.
And you know, Tatiana would be well aware of this. You know, even though she dominated that heat, and she's a defending champion, and you know, certainly looking to cement her place in the top 5. But she comes from this wave. She gets behind Gabriella. This is amazing. What a hustle.
What a hustle for the takeoff, and then she found these few really good-looking turns.
Yeah, this was a great-looking wave, and she really went to town on it. She surfs so well here, and the confidence that comes from winning sequence is so great. And look, this is a real move. It's amazing that they didn't connect here, which would have been disastrous for Gabriella, because Tatiana most definitely got behind her to the pole position, the inside position at the start of the heat, and she surfs this wave with a lot of dynamics, a lot of variety, and that was a quick fire backhand snap to finish the wave off. She always handles it well. Remember last year on those big days, how she battled those converging white waters and stayed on her feet, and she's in a rich vein of form.
Dropping in a 6.00 for that opening wave, and it really, I think we saw a similar moment to that in her elimination round heat up against Betty Lou Johnson, also before that priority was established, where she just got that inside edge on Betty Lou, and the two of them have actually been working with the same coach in Ross Williams. So it was a bit of a battle between those two. As we see Gabby now wrap into that first turn, goes in for a second carve on her forehand, links it up a little more vertical. Now she's got that inside section that goes soft, but then hits the double up right on top of the reef. She'll kick out.
Yeah, I feel that was more of a dismount than a mistake, and she's on that shelf right now, and fortunately she's got a bit of clear water to retrieve the board and then paddle herself into the channel.
Yeah, she's right there on the shelf. She's also right on the bubble, sitting at number 11 on the rankings. She does need to be advancing into the next round, into the quarterfinals, to increase her standings or to have a chance to improve her points. As we see Brisa Hennessy coming in over some slippery rocks here at Margaret River.
Oh yeah, it's a challenge.
A great performance from Brisa, and a real heartbreak moment for Luana Silva. She put together such an impressive start to her season, walking away with that quarterfinal finish at Sunset Beach, putting together some incredibly good heats.
Yeah, well, she's been consoled there, and you know, it's a tough moment for her, and you know, it was all on the line, and she really put in a great performance in that heat. She did not let her team down. She did not let herself down. You know, she's got this raw, natural talent, and it's great that she goes into the loving arms.
There with her family to support her. Only 17 years old, found qualification onto the championship tour. She won one of the Challenger Series events in Portugal at Ericeira. And she'll be looking strong heading into the Challenger Series yet again, heading into Snapper. She's actually already had a victory on the QS at Phillip Island, her very first qualifying series win here on Australian soil. As we take a look at live action now out in the lineup. Priority sitting with Weston-Webb with a great looking takeoff. Goes low off the bottom. Links together that second turn. And vertical for the third. Really aggressive in her attack this morning. Opening up with that 6-point ride and now putting a backup score on the board.
Yeah, well, Tatiana has picked up where she left off both this morning and last year. And she really loves it out here at main break. That wave she got unchallenged. Gabriella was sitting way deeper. And of course, Tatiana got the best of the first exchange. And this wave here, she's just carving it up. Her backhand is just scintillating. There's a vertical attack. And then she really rounds this out. It's a great backup score, Shannon. I don't think it's going to eclipse her first wave. It may, but...
It'll put a requirement on the board now for Gabriella Bryan. Gabby opened up on a 4.50. chasing at the moment just a 1.51, but we are waiting for scores for last of Tatiana to drop through.
The one thing about Gabriella is that she's not intimidated. Like, she's got this fearless quality about how she goes about her business. And she comes back in heats. She can produce 8-point rides at any stage. And she you know, the head never goes down. Like, she always keeps this optimistic look approaching her heats. And I love that.
I couldn't agree more. That's definitely one of the best qualities about Gabriella Bryan. In that last heat, one of the other most optimistic women on tour, Brisa Hennessy, took out a great victory.
All right, so Brisa, pretty good year so far. Now you're in the quarterfinals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, a little mixed emotions, honestly. I think this cut definitely puts a pressure on everyone, and you know, Lulu is a beautiful person and an amazing surfer, and I wish her the best. I know that she's going to come back stronger than ever, but yeah, it's definitely challenging to see that. You know, the sport has so many beautiful moments and so many hard moments, but that's what makes the beautiful moments really special.
How do you channel your feelings? Because obviously you're going up against a friend, but how do you channel and just have that competitor, that killer instinct? Because you still want to advance on the heat as well.
For sure. I think it's honestly that balance that I've been trying to find my whole life of, you know, being the person I am on land and being the competitor I'm out in the water. And honestly, I think of any heat like I'm going against myself. And that's like the real true test, is trying to, try to beat yourself, try to lift yourself up and find that in between. But yeah, it's definitely a challenge, and I'm trying to find my way and find my place on tour in that way.
Well, there you go, gang. Our first quarterfinalist, Brisa Hennessy.
Always love hearing from Brisa. Such a good sister for the rest of the women on tour to have alongside of them.
Yeah, Brisa is she's amazing, and really highlights, as we're seeing a situation there with Gabriella dry docked and a big wave on the outside. Tatiana may have to duck dive this, or she'll head towards the shoulder. Not quite in position to take advantage of that bigger wave, but we'll come back to that in a sec. But Brisa, you know, it really shows that balance there between being that sweet human being and then having to compete at the highest level, and everyone's got their own race to run. You know, Brisa's looking to consolidate her position in that 5, make it to trestles. She can only do that if she goes to the quarterfinals and beyond.
Exactly. There's just so much on the line for each of these competitors with those individual goals set in front of them. And I think one of the positives looking at this is that for Brisa Hennessy, she struggled in her first couple of years on tour. She had to go back to the qualifying series to find momentum there, back to the Challenger Series in order to re-qualify. And now in her third year, she's finally finding that space, finding who she is as a person in and out of the water. And I think that piece within her is really driving her to success. And it's young women like Luana Silva who can take a note out of that and know that they've got so many years ahead of them to grow and to gain experience. And pretty soon we could see Luana Silva looking for that top 5 finish.
Yeah, well put, because that really is where they're both at. I mean, Brisa Hennessy is feeling that she belongs in that upper echelon. And, you know, we have these rookies who are just, you know, Luana, Betty Lou, you know, Gabriella's battling away in this one. She's still alive, but, you know, they're 17 years of age. I mean, they've got massive futures ahead of them, and that it'll strengthen their resolve, and they will return with a bit more maturity and a bit more self-confidence.
Down to 16 minutes on the clock. Gabriella Bryan chasing a 5.01 to take out Tatiana Weston-Webb. Coming up in the next round, Tyler Wright up against this one, Molly Picklum.
I never thought I was going to make it here. I thought I was going to miss the whole event.
So many. The male pro Portugal champ.
I think it's so cool to see all the progression in women's surfing. It's really just taken off, and it's super cool to be a part of it. Yeah, if I can just leave a mark on surfing as someone who worked hard and never gave up, that would be pretty special.
The Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism WA, major presenting partner of the Margaret River Pro. By But Is It Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. By Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia.
It's all going down at the Margaret River Pro. Tatiana Weston-Webb currently sitting in a narrow lead over Gabriella Bryan. Tatiana, the defending champion, as we take a look at the Western Australia flight cam, and it is just such a beautiful region of the world that we get to spend some time in here, Bugs.
It sure is, and this really shows how that left-hander rolls into the bay, and it keeps the big wall, and it keeps the full body of the wave, but it's the right-hander, it's the cut-off wave with the apex peak that has the more vertical face to it, and that's why the surfers are electing to go on the right.
And we saw Gabriella Bryan on this right during the break. Connects a couple turns together. It goes a bit soft on her through the inside section. Tatiana Weston-Webb answered back with this one.
Yeah, well, Tatiana's picking the cream of the crop out here. Her wave selection's been uncanny, and usually she handles that pretty well, but this time, not so.
That was wild. In the elimination round this morning, she went onto dry reef. Her board literally fins hit. She went flying off the front of it, got a cut on her hand, had to reassess her boards because she buckled some fins out. And now for her to continue going aggressively into those in sections is just so impressive.
You know, and what's also impressive is just the consistency of Margaret River. You know, we don't have these big lulls, and the sets just keep pouring through here. There's 2-3 waves at a time. Wave selection becomes a big factor, how to use the priority and manage the situation. And here we see Gabriella, a smaller wave, but I like the look of this one.
Wow, top to bottom combination on fire.
Oh, only the one big maneuver, but a searing snap under the lip and sends the buckets of water over the back and skyward. But, well, we'll see how it scores. If she could have gone on with that one, Shannon.
If she could have gone on, it would have been right there with that requirement. She's chasing a 5.01 to advance. Her last score dropped through as a 3.93. Now waiting for this wave to come in.
Well, we've seen judges give big scores on one single maneuver before, and that was one heck of a maneuver. It was all that it offered. But I love how vertical this face is. What a great looking pocket. And she just really puts it on the line here. Love how she just holds that rail right through the turn, then transitions. She's looking for more.
Eyes focused on that section ahead, and I love that, just pointing out her hold on the rail. She's got one of the best bottom turns in the women's field to really hold through those sections when she needs to just trust her equipment, trust the next section she's heading into.
Yeah, well, this is going to be interesting because we've seen before one big maneuver. That last heat, Brissa Hennessy got that one big maneuver at the start. She got a good score. This could be a critical score coming through for Gabriella Bryan.
3 judges so far have given Gabby the score, and there it is. It's a 5.37 for a single turn. Jumps her into the lead over Tatiana Weston-Webb. Tati now chasing a 5.3.
Yeah, well, the message came through loud and clear this morning that we saw the judging. They have given big points on one big, massive maneuver on the outside peak, and that is just a beauty right there. She's looking for more. It didn't offer. Obviously, that wave could have gone into the excellent range had it offered more scoring potential.
What a performance from Gabby Bryan. She has a huge requirement ahead of her. She's sitting at number 11 on the ranking. She is right there on the bubble. With 10 minutes to go, she's put herself into that leading position over the defending champion.
And, you know, we hark back to that last wave by Tatiana, the big wave. She got that first big turn in. It wasn't quite as dynamic. And then she went for the massive finishing turn on that converging whitewaters and uncharacteristically came unstuck. It was a, you know, to her credit, it was a very difficult maneuver to perform.
This is a wild matchup between the two surfers representing Kauai. For all of Gabby's childhood, she looked up to women like Tatiana Weston-Webb, like Bethany Hamilton, for those who have paved the way for Kauaian surfers. Spending time then traveling across to the North Shore of Oahu to get more competitive time in the Jersey, across to California to compete through those juniors. But back at home, these two would have spent so much time in the water. For Gabriella Bryan to see one of her heroes now sitting in that second position, with Gabby having an opportunity to advance above her on a moment that's just so critical to her career, is pretty amazing.
It is really amazing, and as you know, harking back to when I said that she's fearless, I mean, she really is. I mean, she doesn't seem to get skitterish, and she gets stronger as the heat goes on. You go back to that last heat with Brissa. Luana surfed really strong, but at no point did she actually have the lead in the heat, whereas Gabriella has actually overtaken the lead from Tatiana, who's surfing a solid heat.
Oh, Tatiana is definitely doing well. That was a very difficult end section. Hopefully she's okay. As we see Gabby driving in, holding out that first turn, linking it up for the second, gets the combination together, has a look even farther down the line to hope for something more. Now, can she increase on those 5-point rides she has to put more pressure onto Weston-Webb?
And I also think that she had the presence of mind there to be aware that she could be in a great position to regain first priority here. So she got clearly the best of that exchange. Tatiana has come unstuck again. Maybe the pressure is mounting here because she surfed great this morning. She's a defending champion, but she hasn't really had a happy Australian leg so far.
It's so true. An earlier knockout to 9th place finish at Bells. Actually, within her season, it's been a bit inconsistent. So she's had 9th place finishes across the board, aside from her victory at Portugal.
Now, this is a really strange maneuver to perform. And she sets it up well. She has to come around quickly, and she just sort of, her board flips upside down. She slightly mistimed that one. Gabriella here, she sticks this, and then she pulls through. And now that pull through there, to me, says that she's aware of the situation, and she really had to stick this to make it. And this is really solid surfing.
Very impressive surfing from Gabriella Bryan, coming down to 7 minutes on the clock. And Tatiana Weston-Webb, she's sitting at number 6 on the ranking, so she's very close to solidifying her position in the back half of the season. But it's not done yet. She could lose that, seeing where the rest of the surfers in the draw end up. So she's not safe by any means.
No, well, there's some big names breathing down her neck as far as looking to break into that top 5, and she's just outside herself. That's another bubble, but that last exchange there doesn't affect the score line.
Down to 6 minutes on the clock, and Kaipo Guerrero caught up with Luana Silva.
So, Luana, I want to focus on the positives right now. You should be proud of yourself at such a young age to have made the championship tour and have a taste of the dream tour. I want your takeaway right now.
Yeah, I'm super proud of myself and the way I carried myself throughout these 5 events. I'm really proud of the way I finished here. I wish I could have gone a couple more, but it's okay. Yeah.
And your thoughts going into, obviously, the Challenger Series? You're going to have to regroup, resettle, and focus on the Superbank.
Yeah, Snapper starts, I don't know, in like less than a week, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge to switch into the Challenger Series mode, but I'm excited and I'm going to give it my all in there, and I want to come back here stronger, and I think I deserve to be here as much as everyone else.
I completely agree with you, and I will see you back here. I'll see you at Snapper. Congratulations, and like again, should be very proud of yourself. Luana Silva.
Thank you.
What a champion. Love that. Just heartfelt words from Luana. Absolutely an amazing competitor, and we're going to see so much more of her on the Challenger Series, let alone on the Championship Tour in the future. Gabby Bryan doing an incredible job to put the pressure on Tatiana Weston-Webb and to continue to try to build on that score line. Gabby's last score dropped through as a 5.1, so it did not factor into her top two. Tatiana Weston-Webb dropped through a 3.47, so she has not been able to chip away at that requirement. Now Gabriella Bryan will be sitting without priority as she makes her way back, and Tatiana will have her pick of the lineup.
Yeah, well, I think that this was a fabulous ride. I like the way this is just attack mode all the way. Gabriella just attacks that lip. She gets around that section seamlessly. There's another section here just pops up, and she just maintains her composure all the way on this one in full aggressive attack mode. I like this ride a lot, Shannon.
Yeah, I really love the attitude that's coming through in Gabby's surfing right now. It's the type of attitude that we see in Tatiana's surfing.
Exactly.
She has to bring that in order to match what Tatiana has been putting down.
Well, you know, they met this morning. Tatiana dominated the heat, but Gabriella, she showed her potential that she's a contender with that 8.33, so she knows she can get excellent scores. She's looking to improve upon a 5.37 to make that a little bit more daylight, and it's going to be thereabouts. Oh, no.
It's just shy. A 5.33 does not improve on her lowest counting score at the moment of a 5.37. And if Gabby does make it into the quarterfinals, she will be improving on her points total in that conversation of making it into the midseason cut. So anything she advances past this is helping her situation to jump from below that cut line up into that top 10.
Oh, this is a heck of a battle going on right here. And Tatiana having a look at this one, she's going to have to get it on the edge.
Wow, she's got all the opportunity in front of her. A little shaky on the takeoff, and unfortunately just bites the rail. She's going to need to redeem something here, and it just gets away from her.
Oh, wow. That was just like a rodeo show. And there was a lot of chop on the face, but she never really regained her composure.
Stressful moments for her husband, Jesse Mendez, there on the steps alongside the rest of the pack, hoping that Tatiana will get another opportunity, because that was a missed one.
Well, that's 3 waves in a row that she's gone down.
Taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap, Tatiana Weston-Webb found that inside position on the opening exchange.
Yeah, well, this was the high point of the heat so far, this 6-point ride by Tatiana. She looked like she was just in her stride as defending champion at Margaret River Pro. And then Gabriella, she's just been building her performance throughout the heat. She's an aggressive surfer, and it's paying dividends.
Gabby's parents, Tom and Rochelle, are here alongside of her. Her brother's tuning in from home. And Gabby's putting on an incredible performance, building her way back from behind at the start of this heat, where Tatiana opened up with that 6-point ride, and then Gabby's just been able to build back to drop multiple 5s on the scoreboard and find that consistency.
And that was the key ride, that one maneuver that's just, she was able to garner 5.37. That just narrowly took the lead. You think about Tatiana, she only needs a 5.3. So that was a very telling one maneuver wave. And even on her last effort where she attacked twice, she was still below that required mark. Like, she didn't improve on her position, but she holds the lead.
She holds the lead. She holds priority as well, as we are under the 60-second mark. And if Gabriella Bryan advances into the quarterfinals, she increases on her points heading towards that midseason cut. She also takes out the defending champion from 2021 in Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Can one of the rookies succeed here, or will she succumb to the top seed getting a buzzer beater?
I feel like it is sitting in favor of Gabriella Bryan right now. There's a little set rolling through, but it doesn't look like there's even multiple waves or multiple opportunities within it. Gabby's going to have to go on this wave to keep Tatiana off of it.
Well,
Tati with a strong, oh, they both have a paddle. It's just not enough.
No, and Gabriella's got priority. This heat's done.
what a finish. Tatiana Weston-Webb, number 6 on the ranking. She's going to scratch into this one. Can Gabby find a piece of it as well? Neither surfer with the finishing opportunity. And the rookie in Gabriella Bryan, the 20-year-old, taking out Tatiana Weston-Webb, who finished off number 2 in the world last year, is now out of the draw with the mid-season cut on the line. Can Tatiana Weston-Webb stay in the top 10? We'll only be able to find out as the rest of the draw unfolds here at the Margaret River Pro. Gabriella Bryan with an opportunity to continue advancing through.
Seeing some beautiful scenes from the Welcome to Country. The WSL acknowledges the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region and thank them for welcoming us to their buja, or country. We pay our respects to the Wadandi community and their elders past and present. And the WSL is committed to the ongoing learning about local history, culture, and language of Wadandi Buja, the saltwater people's country. They have asked us all to walk softly together and respect the ocean and waterways. We wish to also extend this acknowledgement and respect to other First Nations peoples who join us in person and online. Thanks for watching the Margaret River Pro, the 5th stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Joe Turpel with longtime CT standout Richie Lovett here for the call. We're seeing some clutch performances, especially in just that previous heat of Gabriella Bryan, part of the rookie class, taking out one of the favorites in Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, this was that was a good matchup, and you know, I guess an upset in a way because we've lost the defending champion in Tatiana Weston-Webb, but what a story starting to build here for Gabriella Bryan. You know, she's surfing her way out of trouble. She's doing everything she can now to save her position on tour, and we knew this were all these little stories were going to happen when we got through the elimination round and into this into the second or third round too. It's going to be great stuff all day.
It would have been easy for Gabriella Bryan to maybe fall into the nerves of a couple of members from her rookie class and members from the state of Hawaii going down and getting sent to the Challengers Series, and she raised her performance to knock out the defending event champ. Molly Picklum versus Tyler Wright. Molly getting started. She's nice and radical, loves a fin throw, loves big waves. She's trying to save her spot on tour as well here at Margaret River.
Yeah, not a bad way to open up for Molly Picklum, and an exciting young surfer out of the Central Coast region of New South Wales. And well, Molly, she's in trouble down there in 16th position, and another one that I feel like Betty Lou Sakura came on with a ton of confidence. Thought she was going to come on the tour and just start wiping the slate of all the big names, and perhaps just took a little blow to the confidence. It didn't pan out the way she thought it was going to, and has been relegated into some early round losses. So she's definitely picked things up here. I feel like in the last couple of events, and in particular here at Margaret River, she's just alleviated some of that pressure and gone back to the way she was surfing to qualify for the tour.
Out position Tyler Wright to take the first wave of the heat bridge.
Yeah, nice wrapping cutback. Full carve back into the foam and a second off the top. The second one a little bit gentler compared to the first, but she got to a nice finish here as well. A little tap, sort of really gets on the rail on the bottom turn, leans right into it. The wings extended as she now compresses into the turn. Look at that back arm, just holding the momentum, and here we go, Tyler.
Big sweep for world number 2 and a 2-time world champ. There's that layback off the top that she loves. It's reliable. That allows her to throw down some variety down the pace of this wave. Rips in. Great timing to finish to provide a solid comparison to Molly Picklam's start. 5.33 opener for the rookie. And the 2-time world champ is feeling her comeback to form. That was the biggest statement that we felt at Bells Beach. Winning that title for the first time in her career. But the biggest message for her was finally feeling like herself again in the jersey.
Yeah, it was a statement that was laid down by the performance and also vocally. She gave us a little window into her life and her world and where her mindset's at the moment, and just saying she feels on. She feels like her body, her boards, you know, her fitness, everything is just lining up perfectly, and that spells danger for the rest of the women in the field.
The highest combined heat totals so far in 2022 all go to Tyler Wright. She's got the top 3 all happening at Bells Beach, peaking at a 17.24 combined total that she achieved in the round of 16. Then to climb the ladder, number 2 in the world, right behind Carissa Moore, but also to get an event win over Carissa in that final, someone that she struggled to beat throughout her career.
Yeah, they're big ones. They're big wins. They mean more when you beat the best surfers in the world. And for Tyler, you know, Carissa is the roadblock, really, when you think about the rest of the field. And she got one back on her.
Still standing by for the last wave of Tyler Wright. The big news for her was switching coaches from Glenn Micro Hall, who still coaches Molly Picklam, over to Andy King. And she's been enjoying that new relationship she has with the coaching responsibilities with Kingy. But she's also spent a lot of time with Molly Picklam because Molly's still with Micro, and there was an overlap there where there were some sparring partners. They went through mock heats together in the lead up to the start of the season. And you'd almost wonder where Micro's head would be, being very familiar with Tyler's strengths and weaknesses. I wonder if he maybe made a game plan understanding what Molly could bring to potentially upset the world champ.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. Crowe would have, you know, formulated the plan for Molly, knowing Tyler's approach to the heat and knowing all the things that he's told her in the past. You know, I think you should do this. You would have to think that maybe King is giving her some different strategies to work on. And you know, the change in coach, to me, it just shows that Tyler's not content, always looking for maybe a new perspective, a new angle, something that they haven't thought about. Not that the relationship was stale by any means with Crowe, but just looking for something new, and it's really fitting with where she's at the moment. So, yeah, we know that Kingy was a huge part of the success of Gabrielle Medina last year here in Australia, and Tyler now wanting to tap into that. I think Crowe would have, or Micro would have made a real emphasis for Molly. If you want to beat Tyler, you need to be on the best waves here. Those waves that have 2-3 turns, the ones that have that finish, that stand up on the inside. Don't go for those ones that really taper out and only give you that one turn out the back.
Molly Picklam winning the first exchange just by a touch, 5.33 over Tyler's 5.17. Tyler Wright under priority, needing just a 0.17 to get the lead change, almost just matching each other on the start. Tyler Wright was a big star of Make or Break, which is now streaming on Apple TV Plus. Going through all the ups and downs and the drama that happens on the World Tours. We follow live action of Molly Picklum. Nice clean wrapping turn to start. Going up through the lip to drill the front side snap. More left on the end. 3 turns complete for Picklum.
Good surfing, Joe. Doesn't look like she has any nerves holding her back in this one. Tyler perhaps having a paddle.
Tyler with a nice clean roll into this wave, up and out. She's going to hold her position to regain priority, as Molly Picklum will take the lead, just getting a second scoring ride. Heat previous, we had the rookie upset last year's runner-up in the world. Same situation for this heat, where Tyler's #2 in the world, but Molly Picklum needs the big result. She's basically thinking at least a final appearance here in the West to even have a chance to be at G-Land and beyond.
Paddling with a lot of intent here, straight back out the back, little foot kick. And she's in the zone. You can see it, you can feel it. And interested to see some replays, Joe, of those first opening exchanges. I just want to try and identify where that slight edge went to Molly Picklum, maybe just in the vertical type of approach here. Here's the replay, so a late drop, big swooping first turn, driving all the way back, gets the rebound off the foam, patiently off the top here, and then slams on the back arm. Gets that layback hack and then a third. Nice finish. So that's that 3-turn combination we were talking about.
Put that together well. Picklum 5.93 on her last. Tyler still fishing for a second scoring ride. So all 3 big scores in the 5-point range. Not a whole lot of separation there. Still 18:45 on the clock. Molly Picklum looking comfortable, not showing any nerves. Came into the scene with a pretty high profile. Winning some big junior titles in her youth. She had a very big reputation that Ronnie Blakey was well aware of. One of the most exciting additions to the rookie class this year, Ron.
Yeah, most definitely, Joe. And Molly's got a huge task ahead of her to stay on this CT. Her best chance is to make the final. This is a monster heat. For some of the other rookies, it may be a bit daunting coming up against a big name like this, but Molly's first reaction, speaking to her coach Glenn Hall, was bring it on. Like, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And she's had plenty of heat drills against Tyler, who's up at the moment. Nice first turn there. Tyler just so strong and showing so much variation this year. There's another nice complete ride. But yeah, Molly just relishing the opportunity to compete against Tyler. She wants a couple of world titles herself, maybe even more. And she'll give it a good push for sure.
Interesting, Ronnie, just seeing the rookies in the situation that they're in here at the 5th stop of the season on the midseason cut. There was this real true changing of the guard feel, especially when 5 rookies were in the quarters at sunset. But you start really feeling the weight of the rankings with those 17th results getting knocked out in the round of 16. It really can affect your chances to qualify.
Oh, most definitely. I think the one thing that you've got to keep in mind too is the majority of that rookie pack, we're competing at home. The Hawaiian girls did so well there. And then they're traveling to locations that they haven't even really had the opportunity to go to as QS events. You think about Betty Lou, for example, 17 years of age. It's kind of been a 3-year hiatus from traveling the world and in those events, the challenges and qualifying series events, to get that experience at locations like this. So kind of not surprised to see that with that lack of experience for them, the veterans have stood up. But it was a big heat win, that last one.
Ronnie, how's the feeling on the stairs right now with all the emotions running wild at the midseason cut?
You know what? It's a little different to what we had down at Bells Beach, where it seemed that the competitors were a little disgruntled. There was still time to kind of maybe campaign to change things, and everyone's head sort of seemed focused on looking to seek out a change. But since that didn't happen, it just seems like everyone has now focused on the job at hand. For those that fall off, obviously they don't have a long time to mourn that loss of that CT position, because the challenge is just around the corner. For everyone else still in the mix, I think there's been a real positive mind shift as we see Molly up at the moment.
Good man, Ronnie Picklum hits that section. Timed it well to regain control before the end section, running out of water. 5.93 and a 5.33 in her top two, and Tyler needing a 6.09. But it's a good conversation, Richie, of the road to qualifying in that condensed challenger season. Molly actually went through that emotion of thinking she didn't get a spot. And then when Caitlin Simmers said she wanted to wait for her CT debut, that opened it up for Molly Picklum. And she had all of a sudden find flights, make sure she had a place to stay over on the island of Oahu to compete at Pipeline to kick off the season.
Yeah, and thinking back, casting the memory back to the Haleiwa event, and Molly had an opportunity to qualify, and she just she crumbled. It's the only way to put it. She sort of crumbled under that pressure. She didn't perform. She fell when she could have and should have ridden a wave. We'll get back to live action here.
Tyler Wright coming off a huge win at Bells, still looking powerful with that front side carve. Digs in even harder on the second effort. She is looking so connected. She is officially back in form. Number 2 in the world. Looks like she just got herself the lead.
Oh, that was a huge two-turn combo there from Tyler Wright, and just doesn't she do it so well. So much confidence to go to that trademark layback hack. And she's putting a bit more carve into it too, Joe, which I really like. You know, in years back, she did cut it short on occasion, and she sort of got reliant on it, but now she's spiced it up. She's added a new dimension to it, really putting the rail in. Watch this, streaking down the line, got all the speed, lays right into it, carves through it, and again a second one, and just blasts through it. We get the slow-mo action here, leaning on it. Look at the angle of the surfboard, driving through. Just the back foot, the back leg gets so low to the tail pad when she drives out of these turns. And again, all the power on the fins. Now she hits the brakes. Gets that low center of gravity and rides out. And just a subtle stand tall to show the judges I liked it, and so should you.
So much confidence out of Tyler Wright. Judges react excellent. 8-point ride on 2 big power turns as she takes the lead over the rookie Molly Picklum. Let's now hear from Gabriella Bryan with Kaipo.
So Gabby, congratulations. How you feel? You just took down the defending champ out here at Margaret River.
Yeah, I'm super stoked right now. I knew Tati going up against her was going to be a good battle. It feels really good, and it's just really cool to have a heat with her. Growing up, I lived on the same island as her and watched her, and it's kind of amazing that we're both on the CT and we just had a heat together out at Margaret, so super special.
Yeah, that was a special moment. Let's look towards the future. Quarterfinal number 1, you're faced up against Brisa Hennessy. Your thought on that matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be a good matchup too. She's on fire this year, surfing so good, and I know I have nothing to lose, and I'm just going to give it all I got and see how it goes.
Congratulations. We'll see you in quarterfinal number 1. Gabriella Bryan.
Thank you, Kaipo. Gabriella Bryan, number 11 in the world. Remember, we're taking the top 10 to G-Land and all the way through Tahiti, and even all the way through qualification for the start of 2023. So with her getting a heat win into the quarters, you think of the surfers ahead of her that she's trying to jump. That's Courtney Conlog, Stephanie Gilmore, huge names on the top 17 that could feel this young rookie coming their way.
It's an alleviation of pressure for Gabrielle, and just by her getting through, as you touched on, that must put just a little bit more pressure on Steph and Courtney. So now they have to get through their heats. So it's sort of handballing that pressure down the line, and the advantage of having an early win. But Gabriella, you could just see how stoked she was to not only have a heat with a idol, a hero, but to get the win over her was a pretty special moment.
11:20 on the clock. Tyler Wright taking a pretty solid lead over Molly Picklum, but the young rookie has priority, and still 11 minutes on the clock. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. More power hacks to come after this.
here in Jewel Cave in West Australia.
It's crazy how Mother Nature just creates these incredible sculptures.
We are here at the Voyager. It's beautiful. It's very chateau-esque. It lives up to what it's known for.
It's been really incredible to go backstage at the Lewin Vineyard. We actually were able to look at the fermentation process.
Basically, a very rare treat being taken behind the scenes. It's awesome.
Welcome back to the Margaret River Pro. I am Laura Anavar out here with the Oakberry surf conditions. We are in heat 3 of the ladies round. It's been a cracker. Seeing about solid 4-foot waves still rolling in. It's champagne hour at the moment, meaning there's not much wind, but we're going to see that east northeast wind pick up throughout the afternoon. Still plenty of waves on offer, and I'm so excited to be out here. Back to you guys to take us through the heat.
Yeah, Laura, how do you like surfing main break at this size?
Oh, this is always the best. Ladies are out here for champagne hour. There's nothing better than when it completely glasses off. The girls are out absolutely hitting some incredible sections today. It's been amazing to watch, and this heat right now is an absolute cracker with Molly Pickles and Tyler Wright.
That's right. Thank you, Laura. We're just seeing the end of Tyler Wright just spin out on her finish, looking to improve on a 5.17. Molly does have a lot of nicknames. Pickles, her friends call her. Picklum, officially her last name, and she's such an exciting rookie on tour, and she hangs with some really good company. She shares the same manager as Steph Gilmore, as Morgan Siblick, and as current world #1 in tennis, Ash Barty. And Ash was down at Bell's cheering on Molly and Steph, and she gets to be around that kind of championship atmosphere from other sports, and I'm sure that fired her up to really make sure she was going to qualify when she showed up at Margaret River.
Yeah, absolutely. And Molly is a student of sport. It's obviously surfing is her profession. Get back to that in a sec, and let's see what happened with Tyler on this one. Just get caught a little bit on that first roundhouse cutback. Jams that second sort of projection floater, and then gets to this final hit and just overcooks it. So that's not going to drop into her scoreline. But yeah, you know, Molly, it's impossible to not feed off that type of, you know, winning energy when you're surrounding yourself with the Stephanie Gilmores and the Ash Bardys of the world. And even Morgan, to a certain extent, he had so much success last year, and I'm sure Molly was looking at that going, that's exactly what I want to do as a rookie. I want to get in and start taking down some big names. And well, she's had a couple of good heats and put some good scores on the board through these first few events, but really it's go time now. She needs to dig herself out of a little hole here. She's a confident lady. She seems to have sort of this maturity that sort of belies her young years. You feel like she's already been on tour for a number of years now, but you know, she's definitely got the surfing. It's progressive. It's exciting to watch. If I had to sort of pick something for her to work on, for me it would just be that power carve, so that when she's up against someone like a Tyler Wright or a Carissa Moore, she's trying to match the rail carves. But that's just me being critical of a young rookie. But certainly she's coming in hot, and we wish her all the best.
Chipping in now, Tyler Wright, sweeping up and out quickly. She's done that a few times. She just wants to feel the waves. She knows if she's going to commit all the way through the inside. An 8-point ride and a 5.17 winner this heat moves on to the quarterfinals. Molly's thinking at least make the final here. That would be her best result this season if she wants a chance to qualify to get to G-Land. Here comes Molly Picklum now. Big sweeping frontside hook. Exactly what Richie Lovett wanted to see. Jams it through the lip, and once again over the shallow section. She can't help but celebrate one of the biggest power carves she's laid down this season.
If she extended that celebration a millisecond more, she would have been on the bricks there. Have a look at that. She just got out in time, but right as we were saying, I'm going to eat my words. I take back everything I say about the power hack, because she just brought it then. That first turn, fully committed. And she knew then the emotion. She couldn't help but let that emotion go at the end of that ride, because that first turn would have felt so good. It was sort of John-esque in a way, in its path. The way she committed to the turn and wrapped it around.
It's just, you could hear the sound of that. Laura Eniver, I mean, I don't know, a more brilliant carve that you could lay down at main break. Molly looked incredible there.
Honestly, that was just one of the most beautiful cars I've seen in a long time. It was so wild. Just as I got out here, they called out Tyler's 8-point ride. Molly was sitting out there and she just had this moment of, you know, just sort of stretching, and you could just tell she just had a really nice moment of self-talk and positive talk. And, you know, this is fight time for Molly. She's trying to stay alive right now, and just for her to turn around and do that on the next wave, it just seemed like whatever she told herself got her back in the zone, and she just went to absolute town. And yeah, the emotion showing, she's looking fierce.
Oh, I love the technique there, the back arm. She just brought it nice and low, and that kept all the power in the legs, and then she backs it up with a really exciting snap off the lip and a third. And then watch here, just millimeters away from ending up on the reef, she hits the eject button, and what a comeback. This is what happens when you free up and you alleviate that pressure and you've got nothing to lose. This is when the exciting moment happens and you're free to surf completely to your potential.
Now Tyler Wright probably aware of the celebrations coming from the stairs. She's got to step this one up. Stomps the float, snaps it under the lip, a tough wave to surf, but still kicks out with some confidence. With now 3:40 to go, we've got a whole new situation unfolding here in the round of 16. As we'll go quickly to Ronnie Blakey in Coach's Corner.
Oh man, the Coach's Corner is lighting up. First of all, Tyler dropping those two big layback jams for the 8-point ride. Her brother Owen was watching on. Her fiance's down there as well, Lily. They were really excited by that. But Molly, you know, she just gathered herself. She kept composed, and she just laid into what was probably one of the best carves that we've seen in the event so far. She's got such a strong mind. She relishes these opportunities, as we said earlier, and you know, she's not going to back down. I think Molly really looked at this place with Katie Simmers declining her spot on the tour as almost a free ticket to get into these events, and actually hasn't really sort of been dealing with her early round losses maybe as heavy as some of the other rookies, and it's kind of paying off for her now. She's just surfing pressure free. That was some of the best surfing that we've seen all year, and yeah, she has a real shot at taking out a massive heat win here.
Thank you, Ronnie. A 9.17 for Molly Picklum changes everything against Tyler Wright. Tyler had the 8.0 for those two aggressive power hooks, and now the current world number 2 needs a 7.11. As you can see, the Tyler support crew there. Owen Wright, who's also battling for a spot to make the midseason cut.
What a crazy shift in momentum in this heat. Look, it was looking like it was all Tyler, and you know, like a tennis match, how the momentum shifts between the players. That's exactly what's happened here. Looked like it was all going Tyler's way. She was building, dropped that big 8-point hammer. And then, well, Molly just delivered under pressure, and that was some exciting surfing.
And you love when it comes down to performance. A rookie digging deep to show the world what she's capable of, and to go further to show that she can lay it down on the open face. Sometimes you think maybe she'd have something futuristic, a big punt that might change the score. That was all on pure power, finesse, and also comboed it up right over the rocks there. Molly does have priority and this lead. Tyler needs a 7.11, and we're entering the final minute.
Oh, crunch time. If she can control this final minute, and we may indeed see another exchange, and it'll be Tyler now who wants that chance. She's going to have to try and push Molly into a wave here so that she can regain priority.
Tyler's been feeling the numbers heading her way. You can tell she is in fine form. Laura, are you seeing any sets coming through?
There actually is. There's a set with about 2 waves in it, maybe 2 or 3 waves. It's looming at the back. The girls are actually looking for something inside. Tyler turning around. They've just spotted it, guys, so they're going to try to dart out. Hopefully, yeah, I'm guessing Molly's going to take this, guys.
With priority, Molly Picklum's got to take this one off Tyler Wright. Tyler keeps her honest there, as Molly will go to town on the open face again. Just good for 1 move, so it was a clear decision for defense. 10 seconds, and Tyler's got the lineup to herself. And we'll be closing this one out Doesn't appear to have any opportunity for Tyler, and it will be a huge win for the rookie on tour. Celebrations from Glen Micro Hall, her coach, and we'll celebrate surfing with a 917 for one of the best waves we've seen this week. The rookie will move on into the quarterfinals, and world number 2 is knocked out here in the round of 16. Coming up next, Malia Manuel takes on Courtney Conlog here at the Margaret River Pro.
best technical part that I've seen so far is there's no doubt I was going around for a long time. Alright, what else? One time in the nearest point of people sort of getting in the room.
So happy to be in Western Australia for the Margaret River Pro, the 5th stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour. For the first time ever, this event features the mid-season cut, and there's been so much drama today. We've had to see some surfers change their plans, and a lot of them committing to the Challenger Series. Well, they'll be competing in less than a week. That Challenger Series is looking incredible. Malia Manuel and Courtney Conlog are trying to make their spots official for the back end of the season. This is a classic matchup. These two have seen a lot of each other, especially in big finals. Courtney Conlog getting started quickly on a wave that she loves so much. Equal 9th with Stephanie Gilmore coming into stop number 5. She moved up dramatically on the rankings after a solid result at Bells Beach, making the semifinals. Malia Manuel still carrying a lot of momentum from a runner-up performance at Sunset Beach, which has her at number 7 in the world. Richie Lovett, is it easy to pick a favorite in this heat, or is it just going to be who gets the best waves?
It's really hard, actually, to pick a favorite in this one. You know, Courtney, well, she brings all the power, and she's had some really good experiences out here. We see a replay of Malia's opening ride here, streaking down the line, and a beautiful swooping cutback, and Malia just able to hang on with that final turn. And here's the opener for Courtney here. Good looking smooth face here, just driving back into the power source, hard off the bottom. There's that layback snap, and makes a very quick transition to get the final third hit. And yeah, it really, you can't separate these two women, Joe. They're just so on their game right now. And well, Malia's had some good results out here as well. So this is going to be a great matchup.
It's cool to see how they ride waves. You know, with Malia, her finesse and style really stands out in this heat. And for Courtney, her strength, her determination and confidence. She loves to control the start on that opening wave. She had one early 0.8, went to a 5.5. Manuel 5.17, almost matching each other on the opening exchange.
Yeah, so thinking back, you know, Courtney had a 3-turn combo. Malia only had the 2 turns. Perhaps the 2 were a little bit cleaner. And well, Courtney just that second and third turn, the transition was so fast and finished really well. So super close, not much separating these opening exchange here. So yeah, pressure on for the second ride.
Always an exciting start when you see these two in a final together. Courtney Conlog's first ever championship tour win a very long time ago on the northern beaches, not too far away from Richie Lovett's house. This was a final way back when they were young, and the story for Courtney, she turned into a world title threat in back-to-back seasons and collecting event wins all around the world, including Margaret River. And then the story for Malia Manuel, still waiting for that first ever win, being in 8 big CT finals. Maybe it'll be this year at Margaret River, as Malia will just go up and out on the left.
Yeah, just a quick one there, but it's extraordinary that when you think about how many finals she's actually made, and she hasn't been able to convert it into a win. She's just such a good surfer. And well, she's looking at 17th on the ratings at the moment, so looking okay, but perhaps not entirely safe at the moment.
That's right. It's probably an interesting feeling for Malia coming in here 7th in the world. She's probably going, can I relax yet? Do I need to put the pressure on? And it was all focus when she was talking to Reynos Hayes on the steps this morning. Such a talented surfer. Born and raised on the island of Kauai and spending a lot of time on Oahu these days. Putting in reps at Sunset Beach. Looked incredibly comfortable at Backdoor and Pipeline. She always talks about staying relevant. After a season's over, she always spends some time thinking about how to redefine herself the following year. Easier said than done, Rich.
Yeah, it is hard, especially as you're sort of going into your not your twilight years, but once you've been on the tour for a number of years, you can get a little bit complacent. And I think with the caliber of surfer coming onto the tour, both on the men's and women's, you just have to keep reinventing yourself, and you have to keep looking for what you can do. And obviously no one's done that better than Kelly Slater, and also to Philippe Toledo. Let's listen in on the combo here.
Spot on. Boy, you see them these times.
Yeah. And I just got unlucky.
You know your big one that you rolled, and then she got her A.
Yeah.
I feel like it was the right decision. It was a huge wave.
That was the only bit, the 50-50. Yeah. Could have been like, fuck, it's big and
for sure. And like, obviously you didn't connect it.
Yeah.
Good effort, Todd.
Well on, Todd.
Well said.
I would say no
Interesting insight there on the steps. Glenn Micro Hall, former coach of Tyler Wright and Molly Picklum, breaking down wave selection. It's always fun to hear those debriefs. Even with a big win, they kind of look at the whole thing and see where you could have tightened things up even more. But gosh, what a takedown. 9.17 for Molly Picklum into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that could be that moment right there where she turns everything around, and she's still got a ways to go. She's got a mountain to climb here if she wants to make the cut line. But sometimes looking back, you know, where was that moment? And that could have been it for her when the fortunes start to turn around and she really just taps into that freedom of surfing to her full potential. Just going back to that conversation about Malia, I know last year she was doing a little bit of work with Stace Galbraith, and they were actually working on technique and different boards and just Malia's commitment to some of her turns and things like that. So yeah, she's one who is putting in the hard work to try and stay relevant, to try and keep up with these youngsters.
As we have a look here, Courtney Conlog with priority. Beautiful line to drop into this wave. She'll get a little stuck on the first wrapping turn. She'll hang in there for a cool frontside slash. And now waiting for a final section to show up in the Californian. rides over that shallow shelf. We'll see if she had enough control to get credit for the finishing move. As we'll wait for that number to lock in, it's a great opportunity to go out the back with Dometic. Laura Enever, you had a great run on tour. One of my favorites to watch. Now you can tell us everything. You competed against Courtney Conlogue and Malia Manuel. Starting with Courtney, what's she like in a heat and what makes it so tough to get a win off her?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, both these girls are incredible competitors and different approaches. Like, obviously, Courtney, you know when you're going to be going out against her that she's going to be looking for the chunkiest sections she can find. Her big points always come from, like, huge commitment on huge turns or just big, powerful turns. She'll usually be, you know, taking the inside to start. I've had some awesome paddle battles with Courtney, but yeah, she's very aggressive, as we see. And Malia is fierce as well. You know, on land, she's just a smiling assassin, and she gets out in the water, and she just always has impeccable wave selection. So when you're up against someone like Malia, you need to be on the best waves, because if you're not, she will be on them.
And they don't back down. I remember a heat, Laura, I think it was you and Malia at Operador over in Rio, and it was a paddle battle against the rock. You guys weren't giving each other an inch.
Totally, yeah. No, both these girls are amazing paddlers. Actually, Malia has one of the best paddles I've seen. Like, before in her first wave, she just motored onto a wave. She's just got like a little motor under her board. So she's a good paddler, but you know, both these girls were jostling for the start. I think, you know, they've both been on tour for so long. I'm sure they kind of have been adjusting their competitive style and just wanting to keep it more surfing. But, you know, at a place like out here, there's not many waves today. So those girls want to be on the best waves.
Thanks so much, Laura. Laura, big part of the championship tour for many years. Had some great battles with Malia and Courtney for so many seasons. And it's an interesting note she brings up with that paddle power. It's, you know, outside of performance on a wave, it can be such a strength in winning priority over your opponent. You know, just moving yourself a foot deeper under pressure and getting good position with your paddle strength. And I'm sure, Rich, you don't have to mention names. There's probably some guys, if you're in a paddle battle with, you'd be like, I got you. And that was probably a good feeling when priority was on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think I was a good paddler. I'll take that. No, I had my fair share of paddle battles, and you know, sometimes we used to not even worry about priority at the start of the heat. Sometimes we just leave it up to chance. Other times we'd paper, scissors, rock to see who was going to get first priority. You do that with your mates sometimes, but yeah, paddling is a huge part of it. It gets you in the perfect spot. You know what I mean? You've got to be able to paddle in behind the apex of the peak a lot of times, and especially if we go to somewhere like the box in the next couple of days, well, then paddling really comes into play.
18 minutes in the round of 16, heat number 4. Courtney out front, Malia with priority, needing just a 4.01. Both trying to solidify a spot for the rest of the season. This one is going to go to Malia. The Hawaiian winds up. First turn, a real clean frontside slice across the open face. She'll just hug the pocket on the second turn. She's trying to create a little bonus wall. Lines it up well and finishes on her feet. Well read wave there for Malia. Solid effort to potentially get the lead change. Before we get that number, let's hear from Molly Picklum with Kaipo.
Molly, so you hear Tyler get an 8 out there. You come back with a 9.17, one of the best surf waves so far in the competition. You're feeling, talk me through that wave.
I mean, after she dropped the 8 on me, I was like, wow, I've just been Tylered. But, and then I just knew it was last-ditch effort on that wave, and I don't know, ripped into that one turn, and I was glad I got a few little turns to finish the 9 off. So, yeah, it was kind of one of my first claims, but it was a worthy one.
Oh, we're not going to call it a claim. We're going to call it a celebration. You celebrated almost right onto the bricks right there. How was the kick out?
Yeah, I was tripping out. There was literally a rock looking straight at me when I kicked out, and but I didn't care. I knew that I dropped a pretty good score, so I was glad.
Okay, this is a good feeling right now, but in the context of things right now, where we look at the mid-season cut, that was a very important heat for you to come through.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like every heat at this event's important, and it was so sad to see Betty Lou and Lulu bow out, kind of the first ones that got cut, and I really felt, and I kind of got fired up because I was like, it's real, it's here, and yeah, really happy to have made that heat.
Yeah, Molly Picklum on to the quarterfinals.
That's right, Kaipo. Molly Picklum's got a lot to celebrate. I enjoyed that claim. It was dangerous too. I obviously got close to the rocks, But what a celebration, and seeing that replay of that carve, I could kind of hear a former top 5 in the world, Rob Bain, just go, "Sa!"
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
right through the water, so clean as it gets.
Yeah, Sa today, famous for it, old Bob Bain, and I'm sure he's watching. And, well, fellow Tsunami brother, and you could see how much Molly was feeling for Luana and Betty Lou. You know what Betty Lou did to commiserate? She went and surfed the box. So there's been some gnarly waves out there today. Here's a quick replay of Courtney. You can see just the aggression that she puts in each one of her turns. And again, great looking wave here. She comes into this final section, just a little wrap, getting the timing right so that she can hit that final section there. Bring it all the way through to the inside. Long ride, multiple turns there. And just staying, doing the little hovercraft across the rocks here, trying to keep the board out in front, out of danger.
Great technique, just keeping everything nice and shallow. Courtney wants to save her equipment over herself. We've seen her do that time and time again, bouncing off that shelf. She's like, as long as my board stays solid, that's all she cares about when it comes to taking down big event wins. Malia Manuel, 5-1-7, 4-6-7. Got the lead off Conlog. Conlog chasing just a 4-ranger, so incredibly close matchup here for qualification. Courtney won this event a couple times before it got the championship tour upgrade. So she already had that winning feeling before the CT upgrade happened on the women's side in 2013. A local hero's got her hands full with Carissa Moore. Bronte McCauley is coming up next in heat number 5 as she chats with a local legend, Mick McAuliffe. Back for more action right after this.
I never thought I was going to make it here. I thought I was going to miss the whole event.
So many. The male pro Portugal champ.
Oh my gosh.
So much great history with Courtney and Malia as we flash back to 2019, the final at Bells Beach. We showed up on finals day to a massive swell, and we always think these two are brilliant in waves that have a lot of power and size. Malia looked incredible, but Courtney was the one to get the win, the big bell, and a perfect 10-point ride.
Yeah, this was just amazing surfing here, and what a heat, and have a look at this. Just how big the Bells Bowl gets, and Courtney just matching the power of 8 to 10 foot bells here. Watch this final turn, jam it up in there, and coming all the way through to the inside. Just so strong. Both these women, Joe, I think you could sort of say that they're foundation surfers because there's not a lot of trickery involved. It's all fundamental rail surfing and power surfing. And great matchups, and I'm sure they're going to have many more through their careers.
What a great celebration for Courtney Conlog as she was just enjoying her dominance at the venue at Bells Beach. And dominance she's felt here in the West in the past as well. So many great wins across the planet for this one. Courtney pushing hard off the top. Really putting a lot of commitment to her turns. What Laura Aniver was predicting out of Conlog in this heat. She's got to eject because she ran out of water. But it felt like she was trying to put a little bit more into every single move. And I feel like when you look at that flashback to Courtney in big conditions, it really adds a lot to her flow and connectivity. When the wave is just giving her power, it makes it so easy for her to get on a roll, just to pick the right sections to coil up on and rip to pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Timing for Courtney just impeccable in the bigger stuff, and it does just smooth the connection between the turns. And it's an important thing, isn't it? That transition between whether it be calves or top turns, that transition between turns. If you can make that look attractive to the judges as well, they're taking that into account. And Courtney did it very well on this last wave. Once we get a replay, loving the first turn on that wave, and I think she'll drop a pretty decent number here. Look at this, just straight up right into the pocket. That one quite tight. Critical moment there, and again almost loses it on the second. And I like just how she quietened things down a little bit here. Just took out a little bit of that desperation between the turns, and it was just a smooth hit on the inside, and then she ejects quickly. See here, jamming right on the fins, and cuts the bottom turn a little short because she wanted to get right up tight and high, and it worked well for her on this occasion. Straight into the second one, and again just leans right into it, and she regains control there. Nearly lost her inside edge, and that's just speaks to the strength that Courtney has, how she can just muscle that board straight back under her body. Incredible core strength.
Really impressive effort and a great display of power surfing. Courtney gets the lead, 6.83. Malia now needs a 7.36. As we check out the reaction from the panel there, they dropped the high and the low and averaged the middle 3. It's interesting as we talk about the legends in trouble on that midseason cut, and I was thinking about even the end of last year. For Courtney, it was really between Courtney and Malia for the final spot to qualify in Mexico. Courtney got it. Malia had to win the event to get that spot on tour. She got second, almost went all the way. I saw Courtney in a free surf in Mexico right after, and she was just so relieved that she had her spot on tour. Malia's down moment didn't last too long because Jessie Miley-Dyer gave her a call and said, you've got the wild card spot for next season. And so she kind of went through that. I didn't do it. I was one spot away, almost won the event against Steph Gilmore. She had the tribute to AI in that event. That was really special, connecting his win that he had in Mexico. But both of them kind of suffered through that feeling last year, barely hanging on to their spot on tour. Now they're getting it early at stop number 5 this year.
Yeah, well, I don't think Malia's suffering from any repercussions from that. I feel like she's dealt with the fact that she perhaps didn't qualify and that she still belongs on tour, because clearly she does. The surfing is just too good to not be on tour. And for Courtney, it's been really strange to see her down the lower end of the ratings, especially as we're coming into that Bells event. That's just unfamiliar territory down there for her, and she's just putting a good campaign in to get right up out of that danger zone. And well, if she can maintain, she'll switch quickly to, I just need to make the cut, to I'm going to hunt down that final 5. You know that's what she's going to put on the focus as soon as this event's done and she clears that cut line.
All roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles once again this September, where the top 5 men, top 5 women will compete in one day for a world championship. It was all a dream until last year. We saw the first ever edition. It was definitely the biggest day in pro surfing. And if you're in yellow, you're in a good spot, like Carissa was last season. She was world #1. Tatiana pushed her in the title match, and she achieved her 5th world title in the 3rd heat. That was a pretty stressful series for Carissa last year. She accomplished so much, an Olympic gold medal and her 5th world title. And she just grabbed the yellow jersey for the first time this season after her final appearance at Bells Beach.
Kind of feel like when Carissa gets a hold of the yellow jersey, it's very hard to get it off her. She likes yellow. And it's going to be a big task for anyone that wants to take it back. She's got her hands full, though, coming up against Bronte McCauley, obviously the hometown favourite, and a lot of local knowledge for Bronte out here. She knows main break very well. She'll be thinking about how strong her backhand is, and this is going to be a great matchup.
Carissa preparing for Bronte McCauley. Coming up next in the round of 16, heat number 5. Here's the Harvey Norman recap of heat 4. Courtney versus Malia, always a classic. no matter what the venue is around the world, but especially here at Margaret River Main Break. There's the finesse of Malia Manuel. 5.17 is her best score, but Courtney on a bigger wave and unleashing some power. 6.83 for this effort.
Yeah, she's had the better canvas to work with, hasn't she? And she's just converted it into really solid points. Great surfing, strong, committed, very controlled, and well, basically no mistake surfing here from Courtney Conalog, just bringing every ride through to the bricks and just putting herself on the line here. But see that, I like how she mixed that one up, showing the judges something new on this wave, taking it right up high in the pocket, jamming that turn, and again bringing it through all the way into the inside. And just time and time again, we see these surfers putting themselves and their equipment on the line as they take on that final slabby section over dry rock.
Approaching the 5-minute mark, Malia Manuel, world number 7, trying to keep connection to this event. She just got a wave during the Harvey Norman recap. This is what she did, trying to achieve a 7.36 for the lead.
Nice opening stat back into the power source, and a second one. Wow, lays into that one with a bit more energy and a bit more power, gets to the finish. So she's asked the question, 7.36. Possibly, Joe, possibly. The only thing that may let it down is the wave height itself. Maybe a sort of a smaller to medium-sized set there, but did some great surfing on it, didn't leave anything to chance.
Well, she gave herself maybe a better shot on the next exchange, because now the requirement has dropped. She just earned a 6.33. Now she needs a 6.21. So still ripping, but yeah, the size of the sections, when you compare it to Courtney's 6.83, it was a bit smaller, but boy, did she surf it well. Look how close this matchup is. The intensity to be safe from the midseason cut is clear today here in the round of 16. Winner of this heat would go on to the quarterfinals to take on Molly Picklum, which potentially could happen later on today.
Yeah, we may see it run all the way through the quarterfinals, but you'd have to think that in terms of ratings and cut line, Courtney's the one that really needs the win here. Given that we have lost a couple of women out of the draw already, and the relegation has happened back to the Challenger Series, that while we don't have confirmation, you have to assume that Malia is very close to being safe, but not so for Courtney. She still needs to get through this heat. She's right close to that cut line.
Just equal with Steph Gilmore, and Gilmore will be coming up in heat 6 of the round of 16. So in just a couple of heats, she'll have rookie India Robinson, the Bells Beach local, who's been really fun to watch this year. And Steph hoping to stay in the top 10 picture to fight for an 8th world title this season. Joanne DeFay has Sally Fitzgibbons, a lot in that matchup at the end of the round. Lakey Peterson and Isabella Nichols. A lot of similar stories. A high seed taking on a surfer that's fighting for their life on the championship tour.
Really even matchup, those two that you just mentioned, style-wise as well. You know, Sally and Joanne. Two very compact surfers who like to surf tight and aggressive in the pocket. You know, Lakey and Isabella, more of that open face, swooping carve that they bring. Here we go, live action with Courtney.
Courtney Conlog taking this wave with a little top turn wrap to start. Harder off the bottom. There's the vertical on a messy section. That's going to slow her down to 2 maneuvers. She was hoping to paddle back out with a better score line, but she had a 5.7 to improve on. What do you think, Rich?
Well, I don't think she's going to improve on that 5.17. And what she's done by taking that wave is given Malia Manuel an opportunity to score a wave here, or to find a wave and try and drop that 6.21. So these are the sort of moments as you're growing up as a grommet and aspiring to be a professional surfer on the world tour, and you go, okay, I've got a minute and a half left and I need this score. And you live that when you're training and you're free surfing time and time and time again, and you put that, try and emulate that pressure of a heat situation. And let's see if it comes to fruition here for Malia.
All coming down to this for Malia Manuel. She's got priority, so she's got undisputed right of way. She's dealt with Courtney for a very long time, from Margaret River Finals on the QS level, CT Finals that we just relived from Bells Beach in 2019. Both US Open champions at a young age. Their lives have just paralleled each other's throughout their career. Hawaii versus California, 52 seconds. You seeing anything out the back, Rich?
There's a couple of little bumps. It looks like Malia's starting to stroke out the back. She sees a bigger one coming. It's going to come down to the wire. She will get this wave in time.
35 seconds. Neither of these surfers are confirmed past the midseason cut. World number 7 up and riding. Malia needs a 6.21 snap to start. Controlling that first turn. Bigger section to hit on the second effort. And she'll flow through the whitewater and stays on her feet. Malia wants to show the judges that she likes it. And she'll roll over on the bricks. That was her last chance to turn it on Courtney Conlogue. 3 turns to finish as we run out of time.
She tried to sell it. She likes it. And she put it all on the line there. And it's going to be right there, Joe. They're going to have to go back and look at this and compare it to her last wave, the 6.33. Did she commit to that opening turn enough? Let's have a look at it. Great wave, standing up well. Drives off the bottom, hits the top, but cuts it a little bit short. The second one, a better turn, commits to it. Critical moment, and then she gets the foam climb right at the end. So 3 turns, here's the 6.33, so this will give us a good comparison. Okay, so the first turn, there was more in the first turn on this wave. The second turn jams it right in the pocket and then gets to the finish for the third. So for me, that was a better wave. So comparing it against that one, I don't quite know if it's going to be enough.
And it's kind of the story of this entire heat. They didn't really have a whole lot of room to separate their surfing, both with 6s, both with 5s. There wasn't that clear wave that made a huge separation.
It was a bigger wave, though, that Malia took, so there's maybe an element there that there needs to be consideration for.
I feel like you could tell in the first turn she was trying not to fall, lose control. That was kind of evident, but she did place it well. Second turn was done with authority. And that's what's just making things close.
I just feel like if she had attacked that first turn and driven through it a little bit with more power, she would have made it undeniable. They would have had to drop the score. But the fact that she didn't overly commit to the first turn makes the judges think, should we give her the score? Is it worth that score? And they're really scrutinising it. So it's she hasn't put it without a doubt. They're going to take their time. They want to make this right.
Second turn was money. That was that classic Malia Manuel form. And it looks like from the panel, so far, it could be a split decision. Numbers locking in a 6.13. Malia Manuel just falls short of the requirement.
Just under.
Needed a 6.21. Courtney Conlogue gets the win at the buzzer. Just barely over a longtime rival of Malia Manuel. What a showdown in the round of 16. World number 9 keeps her dreams alive of surviving the midseason cut. More action continues here at the Margaret River Pro. Carissa Moore takes on Bronte McCauley. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and Felicity Palmatier for the call right after this.
Welcome back to the show. So great to be back here at Margaret River. It's the waves, it's the landscape, it's the people, and one of the finest individuals in this region joining us now for the call. Big wave surfer, artist, Felicity Palmatier. Great to have your company.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. I'm looking forward to calling a heat with you both.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. We've been talking about just the pressure, the atmosphere that's out there today in the competitors area, in the water. We're seeing it as well. Felicity, what have you made of it all so far?
There's just been a lot of emotion. I've been actually doing a bit of beach comms myself and doing a few post-heat interviews after you guys, and you can just see the emotion all over the surfers' faces. Heartbreak and also like triumphant, you know, at the same time, and they're going up against their friends, so it's really hard and yeah, really emotional stuff. Hard to watch.
Intense. Big rivalry bugs between the last two surfers that we saw, and it went right down to the wire. It was heavy there. Malia Manuel, she gave it everything on that last ride.
That was a great exchange. I mean, right at the end there, Malia, two judges gave it to her. One judge gave her a 6-8. I mean, it was right. It was a 3-2 judges' decision. You couldn't get closer.
Your thoughts? Go there, mate.
You know, I thought that it was thereabouts. I really did. I thought she was right on the money. So I thought it was a lot closer than, you know, the lowest judge, who I think was a 5 or something. I thought it was way out. The 6-8 was a bit high. 6-2-1, I reckon it was right there.
Well, it was just under. But it's history now, that one, as we move on. Carissa Moore will now take on Bronte McCauley. Her surfing has just gotten so good, Felicity, over the last couple of years. The big result hasn't come just yet, though. Is this going to be the day for her?
I really hope so. Being a West Aussie, of course, I want to see my homegirl Bronte do really well. She just came off an amazing performance at Bells, where her backhand was looking so on fire. Really powerful, really strong, and we finally got to see the surfing that I know Bronte for so well.
She's got that real compact approach on the backhand, gets nice and low, but I think something clicked a couple of years back, and I think the big pivotal moment for Bronte was seeing her dad win a Masters world title, and it just sort of seemed to fire her up, and from that point, those turns, that compact style, it seemed to extend a little bit, especially out of the pocket, and she's kind of been on fire ever since.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. Winning another world title as a master, which is pretty amazing. You know, I've grown up surfing with Bronte, and I've known her since I've been about 8 years old, and she's always been so strong. And it's amazing to see that, you know, she's got the support of her dad, Dave, you know, and all that information, all those years of wealth of knowledge that she can just kind of draw off. And yeah, probably really inspiring to see her dad win that title. And then, yeah, she's just carrying on with that flow.
Most definitely, yeah. Just amazing, though. She has been a battler on the CT. She's managed to keep her spot via big campaigns on the qualifying series, Bugs. But when you look at her CT ranks since 2015, when she kind of first came on the scene, I think she got some injury replacement spots that year. She's gotten better every season. She went from 17th to 15th to 14th, 13th in 2019 and 11th in 2021. And she's in a good position after that big result at Bells to make a charge for the top end.
Yeah, I mean, she is rising incrementally, but I really thought that at Bells she surfed unshackled. It was the true Bronte. Like, her backhand performance at one stage there, I went, she could win this thing.
Yeah.
We're starting to see surfers under the cut line really turn up. Molly Picklum, for one. That was one of the performances of the event, if not the performance of the event so far. Bronte's going to have to call on the same kind of form, because she needs to make the final to have a real chance at getting above that cut line. So she's got work to do, and I guess her biggest hurdle is the one that she faces right now, Bugs, because Carissa Moore's never missed the final series at this event.
Look, it's a tough draw, that's for sure. In the round of 16, Carissa Moore is she's just been the best surfer in the world for the last few years. I mean, she's amazing, a 5-time world champion, but my gosh, I mean, she has just been blazing.
Yeah, and an Olympic gold medalist. It's a hard draw.
Yeah,
it's a hard draw.
You forget about all the accolades sometimes with Carissa. Perhaps the most amazing thing, she's surfing in her 12th year on the championship tour. Only finished outside the top 3 once. And there's 5 world titles in the mix there. So she's a remarkable athlete. What's it like for the local Groms here, Felicity, to have someone like Carissa, a real immortal in the sport of surfing come and perform.
Oh, to have someone like Carissa and to see them perform in your backyard is one of the best things in the world. I remember growing up in Western Australia, coming to this event, I begged my dad. I used to live in Perth when I was little, and I was like, I want to go down and watch. He's like, okay, I'll take you down. And I remember seeing my idols back then, like Lane Beachley, and I remember standing there with a poster and so desperate for her to have sign my poster, and she did, and that actually stayed on my bedside table framed up until I was about 18 years old, and those moments you don't forget. And I know that there's so many little girls down here just so excited to watch Carissa, and also the local girl Bronte.
I still carry my photo with Lane from Manly years ago in my wallet. That's, just fanning out. But Carissa Moore now is going to get started here. Doesn't really like the looks of this one, but the conditions, Bugs, you've got to say it's as good as it gets out here for this kind of pressure, these kind of heats.
Oh, the last half a dozen heats have been exceptional. The conditions are just magical out there. I think the women have got the best of the conditions throughout the whole tournament so far, and they are doing amazing surfing. I mean, the rookies, as Felicity said, it's there have been some heartbreak moments, but there's also been breakthrough moments.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, especially with Molly Picklum. I love the way she surfed in that heat, completely unchained, unhitched, unchained. It was just incredible to see. And when you're against the best, you really need to convincingly beat them, and she really did. She showed the world what she had, and I heard her say that, just so inspired by Tyler.
She relishes the opportunity to come up against big names, and Carissa Moore relishes the opportunity to surf here at Mainbreak. I mentioned it earlier. Hasn't missed a final series here. 2 victories, a runner-up, 3 semis, 2 quarters, and she's had some big results this season, but hasn't had a victory yet.
No, which is amazing in itself. And I kind of think on the other side, I think that, coming up against Carissa from Bronte's position with her entourage, her coaching entourage, I mean, I really think that she's out there to get the 2 bombs of this. It's going to be wave choice for Bronte McCauley.
That's right. I think today, especially with conditions like this, it all really does come down to wave selection. A lot of times actually chewed up out of this heat already, like 10 minutes. So, Bronte hasn't opened up her account just yet. And we're looking at a replay of Carissa here. And she just got this one nice hook under the lip there. And another little cutty, but, that wave just dying out there towards the end. She keeps going. She's looking for another finish. But, the wave just dies out, actually. But, wave selection is what it's going to come down to in today's conditions.
Most definitely, yeah. Just under 20 minutes to go as we dive into the deep stats. Powered by Hydro Flask, and 5 previous battles between these two, 4 of them going the way of Carissa Moore. Bronte, I'm sure she hasn't forgotten that heat win. I think if you come up against one of the sports greats, it's like when you talk to people about run-ins on the men's side. If they ever came up against Kelly, they'll always talk about that heat win that they had against Slater, even if it was in the 2nd round. They don't often mention the heat losses that they have against these super dominant forces. But it is something that you can lean into, Bugs.
Well, that's what Bronte will draw some strength from, that she has beaten Carissa Moore, and I'm not sure where that was at, but and the one thing about Carissa is that she really likes to get going. She likes it to get into the priority rotation. She just likes to surf. She's not a hassler, and neither is Bronte. I mean, they're both sweethearts, really, but they're out there to compete and move forward with their careers. And there's 2 different battles going on. I mean, Carissa, obviously, the yellow jersey, she went into Trestles, the Rip Curl Final 5 last year as the #1 seed. It was very important because she ended up world champion.
18.5 minutes to go. Laura Anaver out the back with Dometic. Laura, even though these two, they're very friendly, but out there during the priority being neutral stage, there was a bit of a tussle.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, like you were saying, Ronnie, both these girls, the nicest people in the earth on land, but fierce competitors. And at the start, there hasn't been many waves come through, but we saw about 3 or 4 changes in priority, holding the inside. Carissa started with it. A few lumps came through. Bronte took the inside back, and they did that a couple of times before Carissa decided to throw the dice and just get a small one and give Bronte priority. So, yeah, I mean, pretty interesting start there.
Yeah, just under 18 minutes to go. 5.5 for Carissa Moore on that second wave. So Bronte will really want to capitalise now with that priority, Bugs.
Yeah, well, as I said, I mean, even though there was a little bit of a America's Cup style start where they'll get back and forward, I think once Carissa said, okay, let's get into the priority thing, you know, she got a 5.5 for really one turn in that one, Felicity.
Yeah. I mean, the wave was a bit of a smaller one, maybe medium size. And yeah, she ended up getting a 5.5. I mean, she did one nice turn off the top with a followed by a little cutback. The wave really didn't offer that much more after that. So really, the heat is still wide open and Bronte is sitting out the back with priority. So, you know, it's up to her. Hopefully a nice one comes through.
Well, Courtney Conlog keeps her dreams of maintaining that place above the cut line intact after narrowly escaping in that last heat and getting the victory. She's with Shannon.
Courtney Conlog, there's waves all over. You just took out the win over Malia Manuel in a very tight situation. You feeling relief, excitement?
I think my heart rate's up. I'm not going to look at my Garmin right now. But yeah, I'm really, honestly, I'm just super grateful. I always have a massive respect for Malia. We've had some amazing heats out here in the past, and out of all the competitors, she was one of the top. Could have been a finalist, and so yeah, it was a true matchup. Really grateful to pull through and keep my tour hopes alive.
Knowing that on that last exchange it was out of your hands, Malia had an opportunity and that would have decreased your chances of requalification, what were you feeling like sitting in the lineup?
You know, it's just in the universe at that point, and I had to hold her off that one because I just know what she's capable of, and it's just because I respect her, honestly. And so I kept her off that, and I was like, all right, now it's with her and whatever the ocean does. And yeah, it was definitely close. I mean, I've had so many heats that haven't gone my way, so I'm just really grateful this one did. And yeah, thank you, Margaret.
You're a former champion out here. We know that you can get all the success in the world at waves like this of consequence and power. What are you doing to prepare now heading into the quarterfinals, knowing that you got a lot of pressure still to make sure you stay above that cut line?
You know, just stay in the moment. There's pressure always, and the last thing you want to do is put more pressure on yourself. Right now, it's just time for me to let go. Trust in all the hard work that I've done and all the effort I put forward, and yeah, just pray for waves. I just need 2 more, and then 2 more, and then 2 more.
Very well said. Well done, Court.
All right, thank you.
6 waves should do it. It might see her to another victory here in the West, but during the interview, Bronte McCauley got her first ride and she had priority. She'd waited a long time for that wave, Felicity. She made it count.
Yeah, she definitely did. Great wave selection. What we saw was 3 big belts on her backhand, nice and strong and really good flow between all of the maneuvers. Here we go, we're cutting to a replay now. So nice controlled bottom turn, and she just absolutely cracks that first turn. And another deep bottom turn and nails the second one. She comes through onto the inside here and she looks for a finish and she gets it. So that was nice, strong surfing.
Just built confidence through the ride, Bugs. I mean, the last turn might have been the best, and it's a big finish. Can really elevate a number for you out here.
You know, it's not easy to do when you sit there for half the heat with no action. And she surfed that way. She was loose. But how deep was her bottom turn? I mean, it's the best backhand bottom turns I've seen today, and we've seen some great backhand surfing, but that was in sync.
Yeah, she gets so low on that bottom turn, and just you can just see the projection she gets because of that at the top of the lip.
And the judges ate it up, 8.17 into the excellent range, and that is the way you've got to surf if you want to overcome someone as strong as Carissa Moore. And now she'll go looking for a backup. No harm there. She didn't have priority, so she could really, you know, with a great ride, could have pushed Carissa potentially into a position of combo. Just over 13 minutes to go. We'll see how the 5-time world champion responds. Right now, though, it's time for a Bonsai brew break.
It was so special to be a small part of Duke's dream. You know, he dreamed 100 years ago, over 100 years ago, that surfing would one day be in the Olympics. And here we are today. It is in the Olympics.
Oh my gosh.
Staying healthy is so essential. Eating the right food and having an active lifestyle and just being well balanced. It's good for you physically, but also even just mentally. Being out in the ocean is a huge part of a healthy lifestyle. Even just being outside and in fresh air and in the water, it just makes you feel good. Driving down to Margaret River, the air feels so fresh, the water's so clean. It just feels like if you want to stay active, Margaret River's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, Bronte McCauley loves it down here in the southwest, and she's loving it out in the lineup at the moment. 8.17 to hold an edge over Carissa Moore, who's now after a 5.51 to make the jump up into first. Carissa's out there with priority. It'll be interesting to see how she responds, but you know, no one likes being sort of put in that high pressure situation, Bugs, but Carissa has faltered at times in her career when someone puts a big number on and applies some pressure.
Yeah, well, it can be nerve-wracking, and also this is pretty much the most inconsistent it's been all day as well. We've only had one off wave, so when Carissa got a wave earlier on, which really wasn't a set wave, you wouldn't say, just to get the heat going. And Bronte's wave is the only really decent wave that's come through in 19 minutes.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I'm sure Laura Anneber's paying close attention to that. A massive advantage for Bronte and slow conditions out there at the moment, Laura.
Yeah, this heat's really slowed up, but just like we saw Bronte do, she hardly looked at any other wave the whole heat. We saw Carissa go that small wave, and we think, you know, we obviously know that Carissa is really good at manufacturing smaller waves into big scores with her big, powerful surfing. You know, her going that small wave just allowed Bronte to sit and wait, and she did not look at anything until that beautiful bomb came, and she turned that into an incredible score. So paddling back out, Bronte's now searching around the inside to try to put more pressure on Carissa, and yeah, she's doing a pretty good job so far.
Laura, when you came up against someone as strong as Carissa back in the day, was wave selection a priority for you?
100%, and you know that sometimes Carissa in slow situations will hunt the inside, and you'll see her take off on a wave and then she'll drop like a 7 or an 8, and you just wonder how, but she's got so many tricks, she's got so much power, and she can really turn nothing into something. So you need to get on those waves and put that exclamation mark on, which Bronte's done right now, and Bronte's known for sitting and just waiting and picking sometimes 1 or 2 waves in a heat. She would rather catch one wave and not another one if it doesn't come through, and she won't really sway from that, so yeah. I love it.
I'm sure her dad helped her formulate a bit of a strategy for this heat, Felicity, but you know, you hear it often when people draw those surfers who, you know, they're realists, that they know that their competitor might be one of the best surfers in the world, and their best chance at beating them is to take those high quality waves away from them. So priority is a major factor in getting that heat win. It is in every heat, but even more so against someone like Carissa.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, Ronnie. In heats like this, where you're matched up against world #1 at the moment, I mean, it is crucial that you are on the best waves. You have to make that win so convincing, and you aren't going to be able to do it on B or C grade waves. You need those A grade waves, and that's exactly what we saw Bronte do. She held her cool for probably about almost 15 minutes of that heat until she took off on that first wave, which is pretty incredible because, you know, when you haven't caught a wave that long, the nerves are high. So to keep cool, calm and collected, how she did, and drop a 8.17 is pretty amazing.
Absolutely, and I guess, Bugs, the big issue for Carissa is at some point in the next 8 minutes, she gets a wave that looks like it's got 5 points in it. She's got to kind of take that chance, and then Bronte's only going to be looking to replace a 2.87, so it's a tricky little strategy that she's going to have to play out in the last minutes here.
Well, and because of that, we're not actually sure who's got the advantage, because if it's a super slow heat, Carissa with the priority, and if she gets a good wave, it'll be Bronte who needs a wave. So Bronte's got to play a really smart game here, and they both do, because Carissa's behind the 8 ball as far as their best rides by a fair shot, but she's got that good backup already in her ledger.
Yeah, that's right. It's really going to come down to these next couple of exchanges.
7.5 minutes to go. Some movement from the competitors on the outside there. No rides taken out of that smaller size set. But at this point, you can tell that they're both a little fidgety. They're having a look at everything at this point. Bronte wants to get a more solid backup on the board. Carissa, she just wants to drop a big number and try and secure this #1 position. 7 minutes to go. What's interesting about Carissa, you know, we mentioned all those amazing finishes, the world titles, 24 CT wins, starting to really close in on Steph Gilmore's amazing record of 32. But she's still so devastated, even with second place finishes. At Bells Beach, she was emotional with that result. She wanted the victory so bad. And, you know, a lot of people would kind of settle for a second place finish, especially when, you know, you're only really looking to get yourself positioned in the final 5 to have a world title shot. It's not necessarily your world title on the line if you don't get the win. So it's pretty remarkable. Are you blown away by just that competitive fire?
Yeah, I am. But I guess, like, she's looking at second place as first loser, Ronnie. So here she goes actually right now. She's taking off on this right. So what's she got?
Nice. Back beautifully, yeah. Nice big carve through that first section and then draws up into the pocket. Another layback jam there, and that was solid stuff. She only needed a 5.51, but on the outside, Bronte gets an opportunity. Nice steep section here, draws up into the bowl. A nice hooking turn. We'll need more, though. Hammers the pocket and gets another opportunity now for a big float to finish through the keyhole. Dad loves it. Can tell there's some nerve there, and it's like she's got an outboard motor on and she just hammers over the reef to the inside, knowing that this heat is probably not over with 5.5 minutes to go. We've got some replays to break down. Felicity, why don't you take us through Carissa's ride in a moment, but it was a composed performance under pressure because there was a big number on the board from Bronte.
Yeah, it was a really composed performance from Carissa. I mean, it was a nice 2-turn combo. Really jammed that last turn as well, but then straight out back behind Carissa, we saw Bronte just go absolutely crazy on that right-hander. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Here we go. Here's the recap.
Yeah, really solid. Oh, I love this, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a good wave, but it's not the superior wave of the set. She surfs it well, though. This is a great snap here, sliding his tail, but she only got the 2 major moves. Here's the bigger wave, the bomb wave that Bronte's looking for, and it's a series of great maneuvers. Look at this bottom turn, this snap here, Felicity.
Yeah, it's just beautiful surfing, and she just keeps cracking it all the way through to the inside. She finishes off here right in front of that really shallow bit of reef, and yeah, like you said, Ronnie, outboard motor just there to get to the Red Bull jet ski, and she's making her way back out the back.
Yeah, I think for me, just looking at the replays, Chris had the strongest individual turn, but there's, you know, big points to be collected for combinations and variation as well.
Well, based on the fact, though, that the foundation of that 817 means that even if she got a 5.5, Carissa's going to need a 7.5.
Yeah, 6.17 for Carissa Moore. So she's momentarily moved up into the lead, but it's not going to last long. Bronte only needs a 3.5. She's going to get a lot more than that from that last ride. And the numbers starting to roll through now, Felicity. They're looking pretty decent.
Oh, they're looking really good for Bronte. We're just waiting on a couple more to drop through and we can see what the final score is, but it's looking really promising, and Carissa is definitely going to need another score.
Well, she's already making up a couple of points with the 6.17, just falling a couple of points behind Bronte's 8.17, but a 7.33 means now the requirement is a big one, 9.33. We saw Molly Picklum drop a 9.17 earlier on against Tyler Wright. You cannot count out Carissa just yet. She's so capable of going excellent and maybe even perfect.
Well, there's one thing for sure. Carissa's going to need a solid set to come through, and she's going to have to pick the best wave of that set to even have a shot at a 9.33. So, I just don't believe that she's going to be able to do her Carissa magic on a mid-size wave. She's going to need a bomb.
Yeah, that's right. And I think because Bronte's 2 waves were sets as well, you know, it's really been a difference. And yeah, Carissa's definitely going to need a set wave, I think.
Well, just under 3 minutes to go. And the sets are standing up on the outside section. Carissa's got that priority after a 9.33 here. The current world #1. has work to do. Needs to go near perfect to turn this heat. But it's remarkable to me to look at what unfolded in the elimination round and in the first heat of the round of 16 and have lost 2 surfers below the cut line. It's just incredible the fight that we've seen from those lower seeds. Gabriella Bryan, Molly Picklum, Courtney is looking to shore up her place. She was, you know, dangerously close to falling outside the bubble coming into this contest. So this has been a massive push from Bronte.
It's a massive push, and also that puts some pressure on the ladies that are like 6 to 10. You know,
huge pressure
right there. That's going to be a fierce battle for them to maintain their position, and we've seen a couple already go out of the tournament.
Yeah, huge. Bronte McCauley, what a performance from her, and really just holding her nerve and being very, very smart with wave selection. You heard it from Laura Enever out there. She was out there with the medic. She said that she didn't even look at any of those smaller bumps. So hard to just sit there and just patiently bank on the ocean delivering. But Margaret, she knows this wave so well.
Well, if you know, that wave that Bronte took when she was paddling back out, and eliminate that, and she's done exactly that. She's just gone out there and got the 2 bombs.
Yeah, she definitely has. That's, you know, she's definitely gone out there with the plan of sitting out there, and she's noticed that it's really slow and she only wants the 2 best waves, and that's exactly what she's done, an 8.17 and a 7.33. Here we go. We see Carissa Moore having a stab at this wave here. So she throws it up into the lip there, and she just unfortunately comes unstuck there.
That's that pressure.
With 45 seconds to go, it'll be interesting to see if she gets another shot back out the back.
Well, you know, we've been seeing Carissa's praises. You know, she's one of the true greats of the sport and still has potential to, you know, overtake Stephanie Gilmore and Lane Beachley with those 7 world titles. But you got to give full credit to Bronte, you know, to overcome that challenge in an event where if you want to make the cut, you've got to make the final. This has been the biggest hurdle.
Yep.
And I'm sure if she can hang on here, she'll truly believe that she could maybe go on and crack her first CT final.
Well, we're counting down, so, you know, she's going to draw massive confidence from this. This is absolutely incredible, and it's kind of the confidence she needs to take into the next round.
What a performance from Bronte. Dad is buzzing, her 2nd heat win over the 5-time world champion. And she can be incredibly proud of that performance. A couple of big numbers dropped. As she makes her way in, we've got another great hitting the line up next. Stephanie Gilmore taking on the rookie, India Robinson.
The Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. By Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia. By GWM, the official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. And by Healthway, official partner of the Margaret River Pro.
Welcome back to the show. Big results, huge upsets. Bronte McCauley just got the jump on Carissa Moore. And we're now going to see how India Robinson fares against Stephanie Gilmore. Their second head-to-head heat in as many events. They met in this same round down there at Bells Beach. Steph got the jump on India there. But have a look at where they're sitting on the leaderboard at the moment. There's a big opportunity for India to lock herself into the back half of the season, but also onto the 2023 Championship Tour with a big win over Steph Gilmore. And she might even have to make a couple more heats to make it a solid confirmation. But Steph Gilmore, she's been surfing incredibly well. She turned her fortunes around here at Main Break last year, Bugs. She had a big finish, made it to the final, and I think she'll be recalling all that experience here against India.
Well, I actually think there's more pressure in this heat than any other heat today because they're both just inside the bubble and we're seeing a lot of movement from the other side. So, you know, one of these two competitors is going to be in a little bit of trouble.
We've still got the company of Felicity Palmatier, which we're really enjoying. Felicity, thanks for sticking with us, celebrating after your local girl, Bronte McCauley, won through in that last heat. And now we're seeing Steph Gilmore take off and kick out.
Yeah, really happy to see the local girl and my friend Bronte get through that last heat. That was an amazing performance, 2 really solid rides, and yeah, just really happy for her. And yeah, there she is with her family, so she must be stoked.
All right, I'll go. You got another heat? Yeah, oh, have you? Okay. Love you.
Bronte very quickly pointing out that she's got another heat this afternoon, so wants to, you know, stay focused and not looking overly elated just yet, but I'm sure within it's taking every ounce of control just to not just let out a big scream of excitement, because that's a monster heat win and a big roadblock for everyone taken out of the contest.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and yeah, hard to keep a lid on it when you you know, to take someone down like Carissa Moore. But yeah, Bronte has the quarterfinals in her sights, and yeah, just wants to stay super focused and yeah, get ready for that next heat.
India Robinson waiting for her opportunity out there with priority at the moment. But yeah, we had big conditions for the first round of the men's event. Felicity, WA, it serves up some pretty huge waves, and you've had some of your own over here. How's it compare the power that you experience here in huge swells compared to, say, Jaws, Piahi, when you've competed over there?
Oh, Jaws is just a whole nother ball game, a whole nother level, but you can definitely draw some comparisons. I mean, growing up here, I'm no stranger to that kind of raw Indian Ocean power, and I absolutely love it. And I'm a firm believer in you're almost like a product of your environment, and I'm definitely a back-footed surfer, and I love these kind of conditions, and I guess that's why naturally I'm almost drawn to bigger surf and, you know, eventually the Big Wave World Tour. So yeah, it was amazing to watch the guys yesterday, and I was almost a little bit jealous. I was like, oh, I want to catch a couple.
Yeah, there was definitely some bombs, and you know, we have to note the women got out there in the afternoon and got themselves amongst those conditions, just anticipating potentially a jump in the swell towards the later stages of the event window. It was really cool to see. Brisa Hennessy, Tatiana, I mean, pretty much the entire women's field was out there getting stuck right into it.
Yeah, awesome to see. I saw a few things going around on Instagram last night of just how big a couple of those sets were that came through last night. I heard there Kelly broke a board, Brisa and Luana, I think, got caught under one of the biggest waves of the afternoon. And yeah, it's awesome to see, and I absolutely love it. And the girls are so capable. So yeah, bring it on, because I think Tuesday, Wednesday's looking big and good and clean.
Well, we love that. Well, 23.5 minutes to go. And Stephanie Gilmore, you know, much like Carissa in that last heat, Bugs, took the early ride, didn't really capitalise, and now India's got an opportunity to potentially apply some pressure to the 7-time world champ. I mentioned their heat down at Bells Beach. Let's reflect on it. It was a close one, Bugs.
It was a super close heat, and, you know, Stephanie would have gone in. It was a firm favourite, but India Robinson really took it to her in this heat, and Steph had to bring her A game, which is formidable.
Unbelievable, yeah, just so clean. I think, you know, Steph's beautiful rail surfing really suits those walls at Bells, but it was India's backyard event, and obviously she has a comfort level out there as well.
Yeah, she definitely does, and I love it, the way India surfs. I mean, she's just such a power surfer, so strong, and really has a good flow and, I guess, rhythm with her home break, which is Bells. You know, look at her here, just absolutely winding off those 2 turns. Like, yeah, I love watching it, love to see it.
Making some comparisons, had she ridden out of that turn, it potentially could have, you know, really given her a great shot at getting a win over Steph, but still she impresses at every venue, India Robinson. But when I see her surfing and just her attitude, it does kind of remind me a bit of Jackson Baker on the men's side. A rookie who just seems to, even though he's on the bubble, seems to really be enjoying himself. Every time he pulls the jersey on, you don't get a feeling of stress. You just get a feeling of being in the moment and just loving every bit of it.
Yeah, and it's also that feeling that, you know, well, with Jackson, he was sort of so far out of the picture. All the pressure's gone. He can just be himself. And whereas it's a little different here because this is number 8 and 9 on the you know, the live ratings. And I'm thinking that India might take a leaf out of Bronte's book here, Flick, and you know, sit out there and just wait for the bombs.
Yeah, if that last heat is anything to go by, it looks like the conditions are changing a bit, and it looks like it is getting a bit slower, and it was so crucial in that last heat was wave selection. So, yeah, I mean, she's having a look at a little lump here, so we'll see if she takes off. She decides not to, so it looks like there's something else behind it, though.
Love these WA flight cam images of the takeoff zone. You can see India. She's looking at these waves, but not making committed paddles for them, so she maintains that priority, and here she goes. Let's see if she can drop a big number to kick off her campaign here in the round of 16, looking for a quarterfinal spot. It would be huge for her chances of maintaining a spot above that cut line and competing in the back half of the season. Steph on the wave right behind her. Let's go of a nice carve. Draws up into a steep section. Dynamic turn out of the top. Great stuff from Gilmore, who is chasing her 33rd CT victory here at the Margaret River Pro. But that was a big answer to India's first ride.
Yeah, well, India, you know, she pulled the trigger on that one. Steph's right on the shelf there. And I feel that last manoeuvre, Steph, it was more of a dismount. She was going to be right on the bricks out of the corner of one eye, and she already did, I'd say she did the damage, Ronnie.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, our competitors getting washed across the rocks. Water cameraman for box-to-box films, Jacob Wooden, getting washed across the rocks. That's the lengths that the box-to-box crew will go to get the great vision for Make or Break. It's all available now on Apple TV+. And yeah, big binge fest last night for myself. Got through a lot of that first season.
How many did you watch?
I've got 1 to go.
Wow,
but yeah,
good effort.
They're unreal. Just never seen before footage or access, I should say, behind the scenes. And yeah, a lot of emotion, especially over in Mexico. Make sure you check out that app.
And I think you're in that last one, the one you haven't seen. I think you feature.
Oh, really?
He's going to go home and watch it tonight.
I'll watch it after this heat. 19.5 minutes to go here, and waiting for numbers to come through from that exchange. It was a solid performance from India. Let's have a look at the replay of Steph's ride, though.
Yeah, it's a good-looking wave. This one, it's really standing up. It's vertical. How's his pocket? Amazing. That is where the money was. And this last section here, she looks at it and goes out of the corner of the eye, goes, no, I'm out of here. She could have made that, I feel. Whereas India's wave, you know, it's a little bit softer, and I really think this second turn is where her money turned right here. Wow, that's a great carve.
Yeah, 5.83 for India, but Steph just demanded the spotlight from the panel and really did clout that second section. It was one of the best sections you could have asked for on a day like today. Steep and it had plenty of power in it.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to wave selection again. And on the right, there is a lot of waves that come through, but there's only a few waves that come through that really give you that bowly section. And Steph just managed to find one of those. And on that wave, she just kept her speed between those 2 turns the whole way through. You know, it was really fast and it was really dynamic. And I guess that's what earned her that 8.17.
Well, Bugs, I feel like Steph Gilmore, you know, that 5th place finish down there at Bells Beach, it was a really important one for her, but I'm going to say that it felt like she limped her way to that result. She looked really nervous. Steph's legs seem to give way sometimes if she's really feeling the pressure, but it was still an important result for her. But on that ride, it was classic Steph Gilmore. She looked strong.
That was classic Steph Gilmore. And, you know, when we spoke before about the last heat, Bronte just held it cool and got the bomb waves. India got that first wave, the wave that didn't have the draw off the reef. She surfed it well, but it just didn't present.
Yeah.
Whereas Steph's wave was superior, but it took a superior performance as well. It was a difficult section.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's only a few waves that come through that really give you that bowly section. And sometimes it is the 2nd or 3rd wave, because the first wave comes through, it's a bit fat. That 2nd, 3rd wave gives you a little bit more bowl.
We're going to have a good slow-mo look at that turn in just a moment. But right now, we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat. Bronte's with Shannon.
Bronte McCauley, what a way to win the round of 16, to come out to your mom and your sister on the shoreline, your dad here, and the entire beach on your side. You must be feeling so happy to be at home with this kind of victory.
Yeah, I mean, like, family's everything, and yeah, my mum and sister both work full time, but they had the weekend off, so pretty thrilled to come and see them when they came in. It's really special.
Talk to me about being in the water against current world #1, finding an 817 on your opening wave after waiting a while to get it.
Yeah, I was so nervous. Like, we were too deep for the first 10 minutes, but I was like, oh, I'm just going to stay in this position and, you know, kind of hold my ground against Cruiser. And, yeah, I was stoked when I heard that score and knew I just needed to back it up. And, yeah, it's just so nice when things go your way.
So exciting. And off of a semi-final result here last year, you've had some great success here at home on your home turf before. What are your goals coming into this year's Margaret River Pro?
I think just to take it out. I mean, it's obviously a really big goal and so much work to do, but I come in as injury placement and I've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, and it's literally like perfect main break right now. So stoked that the girls are on, so just excited to surf again and just see what happens, but just enjoy the whole experience.
I love it. Claim it and take it out. Well done, Bronte.
I don't know, it sounds a bit overconfident, but just enjoy it and see what happens.
Nah, you definitely have the surfing to suit the wave, and it's your home place, so yeah, couldn't be more excited for you.
Thanks, Shannon. Thanks, Heath.
I love it. I love hearing Bronte talk like that, because you know, she hasn't had many opportunities to take that big victory. To do it here at home would be monstrous, and it would also give her a shot at qualifying for the back half of the year and the 2023 season.
And, you know, we mentioned it before, but she looked like she could have won bells earlier in the tournament. So now I think she might take that, you know, that confidence from that and actually go, well, I need to take it deeper into the tournament. Now, you can't have a better start than eliminating the #1 seed.
No, you can't. She just performs so well, and I love her statement of, yeah, just basically win it, because I think she does need to win it to stay on tour, and just love having high goals and high expectations like that, and love the confidence too. It's just awesome to see.
Oh, it looks like a few big lines coming.
Bring it on, but before we see those waves unfold, let's have another look at the big turn. It was set up beautifully with this carve off the top, Bugs.
Yeah, that was a look at this one, a deep bottom turn, a vertical face, and Steph Gilmore at her finest, putting it on rail and just looking like a 7-time world champion right there.
Yeah, that last turn, you can forgive her for falling on that, because it was basically that tricky section before that dry reef. Steph up again, now looking to add the backup number. Starts with a big drawn out carve. The wave was a little flat at that point, but finds another steep section to lay into and desperately hangs on to the finish. On the outside, second wave on the set, was looking good for a moment, but obviously had a tapered wall in India. She wanted something to really dig into, but Gilmore's going to back up the 817. But this is such an interesting break location on the schedule, Felicity, for the pure fact that typically you would go nowhere near that end section during a free surf. But in a competition, the judges have set a precedent. They need you to hit it if you're going to get that big number.
Yeah, that's right. And it's almost like a car crash at the end there. It's just so hectic. There's two big, powerful sections of water converging together on top of a dry shelf of reef. And it almost comes down to where you take off on the reef. If you're further to the north, you're easier to get a closeout section. If you take off further to the south, you might end up right on top of the reef shelf. It's pretty tricky, and yeah, it pays to be a local like Bronte and sort of know what ones are going to give you that opportunity.
Yeah, it's also just the lottery, isn't it, Bugs? You just really don't know what you're going to get. Steph trying to get the work done early again, get that big major turn done before the end section. Did well to hang on to this. 4.5. I mean, she did lose a bit of control there, but it did well to hang on.
Yeah, 4.5's it's a good backup, and she had to hang on there because she'd set it up well with that first really nice carve, and look, she's just dry docked.
I think she kind of got sideswiped too. I don't think that was Steph's legs giving out on her. I think the confidence and strength that can be seen in just the recovery there too, hanging on for the finish.
Yeah. No, you can just see how much strength Steph has to hold on to something like that, because like I said before, there is so much water moving there. Heaps of water from the south, heaps from the north, and yeah, just converging in that one little location.
Well, India Robertson has some work to do after a 6.85 with just over 12 minutes to go. More action coming your way right after this.
The WSL is working with Nature Conservation, Margaret River region, to heal this beautiful dune landscape.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's so cool to see, you know, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this. That's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
West is best because the coastline, the scenery, the surf, the food, the landscape, I mean, everything is just crispy and fresh.
It's one of the most beautiful places on tour.
To be a surfer here, you got so many different options. You can never really get bored.
Waves that you take off on and you're just going so fast with no effort is kind of my favorite type of surfing. Yeah, West is the best.
West is best for now.
Welcome back. One of the greats out in the lineup, holding that #1 position, Stephanie Gilmore, battling India Robertson, and both these surfers just inside the mid-year cut line at this stage, and really sort of battling to consolidate here, Bugs. It's a high-pressure heat. You pointed that out because there's low seeds that have already progressed through to the quarterfinals, really applying pressure.
Yeah, this is not safe territory for either Stephanie or India, because there's a lot of movement in the back end, particularly today.
Well, we were talking about the brilliance of Carissa Moore, her amazing track record in her 12th year on the CT, only finished outside the top 3 once. Stephanie Gilmore in her 15th year on the championship tour, only finished outside the top 5 once. 2015 she finished 12th, but she was injured that season. Other than that, just amazing. The 7 world titles, mostly sitting inside that top 3 or thereabouts. She's just had a remarkable career and continues to collect wins. She got a win at the last event of the 2021 season over in Mexico, and she's chasing a big one this year to really elevate her position and get back into that Final 5 conversation, because she missed out last year.
Yeah, well, definitely looking for it. But, you know, this heat is so similar to the last one from where they are with the timeline and everything, because India's got that 5.83. There's an 8.17 there by Steph. The only difference is Steph's already got a backup, whereas in the last heat, Bronte didn't have the backup, but she had the 8.
Yeah, you could almost say that Steph maybe has more of an upper hand than what Bronte did in the last heat. Yeah, her backup, she's already got that 4.5. So really, I mean, she's sitting out there. She's got second priority. India's got first. India's looking for that 6.83, so that'll be the best wave that India's caught since she's been out there. And yeah, hopefully we're going to see a few more sets come through so we can see these girls have another opportunity.
Yeah, and when I say Steph missed out, she missed out on the world title, which for her every year is the goal. She was there, but I think she'd reflect on her performance at the WSL Rip Curl Finals as a major disappointment last season. The conditions were tricky in the morning last year, Bugs, and they kind of worked more and more into sort of Steph's ideal conditions as the finals played out.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I picked up on that. And I mean, the question really is, you know, if Steph, you know, does get that 8th world title, will Lane's photo come out of your wallet?
Never. No, no. I'm just blown away by the way that these surfers can just continually turn up with the motivation to go after that dream again and again. Steph Gilmore still setting the pace as far as performance surfing goes out there, you know, getting an 8.17 really on the strength of an individual turn, but I think it's the combination that the judges truly loved. Just on 7 minutes to go, and here she goes again, trying to get rid of a 4.5, lets that one go. Carissa Moore, her run in this event, it fell short. Usually she's in that final series. The first time she's leaving WA with a 9th place finish. She's down there with Shannon.
Carissa Moore coming into the event #1 in the world. It would be a tough loss losing out in the round of 16. Talk me through that heat in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, we're surfing, you're working with Mother Nature, and I think they're always like learning from what happens, and I'm sure I'm going to go back and rewatch the heat and take some stuff from that. It was a bit of a slow heat, and yeah, just felt like I was on the wrong end of it, and but Bronte was on the good side, and you know, it's pretty cool to see a local hero keep going, and it's great for the local crowd and everyone to see her keep going, so I wish her the best of luck.
Well said. And your surfing is so sharp at the moment. You came in obviously #1 in the world. Are you feeling 100% this season?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely here, and when I'm here I give 100%. Yeah, last year was a big year, and during my off season, everything kind of felt like a whirlwind. It's tough to kind of reset and have everything calibrated for another season, but I'm feeling my way through it. I'm navigating it as I go, and I'm still enjoying it, and I'm having a really great time. The last 2 events, I just really didn't feel like I got to unleash or perform, and that's why we're here, is to perform, and that's why I do what I do, is I love surfing. So hopefully I can get a few more waves at G-Line.
We're definitely looking forward to you unleashing on that left-hand barrel. Well done, Riss.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, Carissa Moore, I mean, what a great interview. She almost seemed more comfortable with that result than what she did with the 2nd place finish at Bells Beach. It's something that I think she's learning to do, is let go of those losses and not be so hard on herself. But she was right, that was one of the slowest heats that we've had in the event. She still had some good scores, but Bronte just too strong. The interesting thing is Brisa Hennessy, by moving through to the quarterfinals, will overtake Carissa Moore now. She'll be back in that yellow jersey. Of course, Tyler Wright out of the event. Also Tatiana Weston-Webb out of the contest. So, you know, Brisa's got a big opportunity now to maintain that #1 position, moving over to the next contest in Indonesia.
Oh gosh, there has been so much movement today in this on the rankings within the Margaret River Pro. It's amazing what's going on, and you know, now we're coming down to a really critical part of this. Another super slow heat. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, India's only had that 5.83 and hardly a backup wave, and she's sitting there now again. She needs a 6.85. You know, if she can get a 7 on a bomb, she could take this heat out if there's only one more good wave.
That's if it's a one-wave set, which, you know, we've seen 2-wave sets quite common.
Yeah, Harvey Norman recap shows India Robinson's best right here, 5.83 for this one. Love that turn.
Yeah, great turn. And Steph Gilmore, it's really come down to just one wave, and she sets this up beautifully. And this is one of the best moments of the whole tournament. Wow, that was so good. Steph at her best. She's back.
Yeah, just a front side snap, but you know, with Steph Gilmore's speed, the release in that tail, that beautiful drop knee, back drop knee style riding out of that maneuver, it just added to the spice. But this was a dynamic turner as well, and she needed to hang on. It was an important backup number.
Yeah, and she did, just using all the strength in her legs to get that 4.5, which was super crucial.
Yeah, you think back, if Steph doesn't ride out of that turn, it's a very low number, and India's right in this heat. So that was critical, and I think You know, if you're going to sort of pick Steph apart, she hasn't been great at retrieving those kind of out of control moments in the past. She had a good one down at Bells Beach, and that was a critical score. So not a whole lot of time left. 3 minutes remaining here.
Yeah, this heat's evaporated. It's unbelievable. Like, India's been sitting out there with priority for quite some time now, Felicity, and you think, you know, she's got no choice but to hang tough.
Yeah, it's such a tricky situation to be in. I mean, we've all been in this situation, and you know, you've got to have nerves of steel, and then you just have to have complete confidence that when that wave comes, you're absolutely going to stick it, because she does almost need a 7, which, you know, that's a high score in this heat. So, you know, it's going to be tough.
But even when we've had 2 and 3 waves in a set, there has been one wave that has been a wave that you can score an excellent score on. So it's not, this heat's far from over if a set comes.
And I guess that in the last couple of heats, and even this heat, it's been that second wave at the set. So when you're out there with priority like India is, and you're after a 6.85, and you've got Stephanie Gilmore sort of pushing you, making you make a decision on that first wave of the set, it gets very difficult.
Oh, doesn't it? When you got Steph breathing down your neck, you're like, oh God, what one do I go? You know, do I go the first one, the second one? And I think that's when you just got to let it flow and not be too much in your own head.
High pressure heats, all of them at this venue, but we've got a couple of big ones coming up next. Lakey Peterson still has an opportunity to maybe seize that yellow jersey if she can get herself into the final here. There will be some movement at the top end, and Joanne Defay also well positioned to have a run at a position maybe in second spot. She can't actually get to that #1 position, but she can really narrow the gap between herself and put some distance between herself and those competitors chasing down a final 5 finish. Potentially some set waves on the way, just over a minute remaining. Let's see if India gets that opportunity to turn in a 6.85.
Under a minute to go now, and it looks like this first wave, it looks like it's got a severe taper. So it's not going to really lift up where she needs it to be, Felicity. You know this break pretty well.
The ones that push to the north like that, they just sort of slip underneath everyone, and that's exactly what we're seeing there. That one just going through. They kind of loom up in the channel, and you think it's going to be something, but it just kind of falls away. So
I guess too for India, Felicity, she needs a certain kind of wave here. You know, a small insider, it's going to be hard to scrap a 6.85 out of it.
Yeah, that's right. She definitely needs a medium-sized wave, if not a set. So with 15 seconds on the clock, it looks like there might be something, but it also looks like it's pushing to the north as well. So I don't know if she's going to get the opportunity.
Well, she is making a move. She's going to try and give herself a chance here. The clock is winding down. She'll need to get up quickly. Well, the hooter sounded before India unfortunately could get to her feet, but she gave it a good shot. Got the 5.83. Asked the question of Stephanie Gilmore, and now she'll have that nervous wait as she watches the rest of this event play out, but at the moment inside the cut line.
Yeah, but a look of anguish now, because she knows that, you know, she'd be looking over her shoulder knowing that she goes into this event inside the cut line, but certainly not safe now.
Well, a big heat win there for Stephanie Gilmore, and she improves her chances of staying above the cut line and getting into this back half of the season. We'll take a quick break. When we return, Joe and Rich will step into the booth.
Round of 16, providing some drama, some big shakeups on the leaderboard as Lakey Peterson hits the lineup with Isabella Nichols for a shot into the quarterfinals. As we had just an exciting heat finish with Stephanie Gilmore knocking out rookie India Robinson just moments ago. Gilmore looked like she was in fine form and ready to potentially win this event for the first time of her career. Thanks for joining us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel with a man who surfed 100 and something CT events. Richie Lovett. Rich, what an exciting day here in the West. Ocean staying really glassy. Wave selection has been crucial with a couple of slow moments, but wow, when they come through, it's so rippable today.
Yeah, rippable is the word. It's been great in that head high range and a couple of head high and above double overhead sets coming throughout the day, but it is so rippable, and that's giving our surfers the opportunity to really dig in and put some big high scoring numbers on the board here. We saw the men hit the water, but it's been ladies' day this afternoon, and some crucial heats and careers on the line, and it's getting really, really exciting as we edge towards the pointy end of this competition.
A lot of surfers doing some damage that were on the wrong side of the cut, so things are changing on the live rankings. Isabella's actually dropped a few spots down to 15th. Lakey Peterson, number 4 in the world, wants a shot at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, recovering from her back injury that sidelined her during the Aussie leg of competition last year. But she comes into Margaret River, familiar winning territory. This was the event where she beat Steph Gilmore for the first time in a one-on-one heat and went on to win the event. A venue that haunted her in those early strikes out here when the waves were gigantic, but she faced her fears head on, and she's turned it into one of her pet events. Lakey versus Bella, how do we separate them with what they can do on the wall at Main Bridge?
It's actually a really close one on paper, even though, Lakey has the experience and she has had a lot of good results out here now. She really has worked on her performance levels, and coming back from injury, she's looking like she's in good form. But thinking back to Isabella's first heat here and that final turn, I kind of feel like that moment right there was an injection of confidence that she needed, because she had an amazing rookie year last year, some great scores right up in the excellent zone.
Let's go out the back with Dometic. Kaipo Guerrero checking out our lineup this afternoon. How does the game plan change at this stage of the game?
Joe, it's slowed down. Okay, so admittedly, it has slowed down. The swells slowed down, and then really at the beginning of the heat, with the open priority, you have the chess game of positioning between the two competitors out here, and that chess game continues right now. Now, with these slower conditions, your wave selection obviously is going to be very important. A lot of them are kind of like just petering out and not having the wall to them, and also your priority rotation is going to come into play. Here's a wide one coming through. That's not in the playing field, but the jockeying back and forth continues between Isabella and Lakey.
Good man, Kaipo. Thanks for the insight. Just identifying the conditions slowing down, so when you get the set waves, you've got to really take them on and produce a big score.
Kipes, I was going to just jump in here, mate. It looks like there's a bit of a sea breeze that's puffed up a little bit. Conditions may be changing a little.
Yeah, you know what? You are spot on with that. I feel a little ruffle. Maybe a little afternoon ruffle. We were talking about Champagne Hour earlier, where it was just like glassy conditions. Perhaps a little ruffle will start to develop. We'll see how it plays out. But all in all, I mean, very, very contestable. But this is really, I feel that heats can be won or lost in this first exchange.
So true, Kaipo. Thanks for the insight on the conditions. A lot going on and a lot of tough situations to deal with as far as making the cut this year on tour. India Robinson was one of the higher seeded rookies. Just went down against Stephanie Gilmore. She's trying to shake off that loss. We'll get things started with Bella. Second year on tour. Fades the first section. Power hack. Right off the lip, swinging into a beautiful top turn to ride away clean. Good patience and timing, and she will just roll over that inside shelf. That's a tough way to kick out of a fun wave.
Just hitting the eject button at the final moments of that wave, but a good wave to start off, Joe. I like it. We had Bella in the booth here the other day talking with Shannon and myself, and it was really clear that she had almost given herself over to where her position is on the tour, and she said, look, it really is out of my hands in terms of the numbers. I've just got to go out there and do my best surfing. I've just got to put it all on the line. I'm not thinking about qualifying anymore. I just want to go out there and surf the way I can, and it looks like she's doing exactly that on the opening exchange here, and a great way to really attack and put her head in the right game, in the right space, to really just dig into these first few turns here. So the first one, little sleepy check turn, but right here, watch this, the second turn, gets it up high, stabs it right, critical moment there, and again, goes up and hits the lip. So 2 strong turns to finish that wave off, and that'll get this heat underway.
Bella doesn't mind taking control of the heat. She's so solid in her positioning. She's got a bit of a fight in her when it comes to jockeying for position, even against her heroes. With now a 6.17 start for Isabella Nichols. You can see the pre-event rank at number 12. She's dropped down a few spots to 15th to start off this heat, with a lot of things changing in the quarterfinals. And now just receiving the tough news from the previous heat with India Robinson going down to Stephanie Gilmore. She has not made the cut.
Oh. Heartbreaking moment there. Just tough for a young rookie, huh? Just on the tour, you finally reach your goal, you get your dream starts to become a reality, and then it slips away again, and it's well, it's character building, you know. I guess that's trying to look at it in a positive light. She has to take away from this, try and learn from it. She's put in some good heats over the first half of this year, but she'll be turning up at Snapper Rocks, wanting to earn that place back on tour again.
This season's always going to be reflected on as the season of change.
Yeah.
And I feel like this class on tour, not just rookies, but the top 17, top 34 are going through that change for the first time, so they have nothing to base it on or compare it to. They're the ones that will be compared in the following seasons once it starts making sense and that career path is more evident and clear, because they haven't had that full challenger season yet. They haven't had Snapper and Hossiger and Sakurema on tour. They're not sure what that's going to feel like yet. Still have a lot to look forward to. Lakey Peterson. Fading wrap to start, representing Santa Barbara, California. She'll step off. Bella will still control this heat with priority in the lead.
Yeah, so the opening exchange falls heavily in the favor of Isabella Nichols, dropping that 6.17. Lakey just unable to convert on her wave. It was a little sleepy, stood up at the opening part, and then faded away quickly. So Isabella will be feeling good about this. She's off to a good start, and Lakey unable to convert on her wave.
Lakey was really famous for a very progressive act when she qualified. She had her signature movie 0 to 100 because she just was going through the motions, what she felt like on the QS, kind of seeing what it was all about. Next thing you know, everyone's like, you qualified, you're going to be a rookie next year. And it's like, well, I've got to really spend some time on these venues, and she just had such a natural gift to compete. She's a total athlete, played a lot of sports growing up, and so it just made sense on winning a game. She was really smart at playing this game of pro surfing so young. She won the US Open as a rookie on tour. Winning a major CT on your first strike was so impressive.
Unbelievable stuff, and that just shows you how good she is. And if there's a way for Isabella to beat Lakey, well, let's just watch live action here.
Under priority, Lakey just in a better position to set up the forehand wrap. Fades it again quickly with a sweep into the pocket. And that'll go as her best score so far. 1.5 start, chasing Bella Nichols with 18.50 to go.
Just the 2 wraps on that wave for Lakey Peterson. I'm just thinking back to my thought about what Isabella needs to do to beat Lakey Peterson here, and I think she's brought the brand of surfing that can do it on that opening wave. It's that shorter turn and that tighter pocket snap that will be the point of difference, because it's going to be hard for Isabella to match Lakey when she does that trademark wrap that Lakey does so well on the open face. See here, this is her second ride. Drives hard off the bottom. There's that wrap that I'm talking about, and on a steeper wave, Lakey just adds a little bit more power to it, but just those two cutbacks, it's not going to go a high score here. Just a 3.33. So still Bella with the advantage here.
More waves on the way. Bella Nichols starting off with a 6.17. She's ready to back it up. She'll hold that thought. Pulling back last minute to try to hold priority. Lakey Peterson was happy to show up in the West, already making the cut. Current world number 4. As she wants to feel that experience at lower trestles to be a part of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Things are changing in that top bracket. We had Tyler Wright, fresh off of Bell's victory, number 2 in the world, went down to Molly Picklum. We just had world number 1, Carissa Moore, go down to the local hero, Bronte McCauley. Yellow jersey back in the hands of Brisa Hennessy moving forward. We'll keep you posted on that rankings lead, but it's got to feel good for Brisa to have it back again.
Oh, absolutely. Seems to be. I said earlier that it's going to be hard for anyone to rip the yellow jersey off Carissa, and they've done it in the next heat. So I'm eating a lot of my words today, but we'll see what happens. You know, it's a shock. It was an upset, no doubt about it. Even for the local, you know, Bronte would have been thinking this is going to be a big task for me to take down Carissa, but you know, stranger things have happened.
16:40 on the clock. Brisa Hennessy in the quarters. If she's knocked out in the quarters, Lakey then would have to go on to win to wear yellow into G-Land. Rapid cutback for Isabella. Trying to create some space. Bit of downtime between turns. She's gone a long way. She stretches this one out and she'll fall right over the bricks. So not as solid as her start of the 6.17. But getting the backup score there, and the good news for Bell, Lakey hasn't done any damage just yet with 16 minutes to go. She's got a solid strike with that forehand whip. I like when she has a solid open face because she's got one of the strongest forehand snaps on tour.
Yeah, and I think she accommodates that tight pocket surfing so well, as you see here, just driving back into the foamy section here, and the wave flattens out a bit, and Bella chooses to stride down the line here. Perhaps the better alternative would have been to stay with the pocket section, stay with the power source and do the fine climb and then finish off, but unfortunately that wave not panning out.
Shannon Hughes is with the Queen, Stephanie Gilmore.
Steph Gilmore, talk to me about that heat, being in the lineup with the India Robinson, one of the rookies on tour from Australia, and taking out the victory.
Yeah, India and I, we had a heat at Bells too, and you know, she's one of those surfers where her style is really, you know, she's really powerful and she sits really low on her board, and exactly these are the waves that she's going to perform well in. So I couldn't underestimate her at all, even though she's a rookie. Yeah, and she's really confident. You know, she has bottle in her corner, and I know she makes really good wave decisions and stuff like that. So I just had to sort of make sure I was on the same sets as her and do my best surfing and try and make it happen. But yeah, it's with the cut and everything, both of us were on the cut, so it was a stressful heat. But yeah, it actually went really slow, unfortunately, for both of us. But yes, for India, she didn't get an opportunity in the end there, so lucky for me.
Lucky for you, heading into the quarterfinals, you and Courtney Conlogue still neck and neck on the rankings, but you're climbing it as you go. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the rankings, being equal to Courtney, she loves Margaret River, so that's a tough one. But yeah, I don't know, I'm not really focusing on that. I just have to go out there and surf the conditions in front of me and see what I can come up with. And yeah, I don't know, I've been kind of at ease with everything, and I'll just see what happens. But the waves are fun, so that's all that matters.
What will you do now to reset for the quarterfinals?
Yeah, Bronte. I was so stoked to see Bronte do really well against Carissa. You know, she's been surfing so well, but just needs to piece it together in a heat. So I'm excited to have a heat against her. And yeah, Goofies versus Naturals is always a hard one. You know, you always see different styles of surfing, so it should be fun.
Definitely gonna be one to watch. Well done.
Cheers.
Thank you, Shannon. Stephanie Gilmore, happy to be flying through some heats at Margaret River, main break. She knows the task at hand into the quarterfinals as she'll be against the local hero, Bronte McCauley, as this one continues. Isabella trying to put more pressure on Lakey Peterson, but this is what Lakey just turned in.
Yeah, I think this is going to be Lakey's best ride to date. Swooping cutback, drives around this section, And a bit of a two-stage carve there, coming into the final section of this wave and just belts it. And then hits the eject button. Quick sticks to get out of the way of those exposed rocks. But that's a better wave, so you feel like Lakey's starting to build into this heat now.
Things slowing down a little bit, but when they come through, they're incredibly rippable. Big heat still to come in the round of 16. Isabel leading over Lakey, but Joanne's taking on Sally Fitzgibbons. Coming up next, we'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
The importance today of really staying on the path that has been created to get down to the beach, because we've planted all in these dunes here native plants that are meant to be here.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year we're partnered with Shiseido and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
The WSL is working with Nature Conservation, Margaret River region, along with local surfers from Line in the Sand, Great Southern Reef, to heal this beautiful dune landscape.
We're going to be helping to rehabilitate those areas that have already been degraded and disturbed.
Yeah, it's so cool to see, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this, and I think that's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
Always special to hear about weareoneocean.org. WSL continuing our league sustainability initiative in partnership with Shiseido. And this region is so incredible. Happy to be here on Wadandi country as we check out the Western Australia Flight Camp. What a great place to watch pro surfing. You see all the staircases there. They're littered with names of champions, regional, local champions in their local events, and also international champions. As you walk up those stairs, you'll pass Felipe Toledo's name, pass John Florence's name, Tatiana, Carissa Moore. It's a special place to remember pro surfing history. There's a big park there. There's a big jumbotron. Food trucks are incredibly busy. All the WSL merchandise and jerseys are flying off the shelf. The local Groms are having the time of their life, picking up broken boards as souvenirs and getting to shake hands with their heroes. That's a moment they'll never forget. I know that happened for you, Richie Lovett, growing up in Manly Beach. Do you remember that first time you got to see your heroes compete in your local lineup?
Crystal clear, mate, crystal clear. I remember when the Coke Classic used to come to town, and I used to take that week off school and I used to park it down at Manly Beach and just hang out for a glimpse to see one of my heroes. And it was really that time, as we just watched the replay of Bella here, just using her priority here. Sleepy cut back to start things off and then pulls out really quick. But yeah, just thinking back to those moments, Joe, they're fond memories. And I remember seeing sort of Tom Curran and Martin Potter, Tom Carroll. Of course, Barton sort of grew up around the Manly area, and he was a local hero and a local champion for us. But seeing all these internationals come to town and watching what they did, I clearly remember sitting on the wall and watching them surf in their heats and just going, that is what I want to do. Like that, I'm going to dedicate my life into doing this sport and to trying to become a pro surfer. So, yeah, I was lucky enough to achieve the dream and live that life for a while, and lucky enough to be sitting here with you talking about it now. So it's a special life, surfing, and it delivers in so many different ways to so many different people. And well, we're all connected, I guess, by the ocean and the sport.
So true. Special when you won lowers. I mean, I wasn't quite a big grom back then, but you gave me a look and a cheer. That was a big moment for you, winning in Southern California. It's those cool connections that we make with people that love riding waves, and you see your heroes compete on the exact wave that you surf on every single day. And for free surfers, they get to mix it up with the pros as they prepare. That's not similar to any other sport in the world. Usually it's just the pros having their own special time at a lot of venues where regional surfers can see how Isabella's taking on the main break in her warm-ups, how she gathers herself in between free surfs up and down the coast. And Bella's done a good job this week, kind of getting lost a little bit, even removing herself from main break at times. I feel like it's up to the surfer when you just put every surf session into where you're competing and knowing when you're allowed to explore a little bit. How do you balance that?
Yeah, you want to make sure that you have that confidence in the break where the tournament's going to be held. And Isabella obviously feeling comfortable enough now and going, yep, I'm familiar with the wave. I know what boards are going to ride. Everything feels good. Now I can open up and explore and perhaps just alleviate that tension, because there is tension out in the water. In the morning sessions and the afternoon sessions. You've got the best surfers in the world, plus recreational surfers, all fighting for their own little wave. And like you said, you know, you go to a pro tennis match and there's not just the everyday tennis player out there having a hit. It's you know, exclusively held off for the competitors. So yeah, it is a unique sport.
Now with 6:30 on the clock, the one person that's in charge of all the fun around here, our own Laura Enever, is with the local Groms.
Hello everybody, I'm down here amongst the crowd at Margaret River, and all these local Grommies are having an epic time. How much do you love it down here? Say, we love Muggies! Woohoo! And as a special gift, Javianas is an event partner of the Margaret River Pro, and we've got some thongs to give away. Who wants some? There we go, guys. We don't have any small ones, but you guys can just wait to grow into them. But hey, such good vibes down here. Give us a hell yeah. Hell yeah. Woohoo!
Laura Enever giving away the Havaianas sandals, thongs, slippers back in Hawaii. It's so cool to just stoke those kids out that have been here all day long, enjoying all the action. I think Laura's the biggest grommet of them all, enjoying her time down there on the beach.
She is, man. She is such a grom.
Here comes Lakey Peterson. Wrapping carve to start. Beautiful off the bottom, in sync, seamless in her start with those two big turns. She'll fade that quickly and she'll slam that end section, just letting go before Dry Reef shows up. She'll pick herself back up and grab that Channel Island surfboard and make sure her equipment's okay. Think about dealing with all that in the middle of a heat, at the end of a wave when you're thinking big scores and you know that end shelf is inevitable. It's hard to look graceful trying to climb off that shelf.
They're awkward moments, aren't they? And the reef, although it does have weed and kanji and you know, a little bit of padding on it, there are these holes in it where you can just lose yourself. Lose your footing and potentially, you know, break a fin, cut open your foot. So there's a lot to deal with here. But this is a great ride here as we watch the replay. So watch Lakey drive off the bottom here. A big swooping turn. And this second one, Joe, this is the money turn of this wave. Just puts a little bit more acceleration and power into that second turn. And just tidies it up with the third, and this fourth one just doesn't quite ride out of it, but the damage was done there on that second turn. And you can just see here, below sea level. And just caught in that little washing machine there. And Lakey gets dry docked, lifted up onto the shelf here, and then she makes her way across it, trying to keep those fins out of harm's way.
And last score will help out Lakey Peterson. A 5.0 has the lead over Bella with 3:40 on the clock, as we'll send it to the stairs with Shannon Hughes.
Down here on the stairs, India Robinson just went down to Steph Gilmore in that last heat, which was a huge moment for her. India was the only rookie coming into the draw here at the Margaret River Pro that was above the cut line. She came in sitting at number 8, but with that loss before the quarterfinals, she has officially fallen outside of the top 10 and will not be making the cut into G-Land or that re-qualification for the 2023 tour. She's absolutely gutted and heartbroken at the moment, just taking some time with her coach, her good friend in Bottle, and just soaking in what has been a great experience and getting these first 5 events on tour, but now letting that reality set in that she's heading to Snapper.
Thank you so much for the report, Shannon. A tough situation for India to deal with, but she's got a lot of expertise in her coach, Jay Bottle Thompson, just looking at the positives of what she's learned in a short period of time. And, you know, hopefully for her, she's not getting hung up on a certain heat earlier this season. She had to step out of the draw at Pipeline, and Tyler had the ocean to herself to kick off the year. When it comes down to close points to make it past the cut, it's crazy to think back of what you could have had at the midseason cut. Here's Isabella Nichols. She needs a 3.5. She's in a similar situation where she has to win this heat to even have a chance to stay on tour, Rich.
Wow, and will it come down just to that wave right there? 2 minutes 20 on the clock, only needing that 3.5. And, well, I reckon she got it, Joe. I think she's got the score. I think it's possibly going to be fairly similar to Lakey's wave, possibly in the 4 region here. Let's check the replay. So the wave stands up, and she does that nice trademark carve. A little bit of a wiggle through the inside section. And then another cut back here, and there really wasn't an end section. She had to come back and redirect back onto the foam, so no big exclamation mark. So it's probably the 3.5, but not a whole lot more than that. And if she does take the lead, it's going to be a really, really tight minute and a half remaining.
What a battle for a spot in the quarterfinals. Peterson with priority, current world number 4. Remember, we said she had the outside shot to potentially take the yellow jersey if she went on to win, and if Brisa would be knocked out in the quarters. But we've seen some big names knocked out in this round, from Carissa to Tyler, world champions and former event winners, knocked out by the young crew on tour. Isabel into her 2nd season against the top 17. Scores are starting to show up for that last attempt into the final minute. It is enough. 3.77. Peterson to 2nd, now needs a 4.95.
She just got it by 0.27 of a point. And we come down to the final 45 seconds on this clock. So this is it. This is Isabella's year coming down to this moment, and she doesn't have priority. Lakey is in the box seat. She just needs a wave, only needing that 4.95, so basically a 5.
We're now 30 seconds. Kaipo, anything coming on the horizon?
Nope, not much right now. Looking pretty quiet. Any lines that I do see, Joe, are going to be too far off.
Thank you, Kaipo. 15 seconds. Things going really quiet. What a clutch decision for Nichols to really just chase the number she needed. Just got it. 3.77. Lakey, a former event champ, just been knocked out of the event.
This has just been the most bizarre day of competition surfing we've ever seen, I guess. Just with this added pressure of the cut line and some of the really big names going down in the draw. We know Lakey had an outside chance to take the yellow jersey, even with a really good result here. But Isabella keeping her hopes and dreams alive here. Still with some work to do, but she's keeping the dream alive.
And she's in a similar place on the rankings with Sally Fitzgibbons, who is coming up next. Sally versus Joanne DeFay for a spot into the quarterfinals. We'll be back for more at the Margaret River Pro right after this. West's best, especially when you're here at the Margaret River Pro. Joanne DeFay takes on Sally Fitzgibbons in the last heat of the round of 16 to set up a quarterfinal matchup with Isabella Nichols, who just took out world number 4 Lakey Peterson. So now it is official. Brisa Hennessy will be number 1 in the world. Heading into G-Land, already getting started under the lip on the backhand float for Fitzgibbons. Doesn't mind checking out a main break left-hander to get things started.
Different approach here to open up for Sally Fitzgibbons. Focusing on the left, we know that she is super capable, very, very strong backhand attack. She's had wins on some of the left-hand reef breaks on the tour and feels confident everywhere in the world, and in particular Margaret River here. She's got good vibes here. She's had the win, and this is a clutch heat. This is a must-win heat for Sally Fitzgibbons. And well, let's check the replay here. A bigger set coming through. Sal just gets the feet in the perfect position on the board. A nice snap to start things off, and have a look at this one. Just almost lost control as she came off the bottom. Just throws herself at the lip. Gets to the finish. And then the wave just starting to go out in the channel, so Sal pulls off straight back out the back.
Sally Fitzgibbons has the pressure on her shoulders to at least make the final, to have a shot at being on tour at G-Land. I feel like Sally's always got positive energy. She's always up for a challenge. In post-heat interviews, she's always showing that she's got strength and commitment to try to survive the mid-season cut. So coming into this, not thinking about quarters, semis, at least a final is where Sally has to be, as we'll keep you posted with those live rankings once we get there.
It's exciting following along and just seeing how with each heat, win or loss, there's movement on the ratings at the moment.
Joanne DeFay, frontside wrap to start, representing Reunion Island in France. Been on tour since her rookie debut in 2014, where she took out the Breakthrough Performer of the Year award, the Rookie of the Year honor. She's won big events around the world. She's got such a powerful attack, forehand or backhand. But especially in waves of consequence, you're expecting Joanne DeFay to fit into the system quickly at G-Land as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, having that playing field at Reunion Island is definitely going to come into play as we see Sal live action.
Sally Fitzgibbons up and down, another surfer that would just revel in those conditions in Indonesia. Two-time champ in Fiji. Joanne DeFay also winning over that shallow reef called Cloud Break. You start making comparisons too with Brisa Hennessy, now world number 1, with all of her background at Cloud Break in big conditions. Now she's back in yellow heading into G-Land. A lot of things to look forward to.
Yeah, possibly say the most experienced, I guess, on a left-hand reef break, or one of the most experienced, as we see a paddle battle going on here. And Sal just streaking on the inside track. Joanne putting in the big ones as well. An important priority decision here. And it looks like Sally has established priority. Pretty hard to separate these two surfers, Joe. Very similar styles. Quite compact in their surfing, very powerful. But I'd have to say that I think Sal may have a bit of an edge when it comes to progression. I know she has worked on her aerials over the last several years. And perhaps today could be the moment that she pulls one out of the bag on this edge section to really separate her from her competition today.
I always think Sally is, maybe when you compare to Joanne, maybe she has the ability to switch gears, go to different game plans when she needs it. She kind of moves like a butterfly, stings like a bee across these waves. She moves so quickly throughout her points on rights, and even getting creative, trying to open up with the left. Makes it really entertaining to watch. Last year winning in the West over at Wanjima, as we got Joanne DeFay fishing her way through the inside right. She'll step off. 2.5 was her opener, as she's still chasing Sally. The Australian taking this wave. Big belt off the lip line. Sal steps on the end section. Well, clean finishing move for the former runner-up in the world.
Oh, great decision from Sally. to let that first wave go. She knew that that second wave was going to be a better one, and she capitalized on it. Massive turn to start off and a big finish, so a good 1-2 punch combo on that wave. She's looking good, and as you said, Joe, needs a massive result here, but one thing I've learned in my years on this planet is that anything is possible. Anything can happen. Bang, just hits that so hard as the lip comes down, and then again drifts up and over that final section. Great ride there for Sal. That's going to even go higher than her opening ride. Lots of confidence as she comes off the bottom, throws the arms up, accentuating the turn. Spray still flying from the sky as she goes into her next bottom turn. And then just floating over that dangerous section to finish off, and then hits the eject button.
She's got such a consistent track record competing at the main break of Margaret River, a champion as well back in 2017. She gets a 7-point ride for that combination of turns, 5-point ride to start. DeFay now needs a 9.5 to turn things around and go straight into the lead. Reflecting on these two in the jersey and one-on-one heat, Sally has been very dominant, 9-2 over Joanne DeFay in 11 previous one-on-one heats, and even one at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It was women's match number 2. Sally got the jump on Joanne DeFay at Lower Trestles last September.
Well, she's got that. She's got that in her back pocket, and that'd always feel good going into these exchanges where you know you've got your competitor's number. And I know for me, I had a couple of surfers that I had okay results against, and it was a feeling when you went into those heats. You were like, beaten this guy before, I can do it again. It's no problem. And it's the ones where you get beaten time and time again. They're the harder ones to approach because you're like, oh, what have I got to do here? You know, so Sal looking good in this one so far. Dropped a 7 on that last wave. So her heat total looking good so far. And Joanne with a little bit of catch-up work to do now.
Joanne DeFay sitting number 5 in the world, heading into this matchup with Sally Fitzgibbons. She's hoping to repeat her position in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Quarterfinals stacking up quickly. Brisa Hennessy taking on Gabrielle O'Brien in that first quarterfinal matchup as we go to the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. And there it's very clear, the 9-2 domination in Sally's favor. The 2 wins for Joanne came at France in 2019 and also at the US Open in 2015. Joanne DeFay going on to be a US Open champion, which was very impressive. Oftentimes these two provide gigantic combined heat totals. The final at Wajamup included both of these surfers as well, just last season.
Yeah, I think there was another important stat there, Joe. Just the heat averages there, and Sally looks like she had just over 2 whole points in the average heat total over Joanne. So that's also a telling stat that when these two meet, that Sally does put together some good numbers. And she's already accumulated 12 points out of her 2 rides, and she'll be looking to replace that 5-pointer now.
Things changing when the ocean slows down. You know there's scoring potential out there. The balance of being patient as we'll continue on with action here. Sally under priority. Beautiful, clean top turn arc. Quick whip into the pocket, running out of wave. She'll kick out. Boy, she looks in sync today.
She does indeed, and wanting to keep the energy of the heat going, not wanting to sit around too much. Opting to take a wave there. I don't know whether that one was going to replace her 5. She obviously thought, okay, if I can get one good turn and then maybe that aerial finish, I can bring something new to the table here and replace that score, but not to be on that occasion.
I was standing next to her dad on the steps at Bell's when she got into the quarterfinals, and he just had this nice little smile going, ooh, quarterfinal sounds good. And it's so interesting when you apply that to Sally, because she just hasn't been involved in them a lot this year. And she was the surfer when she qualified. She had that unbelievable streak where she had about 44 consecutive quarterfinal appearances in a row. She's one of those surfers that celebrates perfect attendance but now in a different stage of her career as she's got to make at least the final to show up at G-Land. Let's catch up with Bella Nichols with Laura.
Isabella, that was a must-win heat for you to keep your tour hopes alive. You know, super slow, but you got it done at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I just went out there with no expectations, and I've got a lot riding on this event, but try not to think about it. And I mean, we're at Marg's, the most beautiful place in the world, and I'm just out here to have fun. I've got my little fun, trust, and courage written on my board here. So #1 for me is having fun, and that's when I do my best surfing.
I also see you got breathe on your board. Obviously, that's a must-do as well to stay alive. But I know it's so important to, you know, have that breath and come back to that breath. Talk us through that.
I mean, the last 2 heats I've kind of gotten through in the last like 2 minutes, 30 seconds. So that's like the most crucial time for me to actually sit down and breathe. And sometimes I find myself holding my breath in those crucial moments. So to look down and like kind of have that reminder, it's pretty cool. And yeah, I felt really calm out there. I wasn't stressed, I wasn't anxious, and the ocean gods are in my favor.
Well, amazing, Bella. You'll be coming up against either Sally or Joanne in the quarterfinals. How are you going to approach that?
Just as I do with every heat. I mean, both those girls surf really well out here. They're both really strategic surfers, so I think I just have to be on the best waves and do my best surfing.
Amazing. We'll let you go get ready. We'll see you this afternoon.
Cheers, love.
Breathing, so important. Sometimes it's just the one thing that can slow down your mind when you start doubting yourself or you get distracted. Just breath work is so important. A lot of surfers talk about spending time with that breath work, especially balanced with the cold plunge and the ice bath, of kind of feeling that change in your system, your mindset. Everything slows down and you could just perform, stay in the zone and have a lot of fun. Bella's definitely accomplishing that so far.
Yeah, 100%. It's just really good insights there, and well, in contrast, you can see the disappointment and the devastation there as Lakey Peterson just goes through the motions, the debrief with her husband, and tough moments there, Joe.
I don't remember feeling more pressure from the top end of the tour to the bottom end at the halfway mark of a season.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, never have we had an event so early, not even in the halfway spot of the season, so just early in the competition. Like, we're only in the the first few rounds here, and there's so much on the line here. Every single heat, there's repercussions, and it's brought this midway cut, man. It's brought some new feelings to the tour, and some new consequences, and it's just showing here. We've seen it today, just so much emotion. Whether it's good or bad, and yeah, let's come back to the breath again. Come back to the breath, and I've been doing the cold showers every morning, and definitely helps to switch everything on, and sometimes you got to just remind yourself to breathe. It's the natural instinct in a tense moment is to tense up and shorten the breath, and it's at those moments that you should do the actual opposite.
And then it brings out the best. Sally versus Joanne continues, 14 minutes. DeFay needs a 9.5. And she has priority. Sally duck dives, and rolling in is Joanne DeFay, controlling the bottom turn, aggressive whip onto the open face, shouldering off very quickly. Now DeFay springing into the inside track, and she'll get a nice little tag on the whitewater, and she will hope to miss that rock shelf. Her low score is going to be long gone. Fitting in some nice moves. That first one was very fun to watch.
Yeah, that was a great opening ride, and what Joanne does so well is she never falls. Super consistent. Very rarely will you see her come off her board, and she's added this little bit of spice to her turns too over the last couple of seasons, and it looks really good. I'm liking it. It's radical.
Waiting for the score from Joanne DeFay as she is trying to get a win off Sally Fitzgibbons here at the main break of Margaret River. Still with plenty of time on the clock. We'll see who ends up in the quarterfinals as Sally is chasing qualification past the midseason cut.
I never thought I was going to make it here. I thought I was going to miss the whole event.
So many. The male pro Portugal champ.
Oh my gosh.
The WSL is working with Nature Conservation, Margaret River region, to heal this beautiful dune landscape.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's so cool to see, the younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this. That's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
The Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go. Still 11:20 on the clock here in the round of 16 as we're working out the final series. First quarterfinal features world number 1 Brisa Hennessy and the rookie Gabrielle O'Brien that has been clutch throughout the day today. We'll see Molly Picklum, the surfer that threw in a 9.17 to take out Tyler Wright. She has Courtney Conlog, one of the best ever at the Margaret River main break. Bronte Macaulay, local hero, semi-final last year. She's looking to make the final this season in front of her hometown crowd, but she's got the queen, Stephanie Gilmore. Quarter 4, Bella Nichols will take on the winner of this heat. Will it be Sally or will it be Joanne DeFay? As we know, if Sally goes down at any stage before the final, she will be entering the Challenger Series, and she's been vocal about that. It's not like we have to guess Sally's plans. If it didn't work out at this venue, we'd be seeing her at Snapper Rocks and competing again in less than a week from now.
Yeah, it's a good-looking quarterfinals bracket there, and just thinking of a potential pathway for Sally Fitz. But let's get to this replay first. Sal just drawing a long line on that cutback into the power source. Finishes super strong with an explosive re-entry on the final section there. So not a bad-looking wave. Live action with Joe.
Solid open face, and how was that big turn to start for DeFay? A quicker one, just reacting to that section shutting down. But she got all the length of that rail through that first section, showcasing that powerful frontside carve. She's been having to be patient, waiting for a better section to work with. It finally came to Joanne DeFay there.
Yeah, the judges are going to love that, Joe. Just how committed it was to the opening section. Richie Porter said it this morning. The judges just will reward high-risk surfing on the opening maneuver because you're kind of putting it on the line there, and then she cleaned it up well on the rest of the wave.
Let's go out the back with Dometic Kaipo Guerrero. How are the conditions changing?
Conditions are changing. We got like a low, not a big tide coefficient right here. Only changes about a half a foot or so, but a half a foot makes a big difference on that end section on the inside, Joe. On the bricks, you take away 6 inches, 16 centimeters, you're on dry reef. So the commitment on that last section is going to be key. And we know that Sally Fitz will charge the bricks.
She certainly will, Kaipo. Thank you so much. She's known to be a warrior on tour. Famous for duct taping her head together with the helmet when she blew her eardrum out at Cloudbreak and went against doctor's orders. Went from round 2 all the way to a pretty dramatic win. As we go back to Joanne DeFay, 8.33 on this one.
Super late drop, and watch that opening turn. Huge commitment to the rail and a second one. And she knew it. There's that spontaneous reaction, the emotions coming out. A bigger wave here. Joe just digs right in hard, throws the back arm. We've seen so many of our women starting to adopt this type of turn. And what it allows you to do, Joe, is just to put so much power on that tail section of your board. And you can actually you can maintain the power, but then you can cut the turn shorter as you want to extend out of it.
So we see Sally now feeling the intensity of a serious lead change. She's chasing now, needing a 5.97. For fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For all the fans watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarterfinals on will continue exclusively on worldsurfleague.com and SporTV. For everyone else, keep it right here as we continue with the quarterfinals of the Margaret River Pro. Quarters starting in 7 minutes and 20 seconds with Brisa Hennessy taking on Gabrielle O'Brien. But Rich, the big story of that 8.33 is now looking at Sally Fitzgibbons with her back against the wall. We talked about before, she's got to at least be in the final to even consider a spot at G-Land. Now, what can she produce to save herself in 7 minutes?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what she's going to have to produce. That's a decent wave here and something in the vicinity of a 6-point ride. And that's if Joanne doesn't improve on that 4.63. But, you know, Sally's kind of done everything right in this heat. It's not like she's made any blaring mistakes or any obvious errors in the way she surfed or the wave she's been going. It was just an absolute blessing, the wave that Joanne got. But in saying that, she didn't let that opportunity split. She really just took that set wave and just hammered it, just thinking, I'm going to get a huge score here. I'm going to take the lead and put the pressure back onto Sally.
It's almost impossible to imagine the top 17 without Sally Fitzgibbons.
It's really been a bizarre couple of events. And when you think of, you know, Courtney was down the bottom there, Stephanie was down the bottom there, Sal was down there. Courtney and Steph have been able to fight their way back up over the cut line in these last couple of events, and Sally's unfortunately still sitting down there with work to do.
Sally Fitzgibbons did move up 5 places after her performance at Bell's making the quarters, but she went down to a fired up Courtney Conlogue. Here's the Harvey Norman recap. Sally versus Joanne DeFay, 9-2 in previous one-on-one heats in Sally's favor. And it started off like it was fitting to that theme. Things turned around as Joanne DeFay warmed up with his 4.63 and then picked a bigger wave and executed.
Yeah, it's like many of the heats today. They've been seesawing battles. Great exchanges here, and this is the difference. That huge turn, commitment to the outside section. Joanne DeFay finishing off strong. She knew it. There was the fist pump. And biggest wave of the set that we've seen so far.
Here comes Sally, chasing down a 5.97. Throws down her first turn. Lights up the end section. There's the combination. A quick claim to show the judges she liked it. DeFay's in motion. Real smooth on that off the bottom and right into a wrapping turn. Quick whip in the pocket. She's looking comfortable running into this inside. Real casual, nice calculated, smooth approach from Joanne DeFay.
Yeah, she looks like she's surfing pressure free, just gliding through her turns, pinpoint timing. And what she's done right there is actually put some more pressure on Sal, because Joanne's going to extend her 4.63. In my opinion, she's going to eclipse that score. And Sal's actually going to need more than a 5.97 on that last ride. And I just don't know if it's quite there. I think it would have been close to getting it had she not needed a bigger score. But we'll just have to wait. It's all going to come down to what Joanne got on that final wave.
And Joanne also able to achieve priority as Sally's just getting back to the takeoff zone. So that will be crucial with just 3:50 to go. Last of Fitzgibbons of 5.67. That's a throwaway. So stays in second. Now we'll wait for the last of Joanne DeFay. Things are looking challenging for Sally Fitzgibbons, coming off an incredible season. One of my favorite performers from last year through so many different events. The win she had over DeFay in the final at Wajamup, then going to El Salvador because she had all these things she had to do to have her qualification solid for the Olympic Games, going straight from there to Tokyo to represent Australia. And we were talking about it a bit with Carissa Moore of coming off such a big year emotionally, physically, and then having to start again. I almost feel like Sally gave us so much last year. It really might speak to just recovering from one of the most demanding years she's had on tour.
Yeah, well, if someone can put a positive spin on a negative situation at Sal, and I think we've seen in some of the interviews where she said, you know, I've just got to, if my fate lies in the Challenger Series, I'll be there and I'll do it and I'll do my best on it and I'll make the most of it. And she's just got such a good outlook. I mean, sure, it will be disappointing if she can't get out of this heat, but you know that she's going to bounce back in a big way.
Down to 225 We've got the news from the rookie class, losing surfers from the top 17 like India Robinson, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and Luana Silva. Sally Fitzgibbons trying to avoid that conversation. There's the carve. Needs a 7.67 tail drift over the whitewater section. She's changing gears. Aggressive 2 for 1 on the bonus. She'll lose the final turn. But she was very aggressive, didn't have the wave size in her favor. But her variety was stellar until the fall.
Yeah, you could tell she was trying to upsize that wave in terms of its score. It was probably only ever going to offer a 6.5, but Sel was well on her way then to maybe even getting into that 7-point range with some really progressive surfing. You could see she was pushing every turn. Not one of the bigger waves here, but let's break it down. Starts with a nice opening snap and then really puts some energy into this section here, drifting the fins up and over, and then again a quick jam right in the pocket, and then just falling on the final.
For all of our fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, the stream will stop at the end of this round. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals. For fans watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarters on will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and SporTV. Everyone else, keep it right here to continue watching the quarterfinals of the Margaret River Pro. 50 seconds. Fitzgibbons chasing the 7.67. Her last score coming through at a 5.57.
Oh, man. It's tough to watch, isn't it? With 30 seconds on the clock and without priority, it is going to be very, very difficult for Sal to get herself out of trouble here. But gee, she's surfed so well in this heat, and we got to give props to Joanne Defay because she's just put in a very solid, calculated performance. Some impeccable surfing there.
For Sally Fitzgibbons, she's such a warrior. She's taken on so much, giving us so many great memories for so long. And you know this isn't it. She's going to be dangerous in the Challenger Series as she will fight for her spot to get back on the top 17 where she belongs. A big win for Joanne Defay, just her third over Sally Fitzgibbons, as Joanne will move on to the quarterfinals to take on Isabella Nichols on a dramatic day here at the Margaret River Pro. The quarterfinals are starting next. Brisa Hennessy and Gabrielle O'Brien will bring in Shannon Hughes and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call right after this.